Hair restoration. It was a good start to the series for the Pistons last night as they beat the Cavs 111-101 in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semis. There were a number of big performances for Detroit, who was led by Cade Cunningham with 23 points. Tobias Harris recorded his sixth consecutive 20-point game to go along with 8 rebounds. Jim Costa's research department has learned that's just the third time in his entire career Harris has scored 20-plus in 6 or more games. Duncan Robinson hit 5 threes on his way to 19 points. Jalen Duren had another double-double with 11 points and 12 boards. His performance included an individual 6-0 run when Cleveland came back and tied the game after being down 18 in the first half. J.B. Bickerstaff shed some light on Duren's performance after the game. Danius Jenkins also had 12 points, 7 boards, 3 assists, and 4 steals off the bench for Detroit. Teams who win Game 1 go on to win the series 75% of the time in the NBA playoffs. Game 2 tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at LCA. The Tigers also played last night and lost 10-3 to the Red Sox. The bench is cleared when Framber Valdez plunked Trevor Story in the back after giving up back-to-back home runs and 10 earned runs. The series finale is tonight at 6:40. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Middle of the week is here. Happy Wednesday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass. Lots to love from the Pistons in a tone-setting Game 1 win of the second round. Lots to loathe when it comes to the pouty baby Framber Valdez.
I love how you try and set the tone with that one. Good morning. Good morning. It's always great to wake up to your smarm.
Oh, it's coming later.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
The focal point's the Pistons.
No doubt. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And that's where obviously we're going to start. But it was a hell of a night. And I know you guys were texting me last night, and just to touch on kind of both, group text between the three of us, you, me, and Tom. And it was you guys going back and forth about Framber and the fact that he plunked a guy and had given up 10. And we all know why he did it. And we all know what he did, even though he says he didn't.
His first four-seamer of the year. Just coincidentally hit someone right in the back.
And I was going to send you guys a text, but I thought, you know what? I don't need you guys texting me more and more. So I just laid out. But I was going to text, wait a second. I thought I was supposed to be watching the Pistons. Like, what were you guys doing?
That's the Stones to you.
The Stones, yeah. Yeah, which you have none.
Me? Or Framber?
Well, Framber doesn't. And again, I don't want to get into that right now. I do want to celebrate the Detroit Pistons Game 1, and it was a complete team effort. And it was, 6 guys in scoring in double digits, and it only needed 23 from Cade. Yeah. And it's not like Cade had an off night. He was doing everything. It was, and I think most importantly, what stood out to me was his defense. Yep. That was, when you have your star, we've said this time and time again, when you have your star that plays both ends of the floor, okay, Asar's going to be a defensive, he's going to be that gnat that just never goes away. But when you have that from your star, it brings along Duncan Robinson, who, by the way, played really good defense last night. Shockingly, and maybe it's just shockingly to us because we don't know the ins and outs of what JB's asking him to do, but against Donovan Mitchell, on ball, he's not going to win any defensive awards.
No.
But was good. And Jalen Duren, while I was bemoaning his offensive production throughout most of the game, the blocks, some of the intangibles that if his offensive game is in a funk, and it clearly is, he was doing all the other things defensively, rebounding, hustle, that hey, if you can't shoot, if you can't score, you can always play defense and you can rebound.
Well, and it's a big part of what they need to do to win. I thought they immediately brought energy and physicality to the series. That's why I call it a tone setter. I mean, they were going to the rim early, and you're going to look at the free throw disparity at the end of the game going, whoa, You earn free throws by playing physical and aggressive and attacking the basket, and you get turnovers. They forced 19 turnovers. And for a Cavs team, this is what they did in the first round. The Pistons should be able to take advantage of it in the second round. Love seeing that combination because to me, that's the formula. Physical, go to the rim, and force turnovers. You do that, you're winning the series.
And you know what they looked like last night?
What?
They looked like a damn 1 seed.
They looked like the team we watched most of the year.
They looked like we wanted them to look as soon as they entered the playoffs. When we read the letter from Tom Gores, and it said, hey, on Sunday night at 6:30, that's when the future of the Pistons start. Now, he's talking about game 1 of the first series, and it was a painful 7 games, but we ended up advancing to the second round. That's the entire goal. Not how we wanted to get there, but we got there. And last night, that's what we want the future of this team to look like. It wasn't perfect.
But I'll give you this. Pistons had a lead as big as 18. Game ends up tied. Immediately, they put the game away. Well, and it's a little 2-man game. Cade and Duren, and Duren dunk, 6 straight points, and all of a sudden Cleveland's calling timeouts. Well, I love that they didn't blink last night.
So what do you need from your superstar? All right, he's on the bench taking that last little breather before the 5 minutes of the end of the game. All right, and then Cleveland takes advantage. They tie it up. It's 93-all with 5 minutes remaining in the game. And then Cade, with his calm demeanor, checks into the game and then instantly goes down the floor, assist to Duren, dunk. Assist to Duren, dunk. Assist to Duren, dunk. And they never look back. What more do you want from your superstar? Yeah, sure, you'd love him to score, go down the court and score, shoot 3 threes, make them all. He didn't need to. He created. He was the impetus that the Pistons needed in that moment. Mm-hmm. He was the star that we all expect him to be, to take over the game and say, hey, Cleveland, thank you for participating. We appreciate the effort of trying to get back to even with us, but I'm tired of this. I'm just going to put you away.
You mentioned the breather. I'm smiling because it was all of 90 seconds. I know, but I noticed, hey, wait, Cade's not in the game. They're probably getting him a quick breather. And my thought was, they'll keep him over there as long as they can. They needed him right back out there in a hurry.
But that's a JB move, right? It's JB. I'm going to give this guy 90 seconds. However long I can get him. Oh, wait, they tied it up. Hey, sorry. Hey, you're done. Back out there. But this is, we talked about it yesterday, a JB series. Don't tell me that on the sidelines, in the post game, that this one doesn't mean something a little bit more than just a second round series to JB.
Prediction. They will downplay it the entire series.
Yeah.
If they win, it will absolutely be talked about at the end of the series.
No question.
That it meant more.
Sure.
And the players will probably say it more than JB will say it.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little bit surprised. I mean, at the end of it, if they do win the series, he'll probably sit there and say, yeah, of course it means more to be the team that fired you. That probably is about the extent of what he talks about.
Right. But the perspective, because these guys love JB.
I would in fact expect him to say, you know what, I love this team because they knew how much it meant to me and they had my back.
Text coming in, love the Pistons win. Headed to my company's Cleveland office this morning.
Enjoy that. Sorry you have to go to Ohio, but enjoy that. That's one of the only reasons you go there is for work.
Yeah.
If you're forced to.
Duncan Robinson, a.k.a. the White Glove. That's the Stones to you, Jonathan.
I appreciate it, Jonathan. Thanks, Mom.
So are we allowed to enjoy this one, or will the host tell us how we should be as fans? Everyone focused on the seed of the Magic and not it being a bad matchup. Oh, I mean, look, I don't know what other shows are doing. I just said on Monday's show, I didn't think I should peacock after beating the Magic. I was relieved.
Well, I was relieved too. But you are allowed to walk out and be a little chesty. Hey, you won. You were down 3-1. You were down 22 in game 6. You kicked their ass. And it wasn't an ass kicking for 7 games, but you did what you were ultimately supposed to do. Sure, would we have preferred a 4-game sweep? Yep. That wasn't in the cards.
Or to just look like the 1 seed. They didn't look like the 1 seed for most of the first round, which is why I didn't feel like you flap your gums. You feel good about winning.
You win and advance.
Exactly. That's all that was.
That's the point.
Now you're starting to rev up a little bit. Like, I think we could all say that first round helped get them where they need to be for this series.
Well, we heard it from Cade. What lessons learned? How does that affect them moving forward? And you could see the application of it last night.
Right.
Last night is why me and you were both torn going into this series. Like, I think basketball reasons or some of what we saw in the first round, this is where it ends, where I thought it would end during the regular season, to be honest, in the second round. But what happened in this first round to them and the experience they went through was a game-changing intangible, and that's why I was torn. Like, we saw last night what we expected to see in the first round. That was a very methodical Pistons-type performance, and they answered everything that Cleveland threw at them.
I want to go back to that text for a second. Unless I misspoke, I've never told fans how to be. I'll speak for how I feel. I feel like, if anything, the opposite took place. Fans got on me specifically because I wasn't a real fan, because I doubted them in Game 6 on the road in Orlando. If anybody's doing the fan policing, it's not the hosts on the station. Certainly not this show. I feel like there's a lot of fan policing of fans, the true believers, the like purity standard, the purity test. Their first round series, they did not look the part. They got out of it. They escaped. They survived. Last night, that was them thriving. That's more of what it's supposed to look like. And that's, I think, what we spotlight today, is seeing how this team has grown from round 1 to round 2. And they're going to need to be that type of team, because I don't think Cleveland's going to go away. No. I think you're going to get a great effort from them on Thursday night in Game 2, and you're going to need to match and exceed their energy again.
Oh, they're going to respond. There's no question they'll respond. But that was, first of all, that was the first time we had seen them look like a 1 seed. That was the first time where you could really tell, maybe Game 7, because it was a home game, but they took advantage of what they've earned, being the 1 seed, playing at home.
If you didn't have doubt in the first round, you're not being a realist. Seriously, they played horrible at times.
And they were well on their way to being frauds.
Yeah.
They were well on their way.
But they answered the call.
Exactly.
Now they have to answer the call again here in Game 2, which I believe the challenge is going to be to navigate a jaded whistle.
So you brought this up, that you think the Cavs are going to get more favorable calls in Game 2.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell planted the seed with his post-game comments, and he was like, I'm not talking about today necessarily, but, and I don't flop and all this stuff. Whatever. I mean, the free throws, what were they? 35-16 in favor of the Pistons?
Yeah, huge.
So that's going to be something to watch. It's going to be even in Game 2. And the Pistons can't get frustrated.
That's important. Composure. Looking at our baseball team's starting pitcher last night, composure is very important. And I think some of it will level off, but I think it's important that just looking at, I'm not saying you're doing this, Tom, but just looking at a box score doesn't always tell the story. If a team is settling for jumpers and the other team is going hard to the hoop, the free throws should reflect that. The Pistons made it their mission early to go to the rack, and Tobias Harris specifically was very active going to the hoop. You're going to get more free throws playing that way. Jared Allen's going to pick up some fouls because of the style of play the Pistons were bringing. If Cleveland wants to, dance around the perimeter and shoot jumpers, then you can't complain at the end of the game, why didn't we get more foul shots? You didn't play a style of basketball that deserved as many free throws. Now, do I expect a plus 20 edge in every game of the series? No, I don't. Some of that is going to level off. 248-539-9797. Talking Pistons, we'll talk a little Tigers, mix them both in. It's 97-1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Chrysler's counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts are going to preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help. It's recovery in action. Get David Get Paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Let's address what happened over at Comerica Park, and then we'll get back to the Pistons. That's Dan Dickerson on the call. That's 10 runs surrendered by Framber Valdez, and he let it get to him. He threw a tantrum, and he threw at Trevor Story and got himself ejected in the 4th inning. Mm-hmm. He can deny it was intentional. It's the first 4-seamer he's thrown all season, and it sure didn't miss.
I don't know that I would expect in a post-game interview after something like that to ask a pitcher, did you intentionally hit him? What in the hell do you expect him to say? Yes, I threw at him. Please suspend me.
Right, did you order the code red?
Right.
Did they deserve to die?
Right. I know.
But I hope nobody's falling for it is all I'm saying, because we don't ask hey, did you commit the crime? No. Well, case closed. He said he didn't do it. Like, no, of course you have to use your eyes and what happened. He was upset.
It almost looked like his interpreter wanted to smirk when he was translating what Framber Valdez was saying. Like, no, I didn't do it on purpose.
It just bothers me so much because you lose Skubal. Valdez is your ace for now. You're paying him damn near $40 million. There's nobody healthy. They emptied the bullpen the day before. Buddy, you're just going to have to wear it. You're highly compensated. Be a leader. Deal with it. And he doesn't dig deep. Instead, he says, F my teammates. You guys can fight my battle. You guys can finish the game. And now I may get suspended, so you can keep fighting my battles. I hate that.
Well, at least he didn't cross up his catcher.
Yet.
Well, but that's in that all of those things. When you do something like that, all of a sudden that comes up because it's part of your resume.
It's selfish, though, is what it is.
It is.
You got to just man up and deal with it. You're not pitching well. Get through the inning. You don't take it out by making your teammates fight your battle now the rest of the way.
Right. And I've gone back and forth. Tom, I'll let you go ahead and go because I know you got a different take.
I'm not going to sit here and defend any action of Valdez whatsoever in terms of what he did. I think when a baseball pitcher throws at somebody because they're not doing good is pathetic and pouty, okay? What I am going to take issue with and why nobody yet I've seen in the media has criticized A.J. Hinch whatsoever for putting him out there in the 4th inning to begin with. I know you said the team is in a situation, Jim. There comes a time and a point, though, where you don't put a player in a situation. That's the first time in Framber Valdez's career in the 3rd inning that he gave up 5 consecutive hits. He was pitching horribly. He got hung out to dry by McKinstry in the 1st inning with the error, so 3 of the runs were unearned, and A.J. Hinch never should have put him out there. You have guys that are sitting out there that can pitch. Let them take the bullets. You don't put your star player, yes, he's a star player in that situation, and he never, ever, ever would have done that to Tarik Skubal yesterday.
I don't know, because they were in a situation where they needed someone to eat innings.
Yes, there's somebody else out there.
Something.
So did somebody else come in?
I want to clarify, because Valdez forced them to come in.
Yeah, so he could have gone to them. He never should have started that inning. You don't put players in situations like that when they're getting roughed up. No. I'll go back to Patrick Waugh and what the Canadians did to him way back to the day. You don't hang your player out to dry. Jim Caldwell benched Matthew Stafford that one game because you
Arizona.
Don't put a player in a situation. At some point, you cut your losses and you say somebody else is going to have to figure it out because I'm not going to put, again, my star in that situation.
I want to just clarify something. A.J. Hinch did not put Framber Valdez in a, quote, situation. Framber Valdez put himself in that situation by extending batting practice deep into the 4th inning.
He shouldn't have been in the 4th inning, in my mind.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't have the connection that A.J. and Skubal have, right? Skubal they would have locked eyes and would have known that his day was done.
Exactly. Yeah. You agree with the Skubal thing. I know you do, Jim. I know you're frustrated with Valdez, but I know you also agree with my Skubal angle on this. Tarik Skubal never, ever would have been put in that situation last night.
Yeah, Skubal wouldn't have been in that situation.
Oh, see, that's the answer. If the same thing happened, Jim, do you think he would have trotted Skubal out there in the 4th? No, I think he would have went and got Skubal in the 3rd.
I know, I'll give you an example. Valdez earlier this year against the Twins, he got hit up hard in the 1st inning. And then he settled in and he got him at least 5. It wasn't pretty, but he saved the bullpen. That's probably what AJ was thinking is, hey, you had your eruption in the 3rd. I just need you to put your head down and buck up and get us through the 4th and the 5th inning because I got very little options coming out of the bullpen right now.
And I also
and I got Flaherty throwing the next day, which he's never going to publicly admit, but man, I need all hands on deck right now. So how about the guy we handed a record-setting contract to, acts like a grown-up, an adult, a professional, and finishes the bleeping inning?
I'm not shocked that he threw at the next batter. I don't think anybody should be shocked. It's disappointing. And I don't think he necessarily was thinking about the situation that the Tigers are in right now. It should have been, because they did use literally everyone the day before.
But they had somebody to go to.
They needed him to eat more innings.
Did the Tigers forfeit after Valdez left the game, or did somebody come in to pitch? So somebody was available.
Yeah, Jake Rogers was ultimately available if it really came down to it, but that's not the point.
My thing is when to whom much is given, much is expected. And I think that AJ should have taken him out before then? Sure, but he didn't. And you're expected to go out there and eat up 5 innings. Sorry, it's not going your way, but your shoulders should be broad enough. We know your pocketbook is.
You make a decision sometimes in a game where you look out for the athlete before you look out for the team. And the game was probably over anyways in my mind. And I think he hung him out to dry a little bit. I'm not defending Valdez at all. Also, AJ, the psychologist, right? Mm-hmm. Recognize who you're dealing with here. A volatile guy who might go out there and do something stupid the next inning because of what happened prior.
We'll get feedback. You guys, if you see what Tom sees and want to put some of this on AJ too, feel free. 248-539-9797. One last little thing. I don't know where Dirks was coming from. He was upset that Boston, he in his mind, advocated for Valdez to be tossed. Why would Boston want Valdez to be tossed? They should want him to stay in the game.
I know. The Tigers wanted that first inning to last as long as possible. Yeah. I mean, they didn't want that guy to be going.
I just didn't understand his gripe. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, I've got some good news for Detroit TV viewers. Channel 7 and TV 20 are finally back on Xfinity after a month-long blackout. So the stations disappeared from Comcast lineups in early April after a contract dispute between Scripps, who owns both stations, and Comcast Xfinity. So the two sides have now reached a new agreement, restoring ABC programming, local news, and TV 20's lineup to hundreds of thousands of Metro Detroit homes. So viewers had been pretty vocal about their outrage, especially with big events like the NBA and NHL playoffs airing on ABC. So this is great news for sure. Well, a Warren man is facing charges after being accused of demanding a ransom payment for a family's missing dog. According to police, the dog, whose name is Diesel, ran away from home on April 25th. You had
I had a Diesel.
Yeah. And his family posted on social media as they worked to try to find the dog. Well, these posts led to a man allegedly messaging the family and demanding payment for the return of Diesel a few days later. And in these messages, the person said that he bought Diesel from an unknown person, wanted cash in exchange for the dog. Well, police were able to track this person's number, led them to a 21-year-old's home. The suspect told police that, he knew the dog belonged to somebody else, but he refused to return it. Then he got really uncooperative while speaking with police, and he was ultimately arrested, charged with receiving and concealing stolen property. And thankfully, somebody else was in that person's home at the time, cooperated, and Diesel has been returned to his family. Great little story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Delta Airlines is making a change that might catch some travelers off guard. So the airline is ending food and beverage service on flights shorter than 350 miles. So the move affects a small slice of Delta's schedule. They say about 9% of its flights, but it does mean that on those quick hops, you won't see that drink cart coming down the aisle anymore. These flights did already have kind of like an express service, water, coffee, tea, and a couple of snacks. It wasn't like you were being served a meal. Mm-hmm. So Delta says the impact should be minimal. If you are a first class passenger, don't worry. You'll still get the service on every flight, no matter the distance. So Delta says the change is about efficiency and that these short flights, there's barely an hour gate to gate, and crews don't really have much time to get the service cart up and out and back in time. So they say they just feel too rushed on those flights.
What's it? Cost saver, right?
And of course, it's a cost saver too. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, we say efficiency, that's code for we're saving money.
Other major airlines are already doing something very similar. United only serves free snacks and drinks on flights over 300 miles. American starts at 250. Reactions online, of course, are always mixed. Some travelers say, hey, get it, makes sense. Yeah. Others are saying, hey, kind of joking, if there's not going to be any snacks, maybe ticket prices should be a little less.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No,
we all know that.
all.
But it's. I mean, like if you're flying from here to Chicago and it's a connecting flight, or here to Cleveland, or if there's a bump, like some type of turbulence, you're not getting it anyway.
Do you really need it for a quick little? I mean,
I do enjoy a cup of coffee, but
see, and I'm not a.
Yeah. But if I don't get it, I'll be like, okay, I can live the 45 minutes without it.
Because I don't love having an open cup of anything, whether it's water. Like, I always bring a container and I fill my water bottle up at the airport, and then I have water and I can close it. Like, I don't love having the open.
So you open it up on landing and it squirts all over you.
It always does. But I don't love having the open cup.
Okay, then.
Anyway. That's the news.
That's Heather with the news. More in the next hour. We'll get feedback on what happened with Valdez last night. Of course, you got some calls and texts to get to. And the Pistons win. I mean, that is the real fun story that we want to spend more time on. It's 97-1. A.J. Hinch attempted to be diplomatic there. Got texts and calls.
He walked the fine line.
But he did say it didn't feel good being out there.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he feels like they should have been brought out there.
How about the guys jogging in from the bullpen?
Yeah.
That's always my favorite.
Yeah, it's like, what are you guys going to do?
Come on. Hey, we got to be a part of the party.
I think the visiting broadcast noted that the guy furthest from the scrum was the guy who started it.
Yeah. Yes.
Valdez wanted no part of any of that. Text coming in, phone calls to get to. Bob in Chesterfield. Bob, good morning.
Hey, I don't know how you can blame A.J. Hinch for this. On one hand, you blame him for it, and then you say he's the ultimate psychologist. Maybe he went to him in the dugout and said, hey, we need a couple innings, and he challenged him to see what he's got for the next 2 or 3 months. Is he really an ace? Is he really a guy we can count on? Or am I going to have to run out and protect him and have kid gloves? I just think he's a professional. He needs to be able to step up in those situations, especially for what we're paying him. They say he could have been a number one in a bunch of other places. Mm-hmm. What he showed today was he can't.
Yeah, look, he threw a tantrum, a little hissy fit. He wasn't happy that he was giving up homer after homer and 10 runs on the day. So rather than bear down and find a way to battle to save your bullpen, he took the easy and coward's way out and said, you guys fight my battle for me.
But if your manager made the right decision at the end of 3 to pull him when he given up 5 straight hits for the first time in his career, none of this happens. That's my point on this. And the excuse that the bullpen is depleted, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it because you put somebody in for him after he got ejected. There was somebody available.
They didn't want to have to do that.
I know, exactly. But I'll be adamant about if you have 2 aces here, there's just no way Tarik Skubal ever would have been put in that situation last night. And I didn't like it, and I told you this, Jim, and I even said it when it happened back in Minnesota earlier this year. We're not going to break down every single baseball game, okay? It gets geeky, and to overreact to one situation there in Minnesota when he left him in, I didn't like that. I raised an eyebrow to that. So I'm being consistent in my opinion here. I just think there comes a point where you don't put an athlete in a situation, especially one that's emotional and volatile and has a history like that.
Yeah.
Story, by the way, was smiling after this all transpired last night.
Yeah, because they knew they got under his skin.
Exactly. They knew. And there was a bat flip and a stare from the homer right before. Exactly. And I agree. I'm with you on Valdez.
Did the other team have too much fun pimping their homers off of his soft serve?
Right.
Come on, dude.
My point is this never should have even happened because he shouldn't have been put in that situation.
The idea, his first 4-seam fastball of the year just happens to come out after back-to-back jacks and hit Story right in the back.
I mean, if you think
dude.
He didn't do that intentionally, you don't think we landed on the moon either. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, the earth is flat.
There are texts who agree with you, Tom. This guy says Hinch not pulling him after the 2 homers was terrible. It was making a point like he wanted him embarrassed. Tom is preaching this morning. Thank you so much for bringing this up. It's on AJ. He's the problem. I'm concerned. I like him, but there's just something about him lately. Costa, shut up. I love the fact that Valdez was angry. All caps shows he cares. I'm happy he's angry for that performance. I hate the holier-than-thou stance. I don't know why we're defending pouting babies. Because he cares? So when your kid throws a tantrum, you wouldn't let that happen at a Little League game, but you'll let a $40 million pitcher do it?
Where I want to see that he cares isn't in plucking the next batter.
Thank you.
Is in the next outing, he better bring his A game. Because on a lot of other teams, he would be an ace. We need him to be an ace. You're paying him to be an ace. Now, when he goes back out there, then you wash this one, you put it away, and you make it the one-off, not the narrative moving forward.
And he has actually pitched extremely well outside the Minnesota game, and then even last night. And I do think getting hung out to dry in the first inning with that error.
Oh, McKinstry.
I wasn't watching at the time. I was listening to Dickerson, but you could just sense, he got screwed because it
was hit right at him.
Right.
You got to make the play.
And so those are 3 unearned runs. Mm-hmm. So, look, I'm not defending how Valdez acted whatsoever. I hate that part of baseball. I'm going to hit somebody because you showed me up. No, I'm not defending him. So we're not in as much disagreement. I just think AJ should take some blame here. And I was actually disappointed that he didn't in the postgame and that he had the response he did.
You didn't like that response?
No, I didn't. I think I would love to hear a little bit of a mission of maybe I shouldn't have put that guy in that spot. But you're seeing what I'm doing here is I'm singling out individual over team. From a team perspective, Valdez, you want him to throw more pitches and eat innings.
Yeah.
But you got to recognize the situation. I just think sometimes once in a while, the one individual athlete situation trumps where the team is, especially when you're losing 10-2.
Let's get to Steve. You're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Go Blue, Jason.
Go Blue, man.
Hey, so I got a question for you, Costa. That kind of rubbed me the wrong way when you said that, because I pitched for a long time, and I'm sure a lot of people that have. You do that to fire up your team. You don't do it to be a coward. You know what I mean? It's not a coward thing to do.
Yeah, got himself out of the game. He took himself out of the game and made other people make up for his mess.
No, you do it to fire up your team because there's no coward way about it. You do it because look at how bad we're slumping right now. Maybe he did that to fire up the team. Maybe now we're going to go on a 6-7 game winning streak. We need something. There's nothing there. There's no spark.
So you think the way to spark your team is to get yourself tossed from the game?
Hell yeah, I do. Absolutely.
You think the most expensive player on the team is going to help the team by not playing and potentially being suspended? Steve, I don't care if you played. That's stupid.
They're going to rally around him. Thanks for the call.
Bye.
Hey, Steve played, so I guess he's right. Let's get to Dan. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, boys and Heather. Costa, man, come on, dude. It's no different than hockey, brother. You leave a goalie in for frickin' 5 goals in the first 3 minutes. What do you normally do? You pull him, right? AJ Hinch was totally to blame for not pulling him and creating the situation. As the last caller stated, too, yes, it is to fire up the team. What do you do if you're losing in hockey? You send out a tough guy and you start a fight, right? So, I mean, AJ Hinch and his analytical talk, it's crap, dude. Like, there's no analytics, man. You're there to coach. You're there to do the best thing. I'm tired of hearing about numbers this, numbers that. And question, guys, do we not have anybody in the minor leagues that can be called up besides Ty Madden to pitch? Do we not have any prospect starting pitchers?
I mean, they're pretty banged up right now. I mean, that's the backdrop of all of this. Yeah. It's unbelievable the injuries this team's dealing with.
Yeah. All right, boys. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Dan.
Heather, have a great day.
I don't subscribe to the fact that he did it to fire up the team. I understand where the caller's coming from, but you're down 10-2. And I just don't see that it was done to fire up the team. Against Boston, one of the playing as one of the worst teams in baseball coming into this series. Are they getting right against the Tigers? Are they going to go out and try and salvage the series by winning today?
I also just don't like the hockey analogy. So in hockey, there is such a thing as retribution, right? Guy takes a cheap shot, you answer. Who took a cheap shot? Valdez stunk and got in his feelings. That's not the same thing as a player sticking up for his guys in hockey. This would be like a goalie who gave up 5 goals and then ran out with his stick and took a dumb penalty.
Exactly.
That would be stupid.
But you don't leave the goalie in there to do that because you go get him before he does something stupid. He was getting shown up last night, and I think AJ should have recognized that. And I'll say this, too. We've got enough ticket text rhetoric. I didn't catch this necessarily, but there's people online and former baseball players that have been tweeting saying that the Red Sox, that Valdez was, quote, tipping pitches / the Red Sox knew what was coming, and that Valdez caught on to this late. So there might have been some frustration in that, too.
Okay, but nah.
Exactly. Again, if people listen to us, we're not disagreeing about what Valdez did, his actions.
Well, some people defend what Valdez did, which is eye-opening to me. You want to make the point that AJ should have taken him out. I disagree, but there are people who think Valdez was in the right. He should have thrown at someone and got himself tossed and potentially suspended because that means he's tough, because that means he's fired up. I would tell you it makes him soft. It makes him mentally weak in that moment to give in and throw at a batter and get himself tossed from a game. You want to be a tough guy, bear down, get through the inning, and save your bullpen.
Do you think? I mean, I don't know that. Okay, this is getting ejected is one thing. Do you think this raises to the level of being suspended?
Buster Olney's talking about it today. I'm not making that up.
No, I'm not saying you're making it up. I'm not making an accusation on you. Calm down a little bit. Jeez, I'm just asking the freaking question.
Well, it fires me up because I got a $40 million pitcher who doesn't give a rip about his teammates. That should fire you up.
Did his manager care about him last night? I do think there's a case for that as well, in terms of sometimes you got to look out for the player.
Right, protect them from themselves.
Especially that player when he is an emotional guy out there. You have players like that. I like him. I love what he brings to the game. Do I like what he did when he crossed up his catcher? No. Do I like what he did last night? No. But you need him, and you need to protect him.
Didn't fire up his teammates, but it sure fired up one of the morning hosts.
Mission accomplished. Buster Olney says Valdez's choice last night set him up for a suspension. My guess is he'll get 7 games at a time where the Tigers are missing pitchers due to injury. Skubal, Verlander, Mize, Melton, Job, and Vest. But hey, at least they're fired up. It's 97-1.
Hey. You want to get fired up about your lawn? Give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Call them from the dugout. Doesn't matter. Give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN, or you can find them on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Get green, stay green. Save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. And here's what I love about Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. It's probably the best thing, is they don't come to the door and ask you about problems or tell you have a problem. They just fix it. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. It's still time. You've got to get them out there. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. I mentioned the problems. If you got dandelions, they'll see them and they'll treat them. They'll be gone. You won't have to worry about it. Same thing with crabgrass. And the crabgrass, you got to take care of that right now. They've been serving Southeast Michigan since 1990. They're going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1.
Double for Duran, tone setter for the Pistons. Blaha on the call. We are going to spend a bunch of time on him. Because that's more of what we saw in the regular season. Set the tone with some physicality, some defense.
Yep. One seed showing out.
Exactly. Looked like a 1 seed. We got calls and texts on this Valdez stuff, so we'll wrap up the conversation with you guys. Adam and Heartland, you're on 97.1.
Man, this channel's soft as a cupcake. That game was so far over. If you want to read his pitches, you're going to wear a 99-mile-an-hour heater to the spine.
Don't tip your pitches.
I agree with him.
Why are you tipping your pitches?
Don't read my pitches.
Stop being so readable, bro.
99 right at the back of your neck and going to break it.
Yeah, we should sever vertebrae because we don't know how to pitch. And you're the tough guy?
Sever vertebrae. I guarantee you they won't tip him again.
Yeah, let's put him in the hospital because I'm tough, Adam. Yeah, that's how cool I am. You're a jackass.
You just dropped a bro and a jackass on him.
That's appropriate for that call. Are we serious? That's a guy calling in saying, I want to paralyze people because I'm tipping my pitches. You should be... I went light on him. That is outrageous to call in and say that. You want to talk about who's soft? It's the guy who can't handle giving up home runs that's soft.
I'm not to disagree. I am literally enjoying the show over here.
Jim, I got to ask you, though, like, you realize throwing some high cheese is part of the game.
Yeah, but
right?
he's talking about hitting someone in the spinal cord.
That's where I agree with you, and I think that's where the caller is wrong. You don't want to take somebody out. Come on. We're not intentionally
But he was stealing
people.
his pitches, Tom. So he deserves to eat only soft food for the rest of his life.
You're on a roll right now. I have no comment.
Get to Matt.
Like I said, I'm enjoying the show.
Matt, what's
here.
up?
Matt, you there?
Matt, turn down your radio. We'll put you on hold. We can get back to you. We got a few texts. 248-539-9797. Valdez is a giant baby. Very apparent he doesn't want to be on this team. Now, I'm not going to go that far, but he clearly got lost in that moment. Text said, I don't blame AJ. He was thinking long-term with his bullpen. Now the bullpen is a mess for more. Valdez has a history of these situations, and Valdez could have simply taken himself out of the game.
Well, he did, in essence.
Yeah, but he could have...
I mean, yeah, I'm done. I'm going to go ahead and pluck this guy. Yeah, throw me out.
Maybe that's how he was helping the team. He wasn't going to give up any more home runs. Where's the attention to detail? McKinstry boots 2 balls. That's what scares me. This team as a whole needs to start doing the little things right like they did the last couple years.
That's the biggest concern is you're giving up extra runs. You're giving up extra bases because you're not taking care. You're not doing the little things. And this isn't a team right now that is knocking the cover off the ball. Pitchers are hurt. Pitchers that are pitching aren't pitching well. And so you're going to have to do all the little things right to give yourself a chance, and they're just not.
Yeah. This one says Valdez deserves to be suspended for a lengthy time. Paying a guy almost $40 million a year, and this is pathetic to say the least, Jordan, in a shot.
Yeah, because it's the first time we've ever seen anybody throw, at someone. Like, come on.
It wouldn't surprise me if he missed a start. That's what Buster Olney put out today. Buster's been covering the game since I've been alive.
Okay.
I mean, if he misses a start, I can't say it's undeserving.
I'm not either. I just think it is what it is. I'm not going to overreact to him throwing at a batter. Like it's not the first time it's happened in baseball.
John, and then what happens to those pitchers who throw at them?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to go through the history of suspensions.
I would imagine that they get suspended.
Could be.
Cookies, you're a jackass. Oh, good. This is great.
I'm just sit back and enjoy this.
Gov, settle him down. Jim is going full Karen, embellishing. The caller was totally embellished where the caller was going. Now I dare you to go back and listen to that caller. He made it very clear what his position was: paralyzation because you gave up. He was tipping pitches and you stole them.
Yeah,
that was his position.
He was being Detroit tough guy.
He was being a little bit Cobra Kai, get him a body bag and all that.
Yeah. And you went with the crane kick.
Such is life.
You went full Mr. Miyagi on him.
Anyway, we'll shift gears, talk Pistons in the 7 o'clock hour.
I feel like we've done a full show already.
I know. I do feel my blood pressure is elevated, and it's not even 7 in the morning.
You think?
Just
you
drink of water
yeah,
and
little goose fraba.
And I think everybody will be in a better mood talking about the Pistons. Deep breaths.
Brendan, you're going to have to go back and listen to that last segment.
Yeah, I missed the call, so I'm already excited to get back over there and listen.
0 to 100. All right, Pistons, a lot of good things, a lot to love from that game. What was the best part of watching them take a 1-0 lead against the Cleveland Cavaliers? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons won their first second-round game in the NBA playoffs since 2008 last night with a 111-1-0 win over the Cavs to take Game 1. 6 players had 11 or more points for Detroit, led by Cade Cunningham with 23. Tobias Harris had 20 points and 8 boards. Duncan Robinson, 19 points on 5 of 8 threes. The Pistons led by 18 points at one time in the first half. Eventually, the Cavs came all the way back to tie it at 93 all with just over 5 minutes to go, just for the Pistons to end the game on an 18-8 scoring run to come away with the win. After the game, Cade discussed why Detroit was able to go on the late scoring burst. The Pistons were favored by 3.5 points entering last night's game. They are favored by the same margin right now in Game 2, which tips tomorrow at 7 o'clock. The Tigers lost last night 10-3 to the Red Sox. Framber Valdez got ejected after plunking Trevor Story in the 4th inning, leading to both benches clearing. This happened after Valdez conceded 10 earned runs and back-to-back homers. However, former Major Leaguer Eric Hosmer posted on social media last night suggesting Valdez was actually frustrated because the Red Sox were relaying pitch scripts from second base, specifically Trevor Story. The series with Boston ends tonight at 6:40, right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage at 6:15. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You good?
I'm great.
Okay.
Ready to talk about our Pistons.
Okay.
10-point win. When they got challenged in the 4th, they put their foot down. They looked like the 1 seed.
They did. And with 5 minutes left, JB was giving Cade just a little bit of a breather. And Cleveland, they had been inching back. It was 10, and then it was 9, and then the Pistons would go to 11, and then it was 8. And they eventually got back to 93 all. 5 minutes left. JB said, hey, Cade, I hope you're rested. You're back in, and you're in to stay. He comes in and just takes the game over. Now, he wasn't the one that scored, but he set up Duren on 3 assists and 3 dunks.
Yep.
And that was all she wrote. Game over. Never trailed again, never looked back. That's what your superstar is supposed to do.
Did they trail at any point in the game?
I mean, I'd have to go back. I don't remember early. Yeah, I think early on there was like a 9-7 or a it's something like that.
Still very, very early. Yes,
but for the most part,
they were in control of that
double
game.
Digits throughout the course of, I mean, and then Asar with not Asar, but Ron Holland with the 3-pointer right before halftime.
We had talked about, could this series be a better fit for him than Orlando? Because you're going to have a lot of guys that you want to hound.
Well, we thought we'd see more B-ball Paul because of the matchup of the bigs.
Sure.
Didn't see any of B-ball Paul, but for 10 minutes, we saw Ron Holland.
And it was a nice, hey, when Asar's out of the game, Ron can be in the game, and there's always someone hounding the ball. And you force turnovers. 19 of them.
Yeah, 7 by James Harden. And I will say this. So I know we the fraud term was thrown around in the first round. To me, the fraud was the regular season. Mm-hmm. But I do think that this fits. And it is from Twitch. James Harden is such a fraud.
He is in playoff form. He had more turnovers than made shots. He's a total liability on defense. You get him going side to side even a little bit. Hell, Duncan Robinson's taking him off the dribble.
Right.
Signs you're washed. Duncan Robinson is taking you to the hoop.
There were just so many fun moments in that game. And James Harden dribbling the ball off his knee, turning the ball over. It's not a key pivotal moment, but it was just kind of like, yeah, that's pretty much him in the postseason. And then you have Cade dogging him. And one of my favorite moments, I think there was about 8 minutes left in the third. Cade picks his pocket, and as he's falling down, throws it to Duncan Robinson. Mm-hmm. Duncan gives it over to Ausar, and Ausar throws it down.
Total team effort, right? Six guys get to double figures, including Jenkins off the bench. All the starters contributed. Duncan had 19. Tobias north of 20 again. Cade didn't have to have a Herculean offensive night for this team to still be in a good position. And it always comes back to their defense. I thought they set the tone, not just for the series, but early in that game by going to the hoop and playing physical on the ball. So now you get turnovers, you get transition buckets, you get free throws. They shot, 35, 36 free throws in the game? I thought it was intentional that they came into this series with the carryover from going 7. This wasn't like a reset. They carried over the urgency they played with to come back against Orlando and set that tone early in this series.
They did, and they started to inch away early in the first half, and just they honestly never looked back. And you knew at some point Cleveland was going to make a run. Like, they've got some guys that can shoot. They've got some guys that can make plays. They were going to make a run at some point. I never thought that they would get back to even with the Pistons, but they did.
Yeah.
And then what do? You shut the door. You give them that little glimmer of hope. Not that they're intentionally, hey, we would like to give you a chance to come back just so we could slam the door in your face, but they did, and that's exactly what Cade did.
Let's get to Jamal. You're hanging out in Windsor this morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? I just want to talk about Cade Cunningham and how the whole team stepped up. This was everybody, all hands on deck last night, honestly. This is what I love to see from the Pistons.
It was all hands on deck. I think you're exactly right. You saw really good, solid performances from, obviously, Tobias with, 6 in a row of 20 or more points.
Yep.
Duncan Robinson, was that Duncan game? Was that the one we've been talking for? Yeah. 19 points?
They made 5 threes.
Wow. Yeah, man, I don't know who's getting in Duncan's ear, man, but he's been playing like an absolute dog. You see him tripping out Harden at the end?
Yes. Yeah, he was absolutely sticking out his chest.
Oh yeah, and I think in the post game he even said, I don't celebrate threes. Act like I've been there before, but I'll celebrate a 2 every once in a while.
He was feeling it. 248-539-9797. Few texts coming in. Got open lines. Says about 500 Cavs fans that work for the Cavs and Rocket Mortgage were there. They were there via company bus. Glad we sent them home losers, but they said they'll be back for game 2.
Well, welcome back.
Good morning, guys. Do you think the Cavs fans are questioning whether or not they should have kept JB?
I'll make that statement when the series is over.
Yeah, I don't think they're questioning it after one game.
No. And the last night was great. We finally had a 1 seed that looked like a 1 seed. They controlled that game, as they should have. Now we need to see it in game 2. We need to see it in Cleveland. We need to, there's more opportunity there to go out and show and prove that you are, in fact, the 1 seed.
Cleveland said we're not in their class, and they were right. We're above their class. Be careful what you wish for, Lears.
For 1 game.
John, I don't think we saw Reed because Allen was on the bench in foul trouble. I imagine we'll see him more in games.
Sure.
Yes, exactly.
Great point.
Devella Madison Heights, my favorite part is that Tobias is emerging as a Robin to Cade's Batman. Maybe not a long-term solution, but at least for this playoffs, we have a secondary scorer.
He's stepped up. There's no question about it.
Yeah, hard to fight it when he's dropping 20-plus every game. It's absolutely what this team needs.
And it's more than just the points. And you look at, we talked about the points. We had the 30-point game, but it's what he's doing with rebounds, steals. Like it's all a part of being a complete teammate to Cade.
Overreactions to game 1 when you win are so much more fun than overreactions to a game 1 loss.
Sure.
For anybody who wanted them to lose after being down 3-1 to Orlando, you shouldn't be watching right now.
Yeah. For all those that said, we just put us out of our misery, just let it be over.
It's why I've never been in that camp. Even when the Tigers were mid-collapse last year, do you even want them to get in? Well, yeah, I want to see if they can advance. I still want them to be in. Even the Wings, as tiresome as it got, it's like, yeah, but if they could just wake up and pull their head out of their ass, it'd be great to see this team in the playoffs. For the Pistons down 3-1, we were phone lines packed, angry customers 5 minutes into the show.
There's a difference waking up from 3 games that you didn't play well, you're down 3-1, versus trying to wake up from hibernation over a decade.
That's just what I was going to say. I think those people were angry because they expected more and because the team was capable of more. And then we saw them finish out that series and, more importantly, carry it over, because the season was never going to be defined by beating the first-round opponent. It was going to be about how deep of a run this team could go on. And I do wonder now how beneficial that first round was for them. I mean, can we say that they have learned lessons from that are going to lead them to winning this series?
For a game, yeah. Now, you can't just have short-term memory. Short-term memory is a huge benefit in when you get beat or you don't play well, that you can recover and it doesn't affect you game after game after game. Now you've got to be able to remember what got you in that, hey, backs against the wall situation, and capitalize on that every single time you go on the floor moving forward.
One of my favorite things to watch was Donovan Mitchell or James Harden wanting nothing to do with Ausar guarding them.
Yeah.
Can you blame him?
A lot of people have that same feeling. Oh, man.
The chase down?
Yeah, and that was in the second quarter. And if you watch that play from when from when the Pistons had the ball, they turn it over, and Ausar is in an absolute full sprint.
He's a blur.
And I saw it on one of the highlights this morning. His brother, Eamon, was in the stands. And when that happened, somebody with a cell phone, right, is not just singled in on him, but you could see him jump up and celebrate the fact that he watched his brother sprint from one end of the floor to the other to get that block. That's Ausar.
Yes, that's who he is and what he does. He's the tip of the spear for this team's defense.
You're kind of looking for the Mark Ryan drop there.
Can I get an amen? I don't have it on the board.
Thank you.
My only complaint about last night is there seemed to be a lot of Cleveland fans in the seats, John, in Lake Orion. It's a short drive.
Sure. There's going to be Pistons fans
at
down
Cavs
there.
games.
Yeah.
I did see like some discourse online about the crowd at LCA, and Game 7 wasn't another galaxy to what last night was.
There's a big difference between a Game 7 versus a Game 1.
And there's still this late arriving crowd, but when there are moments in the game where Detroit goes on a run, that Ausar block, the Duncan play, the big three, the crowd pops. People are there. People are excited. I don't think it's some regular season crowd as it was being insinuated online. It wasn't the Game 7 atmosphere, but that's understandable.
Yeah.
At least to me it is. 248-539-9797. More of your feedback. Lot to love from the Pistons. It's 97.1.
Hey, guys, if hair loss is affecting you, doing nothing is the worst move you can make, because the sooner you do something about it, the more options you're going to have. At Michigan Hair Restoration, the advancements in non-surgical natural solutions are incredible. Guys are seeing real growth and getting their confidence back without jumping straight to surgery. But here's the catch. The longer you wait, the fewer options you have. Early action is everything. That's why so many Detroit area men trust Dr. Berkowitz. He's a board-certified surgeon with over 30 years of experience. And Dr. B's entire team is right here with you before, during, and after for follow-up care. Now, Dr. B has trusted the process enough to have it done himself. He's also performed it on his own son, and that tells you everything. So if you do need a transplant, you can actually get $1,000 off any hair transplant package, therapeutic or surgical, when you mention 97.1. Now, of course, just a heads up, consultation slots are limited, and once they filled, there is a wait list, so don't overthink it. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com and book your consult with Dr. B, because when your hair grows back, so does your confidence.
Hey, for most of us, our biggest investment is our home. You want to be able to protect that home, and the thing that sits right on top of it, your roof, is the one thing that can do the best job. And Rapid Roofing, they came out and they gave me peace of mind, and they actually added value. So when I went to sell the house, it was one of the great selling points. The no pressure, no gimmicks, just Oden's guidance, and they do most roofs in one day. And if it's not a roof that you need, they also do siding, windows, and gutter installation. You can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Tobias Harris, Uncle T. Six straight games, 20-plus points. He's become that number 2 scorer that we said they needed.
And it's the rebounds, it's his defense, the steals. Like it's everything. It's not just one aspect of the game where he's contributing.
And I don't even think he's the story last night. He may be somebody's favorite part because there's a lot to love from last night. Mm-hmm. All the starters were in double figures. All of them picked up the scoring load.
Yeah.
Duran with a double-double, Duncan with 19.
As well as Dennis Jenkins. Like that is, Cade is the guy that everybody's going to be looking at. He's the one that stirs the drink. But for him to only have 23 points in 42 minutes of that game, like he was on the floor for the vast majority of that game, it's the ability for others to step up after he had the final 3 games of that series. Like he won that first round. Mm-hmm. And now you're looking at it going, okay, how can we help him out?
Well, there's the growth that we're referencing, and Tobias is talking about, not coming in with a lull, but carrying over the intensity and the lessons learned. Texter says, Pistons showed tremendous growth, not from round 1 to round 2, but based on last year. Give up a big lead, but didn't falter and sealed the game. Last year against the Knicks, they wilted in those moments. You can see the growth, huge difference.
Well, and that's the growth, I think. Okay, it is the growth of the team, but it's really the growth of Cade. Because last year against the Knicks, right, double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. It got squandered away, and he didn't do what we wanted him to do, or at least the results weren't there. Come in and put somebody away. Mm-hmm. Now, it wasn't him with the points. He had 3 assists to Duran, but he came in with 5 minutes left. I think that is one of the key moments of this postseason. Yeah. 93-93 with 5 minutes left. He comes off the bench and just puts Cleveland away.
How about this text? This is Matt in Grand Blanc. He says, I was working out in Cleveland last night listening to your station down there, the Odyssey station, 92.3 The Fan. And they said after the game, the Pistons didn't beat the Cavs. The Cavs beat the Cavs with too many turnovers and played sloppy and careless all postseason.
Okay, well, they're playing against a team that is one of the better defending teams in the NBA. Some of that missed shots, some of those turnovers are because of the defense that you're playing against.
Yeah, for anybody who says the Cavs had 19 turnovers last night and it led to a ton of Pistons points and that's not going to carry over, I would just point out the Cavs have the most turnovers through 8 playoff games of any team since 1996. This is who they are. This is what they do against good defenses. And this is what a good defense is going to do to them repeatedly in this series. It's one of the keys to the Pistons winning this is locking it on defense, taking care of those opportunities in transition, and getting those gimmies.
And it's I'm not going to give the Pistons credit for James Harden dribbling the ball off his knee. Like, that's just playoff Harden.
Right.
But some of the other ones, like Cade picking his pocket a couple of times, that's the defense. That's not James Harden beating James Harden. That is Cade forcing those turnovers. It's Asar forcing those turnovers. It's Asar hustling for the block.
Tech says hopefully Harden doesn't get injured. He was a walking turnover, bricklayer, and minus player.
Yeah, boy, that would be a bummer.
Yeah, keep him upright. Play him 40 minutes. Favorite part was the ode to Tayshaun. The Thompson block from behind was awesome, Larry and Vassar.
I know it wasn't the same situation or the same circumstances, but that's the first thing I thought of as well.
Let's get to E in Detroit. E, lots of love. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
First and foremost, go blue.
Go blue.
Let me be honest with y'all, man. The Stones played their hearts out last night.
Why you got to troll me? After you say go blue, you got to troll me with the Stones.
Hey, listen, man, my bad, man. But listen, man, I got to be honest with y'all. The stop sign number 9 having 11 points yesterday, I think that was a deal breaker. His defense was there. We knew what his defense was going to do, but he scored 11 points yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, when the game really mattered, Mitchell couldn't score. He took Harden out the game. Harden was frustrated. If you look at all their points, they were garbage points. They were in the second half when the Star was getting rest. Well, when the Star got back in the game, they couldn't do nothing. And you're saying the Harden off the knee? It was off the knee because he was getting pressure while he was going to the lane. And it was a forced turnover. We didn't tip the ball or anything. We bounced it off his knee, but it was a forced turnover. I said it yesterday. I'm saying it again. Pistons and my bad. The Stones in 5. Go blue.
Thank you, E.
Yeah. It kind of sounded like it was a backhanded comment there.
So you guys were talking about the turnover thing. It's not going to change. Now, the Cavs will probably be, at times in this series, a little bit more secure with the ball.
Yeah.
It was a little outrageous last night. I think the bigger thing is the free throw discrepancy last night. And that was... The Pistons did that to them. It was 35-16 in favor of the Pistons. But Donovan Mitchell, after the game, said, kind of planted seeds about the officiating not being so good, but he goes, I'm not a flopper.
Greg, we play that, right? We have Donovan Mitchell.
I'm not a flopper. It's not about last night, but it's been the entire series. The series has only gone one game.
No, he's referencing last round. This was
Yeah, he's seed planning. So Pistons fans, watch out for that whistle in game 2.
Do you have the free throw disparity numbers? And again, some of this is explained by the Pistons were far more aggressive going to the basket.
It was 35-16 in favor of the Pistons.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have another game where they're going to be damn near plus 20 getting to the free throw line.
Right. It's 2-1. Greater than 2-1 of what the Pistons were able to do, but it's also the Pistons' style of play.
Well, yeah, if you're the more physical team, and don't take it from us, Cavs fans have been calling this team soft. So if you have a physical team that sets the tone in game 1 at home,
they took them to the woodshed.
Yeah, it's going to look like that. The free throws are going to reflect that. It's not always as simple. Like I think some fans think that at the end of the game, the free throws need to be like close to even. Well, if the teams don't play that way, then the free throw disparity should be there.
I think the disparity just in the first quarter was like 10.
Yeah.
So it was kind of even after that.
Levels off. But early it was Tobias getting at Jared Allen.
Right.
And Allen got early
in foul trouble
and hardly played. Now, I don't expect him to be in foul trouble for the series.
No.
So there will be more challenges along the way. But look, just reacting to the one game we have to go off of, that's what it's supposed to look like. That's what a 1 seed's supposed to do. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Bet365. Hey, if you're flying Delta on a brief trip to or from Michigan, or really to or from anywhere, prepare to lose in-flight dining as the airline has cut out food and beverage service on more short flights. So Delta flights of 349 miles or less will no longer include food and beverage services for passengers. The airline said removing the offering from around 450 daily flights, which is around 9%, comes as it is making changes to its in-flight food and beverage service. So currently, the airline provides food and drinks on flights longer than 251 miles. So it's not going to cut out a ton, but it is going to cut out on some of these flights. And this goes into effect on May 19th.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to affect most flights.
No.
Because, I'm trying to think how many flights are under 350 from Detroit. It'd be like to Chicago. Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Pittsburgh. Is Pittsburgh under 350?
I'm not sure. Anything going East Coast is more than 350. So your Bostons, your New Yorks, your Philly, DC, even Nashville's more than that. So this is a small portion of flights. At the same time, they're just taking stuff away.
Slowly but surely. Other airlines do very similar things as well. So this isn't like the first one. Sergeant showed up at the guy's front door. The father answered the door and he said, you know what? Your son is going to be ticketed. He's getting a reckless driving ticket and his Range Rover is going to be towed. The dad was like, hold on, that's my car. I'll just talk to my son. I won't let him drive it again. We'll make sure that this doesn't happen. And the mayor was basically like, if you could see this video, you'd be very disappointed in your son. And there's a zero tolerance policy in the city. We're taking the car. Whoa. And lo and behold, that Range Rover was towed, impounded, and the son was ticketed. And now the mayor is basically telling parents, have conversations with your children about how they're driving, especially if they're going to be driving your vehicle.
Yeah.
There's video. You can see the whole interaction.
So what happened in the video? What did he do?
So in the video, he was basically like driving on people's lawns, speeding down the neighborhood. It was caught on a ring doorbell or a camera, security camera. And police saw it and they showed up and said, hey, no strikes for you. You're
Kids
done.
do stupid things, but that's that's a completely different level. So you know that there probably hasn't been many times he's been told no.
Probably not. Channel 7 and TV 20 are finally back on Xfinity after a month-long blackout. So the stations disappeared from Comcast lineups in early April. There was a big contract dispute between Scripps, which is the company that owns both stations, and then obviously with Comcast Xfinity. Well, the two sides have now reached a new agreement. So ABC programming, local news, TV 20 lineups are returning. Great news. The blackout lasted for 35 days, and Channel 7 released a statement saying that they appreciate their viewers' patience and they look forward to, serving them once again. So it is good news.
So when the Pistons make the NBA Finals, you have no issues on ABC.
That's right.
Exactly. Finally, senior shoppers looking to save can get a discount at Kroger today. Go shopping. If you're 55 years or older, you're going to get a 5% discount.
Oh, I'm almost there.
You're almost there. It will exclude alcohol, tobacco, fuel, and gift cards, but food, home items.
Come on.
The fun stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, but food, home goods, things like that.
Sure. No, I mean, it's great. Anytime you can save a couple of pennies.
Yes.
Even though they're not making them anymore.
They're still around.
Yes.
It's Heather with the news. We're going to keep talking Pistons. We got great response coming in. Lots of love from Game 1, a tone-setter game. What stuck out to you from Game 1 between the Pistons and the Cavs? I didn't realize this took place, but Gov collected a bunch of texts from our Valdez discussion earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And specifically
there may be new audio, too.
The ones making fun of me?
Some of them.
And you are delighting in these?
They're awesome. Hats off to our ticket texters.
When do you want to read them? Like 7:50?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, perfect. 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of that list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. We'll talk about that in just a few moments. I've driven a Ram. I do want to let you know, though, that the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. All right, for the competition. For the competition, the power. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be able to pass anyone, and you're not going to be able to do anything you want to do with a full-size pickup like tow or work with it. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's simple. Just pull into your Ram dealer today. When you do, tell them I sent you.
Text rolling in. We're talking Pistons. Game 1, tone setter win. Lot to love. What stuck out the most? 248-539-9797. Cavs had 19 turnovers, and the Pistons made them pay. That's the formula. Play physical, play defense, get turnovers, get to the free throw line. All the things you needed to see you saw in Game 1. Now, do I think they'll go 2-1 on free throws for the series? Of course not. No. But the turnovers, I think, are real, John. The Cavs have committed the most turnovers through their first 8 playoff games than any team in 30 years. You play a Toronto team that defends. You play a Pistons team that defends. You employ James Harden. You willingly traded for playoff James Harden. I mean, that's what I want to see.
At some point, you just are who you are. And do they fix it for one game? Maybe. But at some point, because it's now 8 games, they're going to have this issue throughout the tournament. It just doesn't go away. You can't just flip a switch and say, you know what, today I'm not going to turn the ball over. So that's going to be a part of it. Yeah, the free throws will even themselves out. But what I really liked about this game was it was a complete effort. The first complete effort we've seen. I mean, if you even go back to the regular season, you'd have to go back, maybe even before Cade, popped his tire. You'd have to go back that far simply because you had 6 guys in double figures. Dennis Jenkins, 29 minutes. Now, there are some shots that he takes where I'm like, what are you doing? And I understand there's shot clock, all that stuff, but he had 12 points. And it was all other starters in double figures.
Yeah, balanced approach, not putting it all on Cade's shoulders because he didn't have a great shooting night. Although when crunch time hit, when they tied it at 93, he probes the defense, he creates for others. It's 3 straight Duren dunks, and he threw in a jumper for good measure. Ball game.
It felt throughout the course of the game, and I'm not going to go back and analyze every bucket that he made, but whenever Cleveland would try and get a little momentum, Cade hit a big 3. He'd hit a big shot. He would stop their momentum, and then when it mattered most, with 5 minutes left, wasn't him scoring. It was him still taking over the game, but it was creating for Duren.
He was number 2 in the NBA in assists this season. For everybody who says we need to get a real point guard to put him off ball, no, he is the engine. He drives the bus.
Yeah.
And you saw it in crunch time. He's on a stretch now, and I haven't double-checked this stat, but Ticketex claims he has the 4th longest streak of consecutive 20-point games to start a playoff career.
I mean, did he have 20 in each of the games last year? Has he ever had a playoff game where he hasn't scored 20? I'd have to go back and look at
No, I think that's what it's saying. Is he's good for it every time.
Yeah. That's what you need from your star.
It's a constant. You know what you're getting from Cade Cunningham. And how about this text? 248-539-9797 says, at no point did I think they were going to lose this game. Completely different look. Every game against Orlando, there was doubt. Not even when it was tied at 93, never a doubt in my mind. Game 2 will be the true answer of where this team is going to go. JP in Frazier.
Yeah. Is this type of performance repeatable?
Like, I think Cleveland's going to win games, plural, in this series. But I love having home court. I love having Cade Cunningham. I love being up 1-0.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, you're up 2-0 going to Cleveland.
And there's a chance you can break a team that they are calling soft in their own city. Imagine you're up 2-0. Harden's a mess. Game 3 starts out poorly. Do they have the toughness mentally that the Pistons had to be down big and come back? I'd love to put Cleveland in that position to find out.
There's one guy, the wild card in this one is Donovan Mitchell. Because I don't think James Harden has that toughness. I don't know enough about Mobley or Allen, but I think Donovan Mitchell is one of the better competitors in the NBA. He's going to respond. What's going to be the response on him when he goes out there and he shoots, and he's knocking it down? He creates his own shot. He makes, and he was talking about in the audio that we played just a little bit ago, not being a flopper, not getting the fouls. He makes some very physical drives and still makes it in some awkward positions in contact. Like that's the guy that scares me the most Obviously, he's their star.
Yeah, he's their best player. And I think he's going to have a game or two in this series where he does get to the free throw line, where he does hit a couple shots in traffic. It's an and one. It's a momentum play. I think he'll have some of those. The beauty for Detroit is they didn't put Ausar on him exclusively. He was on Harden for good chunks of that game. They have that as an option at some point in this series where they can just put Ausar and glue him to him if they need to.
How much of that was just their defense switching things off, doing things?
I think that's
how much of it was JB's plan? Because we went into this one, who's this one say the most about? And I was talking about JB going against his former team, the team that fired him, couldn't get us over the hump. Now all of a sudden he's taken the Pistons from 14 to 60 wins, a number one seed, almost a first round elimination. But now he's faced with the team that fired him in the second round, where he couldn't get past when he was there.
Well, and I'll give you another example, and that Twitch has brought up Ron Holland, but Ron Holland, people wanted him last series. I didn't think it made as much sense matchup-wise to play Ron Holland against the Magic. I think he makes more sense against the Cavs because we just got done talking about they've got guards who you want to hound. Right? I don't want to give Mitchell breathing room. I want to play into Harden's turnover problems. Ron Holland becomes a very important spurt player where he can come in and wreak havoc for 5 or 6 minutes while someone else is getting a blow. I think Holland has more of a role in this series, and that's a coach knowing, hey, different situations call for different players.
It's also, tip of the cap to Ron Holland. It didn't play in the first series, didn't get in his head, didn't pout, didn't do anything. Hey, let's bring in Ron Holland. You ready? Yes, I'm ready for the moment. He took advantage of the opportunity.
Cade had no room, looked like he was forcing it at times. That's an unnamed texter. His shooting percentage wasn't good. There were a couple of those, some of those mid-range shots where I think he just kind of...
Right. Yeah, he was 6 of 19 from the floor, 2 of 5 behind the arc.
Duren still doesn't play with enough aggression. He's the biggest, strongest guy on the court. Drives me crazy. Jeff and Petoskey.
I don't know if I agree with that last night because defensively, he played with some aggression. Offensively, and you and I were talking about this before we even went on air this morning, I get frustrated because he has 0 post moves. He gets the ball in the post, and if it's not those 6 points that he scored, if it's not put on a silver platter for him, he can't create his own bucket in the paint.
Yeah, if it's not a driving dunk or an alley-oop.
Right. Yeah, it's not his game.
No, and teams have defended him well in the post in the playoffs. He's not a max player. Having said that, I don't agree with the text. He was probably the best big that played last night.
Yeah.
It certainly wasn't Mobley, and Allen hardly played. So
I know the plus-minus isn't, it doesn't tell the entire story, but he was a plus 17.
Right. Jared Allen won't have 3 fouls in 6 minutes every game. No, certainly not. And that's why Duren's going to have to be even better as the series goes on. There were a lot of Cleveland fans there, but it was good to be able to shut them up. That's Liz in Detroit.
That's always a good feeling.
Pistons in 6, boys. And another says, Cavs are a finesse team. They won't be able to handle the physicality as the season drags on, especially Harden and Mitchell. Pistons will get it done in 5.
That would be fun.
Final dagger was Harris undressing Harden with a crossover drive and layup. Playoff unk for the KO. I thought when Duncan was taking Harden off the dribble, you knew things were going to be going well.
Yeah, that might have been our Duncan Robinson game that we've been calling for. It was 19 points. He was 5 of 8 behind the arc, and the defense that he played. He's never going to be celebrated for his defense. I thought that may have been his best defensive performance that we've seen all season.
We certainly won't turn away Pistons calls today. They're a fun story from last night. That's the way you start a playoff series. They're up 1-0 and a lot of good things that you saw. Calling to talk Pistons, we'll make room for you. Valdez getting ejected last night. And some of the texts that have been sent in making fun of me, John, you're looking forward to reading these.
We have something for our listeners. We definitely do. I can't wait to get into that topic.
It's next. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're all looking to make our dollars stretch a little bit further, get a little bit more value for what money we're spending. I'm going to tell you about a great value right now, and that's Planet Fitness. It's $1 down, $15 a month. And if you want the best value, upgrade to their Black Card membership because you get unlimited guest privileges. This means somebody can go with you every single time that you go. You never have to go alone. We all need somebody to keep us honest. We all need somebody that helps motivate us. They give you that option. The Black Card membership also gives you access to every single location. So if you travel around the country, there's 2,800 locations around the country, 60 here in Metro Detroit. So there's one where you work, there's one where you play, and there's one where you live. And talk about the value. It's there with the Black Card Spa. It's there with their base membership as well. And I go because, hey, we all have stressful lives. That's how I deal with my stress. If you want to get your membership, you could do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Good morning, 97.1. Taking phone calls in reaction to Pistons Game 1 against the Cavs. Tone setter, what stuck out to you? Also have that Tiger game last night. Got out of hand. Framber Valdez gives up 10 runs. Gets himself tossed after throwing at Trevor Story. First four-seam fastball of the year, coincidentally. Total accident, I'm sure. And gets himself tossed on a day where the bullpen is already depleted, and he's stepping in as your ace in a world post-Tarek Skubal. I hated it. I hated it because it forces his teammates to fight his battle for him, both when the bench is cleared and then the rest of the game, and potentially another start if he gets suspended, all because he got in his feelings. Well, they pimped a homer, or they may have been stealing his pitches. Act like an ace. Don't lose your cool. Don't take a coward's way out. Don't act immature. You're a $40 million highest paid player on the team. Act like it.
I also don't think it's a surprise. It's not the first time in baseball that we've seen a pitcher throw at a batter.
No.
I'm not going to overreact. And obviously things were going. We know why he did it. He was frustrated with himself. And you could say, well, there was a bat flip. I don't care. Bat flips are a part of the game now. That's an old man take to say, I don't like it. Was
it the right time to throw at somebody?
Is there ever a right time?
I mean, there are better times than when you don't have any other starting pitchers outside Cater Montero. You got to understand what's going on with your team right now.
I get that.
I get it. He had to wear it. It's uncomfortable. You don't have it. It's a shot to your ego. But what you don't do is you act like a petulant, pouty baby about it.
Right. You're taking the bait again. I'm kind of stuck in between two worlds because he is the ace. He needs to act like the ace. We want him to go out there and perform like the ace. I don't think every performance is going to be his best performance. Now, when he gets back on the mound, do I expect that he responds from this better than throwing at batters? Yes. To whom much is given, much is expected. And on top of that, he also has to realize what's going on with the team. We went through the list of injuries yesterday. Skubal not coming back, 2 to 3 months. That's your ace. Framber Valdez, and when there's a losing streak, when there's anything not going right, you're going to turn to him to stop it. And he didn't have a great performance. He got frustrated. He plunked a batter. He got ejected. Okay, move on. Whether he hit that batter or not, I don't know that we were coming back from 10-2.
Probably not, but can he get me to the fifth inning like he did against the Twins earlier in the year?
Right, and part of the context is, that, hey, the day before, they had to use every arm but Finnegan.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, or today, they're going to have to use Jack Flaherty, who has not gone deep or at least well into games.
Right.
So they're going to have to get to the bullpen again today.
Being an ace is being a stopper, and I think last night the game got away from him. McKinstry did him no favors, but you got to bear down and just grind out innings to help your team.
Look, I don't defend what Valdez did at all, okay? I don't believe in beaning players because you're getting shown up, and I do think it is a pouty response. I believe in maybe throwing some high cheese, but I don't, back them out of the box a little bit, but not actually hitting the guy. I just think it's...
a little chin music.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem I have this morning is nobody's criticizing A.J. Hinch for putting him out there to begin with in the fourth inning. There is no way Valdez ever should have came back out after the third inning. It's the first time in an inning that he gave up 5 consecutive hits. He was getting rocked. He had got thrown under the bus by McKinstry in the first inning with 3 unearned runs thanks to the error. And then he was starting to get shelled, and I don't think you should have brought him back out there. And I don't care about the team situation. I don't care about the bullpen. He wasn't treated like an ace. You think Tarek Skubal would have gone back out in the fourth inning after giving up 8 runs in a game? There ain't no way in hell that would have happened. It was different treatment for Valdez. I think they hung him out to dry, and this whole thing that they didn't have a bullpen. Hannafy came in and pitched 3 innings. He couldn't pitch the 3 more batters, the first 3 batters of the fourth inning.
Tom, there's always someone who could pitch. Jake Rogers could pitch, for crying out loud. It's not about that. It's about minimizing the workload, knowing you're already on fumes.
When your stars are in a situation, especially stars, and they're getting showed up, you got to go grab them before it gets worse. And I think that's where AJ erred last night. I think he should be criticized for it, especially Mr. Psychologist. I don't get why he didn't recognize that was more important than trying to salvage a bullpen at that point. When you have a star getting shown up, I go back, it was years ago. I equate it to hockey and a goalie. When a goalie's getting rocked, you got to go get him. And I don't care if your backup played last night. When somebody's getting shelled, you need to go save them. Heck, I give credit back in the day that Jim Caldwell did it with Matthew Stafford that one game against Arizona, because it was getting ugly, and he didn't want Stafford to go experience anymore. The Patrick Waugh situation back years ago, he demanded a trade because his coach wouldn't go get him.
Is there an argument, though, that AJ did this with the Twins game earlier in the year where he got hit up in the first and still got through 5, and maybe AJ's like, hey, as bad as the third inning was, I'm going to count on him to be the guy, go out and settle down, and then he's giving up back-to-back jacks, and then he loses it.
Part of it is you go to the first. He should have been out of the first.
Yes.
But he gives up 3. And then in the third, gives up 5.
Just so people understand, McKinstry had an error with 2 outs. That's why we say that.
Right.
But that affects a pitcher's psychology.
I agree. I'm agreeing with you.
The unearned runs got hung out to dry. Then for the first time in your life, you're giving up hit. 5 consecutive hits. He was going through something that he hadn't really experienced much in his career. He's already an emotionally volatile player. I just think you pretty much break it off there at the third inning, never put him out there, and none of this ever happens. Sometimes you got to look out for the one player versus, I don't have a bullpen. Why is it on Framber to frickin' be the one person that's got it?
Because I'm paying him a metric ton.
Why doesn't your stud star go out there? He's hurt now, by the way. Yeah, loose bodies guy who always has to have a pitch count. We got to baby him all the time. You're not going to baby the
Valdez makes more than Skubal, but it's also Skubal's fault now, apparently, that Valdez did that last night. That's what I'm hearing?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
I went a little farther that time. Okay, I'll admit it.
And
unlike you earlier.
And I got carried away earlier. John, what are some of... you want to save these for after the update?
I do want to save these because... Stay tuned in, because earlier in the program, Jim Costa got every single button that he has pushed by a couple of callers. His response, we'll hear it, but we'll also hear from our texters in what they think about Jim Costa's response. And I'm telling you right now, these are some of the best texts that we've ever had.
You're saying they're not flattering to me?
Well, I mean, you could take them however you want. I think we will have a couple of good laughs. Okay. I know I will. And then we'll also hear from you as well.
And we want to hear from callers' reaction to the Valdez situation, because you could take what Tom's saying and put some of it on AJ. I think Valdez got himself in that situation and handled it poorly. 248-539-9797. At some point, we'll mix in what happened in the lottery last night because, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And always room for Piston phone calls today as they're up 1-0. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Pistons proved they were clearly a class above the Cavs last night with an all-around team performance that led to a 111-101 win over Cleveland. Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris each had 20-point games as Cade paced Detroit with 23 total points. Duncan Robinson also knocked down 5 threes on his way to a 19-point outing. After the game, J.B. Bickerstaff talked about the impact of the Pistons sharpshooter. Detroit shot 39% from deep as a team last night. That marks their second highest three-point percentage in these playoffs, only behind their massive outburst in Game 7 against Orlando. The Pistons' odds to win the series went from -120 to -205 with the win last night. Game 2 will be down at LCA tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We'll have it here on 97.1. Last night we had the Tigers against the Red Sox, and we had a near brawl. Not really, but the benches did clear when Framber Valdez pelted Trevor Story between the numbers in the fourth inning. Boston took exception to the action after Valdez gave up 10 runs and 3 homers in his start. Some suggest he was upset the Red Sox were tipping his pitches to their own hitters from second base. The series comes to a screeching halt tonight when the two teams get together for one final game at 6:40. You can hear it right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
just going to use the one that's combined.
All right, John, what do we got here? All right. Mic's on.
So, in response to one of the callers, and one of the callers going back and forth was he wanted to throw, and he used the term throw at his spine. And, and paralyzed. I think he might have even said...
He didn't say paralyzed, but that's how I took it.
That's how you took it.
And I went to another level.
You took it to another level. So before we get to the audio, I do want to share some of the ticket text. This is in response. Shocking, the electric car catio swinger is soft. LOL. That's from Dan. Is Jim wearing a skirt today? Hey, John, sorry you have to work with a soft batch cookie.
Oh, come on.
Jim should hit the caller with his purse. Right in the vertebrae.
Oh, no.
Costa's an idiot. Hitting someone in the spine is not an attempt to paralyze anyone. Nobody has been paralyzed by a pitch. Hitting the back is the safest spot. Shut up, cookies. Can I keep going?
You have more?
Oh, I have more. I have a whole page here.
You have 2 pages in your hand.
Costa thinks he's a tough guy when it comes to serious topics. Oh my gosh, Jim, take it easy on the self-righteous behavior. Jim is hilarious to watch. You're taking the bait now to callers, just trying to get you even more elevated. I rarely agree with Tom, but in this case, I think he's totally correct, and you sound like you're throwing a tantrum. And so I just want to give callers a little bit of a heads up. If you call right now and you disagree with one soft batch cookie, this is the response you're going to get.
That's all happened like a week span,
in a week's time. Yeah,
I know. I mean, you're feeling your oats in the last 7 days, aren't you?
I guess. Look, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't have to agree with it, and disagreement's healthy.
Can I get that just one more time? Oh, he's off. It's off the board.
He has a whole process.
Yeah, I get it. That's all right.
I just will ask you, and you behind the glass, and you listening out there, isn't Frambler the soft one here? He's the one that lost his cool. I'm asking for accountability out of an ace. That makes me the soft one, but not the player who plunked a batter because his feelings were hurt. Who's the soft one? He's the soft batch cookies. Disagree with me.
I don't disagree that it was a soft move. You're down 10-2. You gave up 5 hits in a row. Somebody went yard. They threw a bat flip in there, and now all of a sudden you want to throw at a pitcher, but I'm also not going to overreact and think it's the first time. Oh my gosh, this is the first time it's ever happened in baseball.
Hey, I'll put a hand up. Maybe I'm not explaining this right. It's everything. It's not just throwing at a guy. No, that's not groundbreaking. It's
the context of you don't have a full bullpen, you don't have a full pitching staff. You already know that you're going to have pitching chaos at some point in the span of a 5-pitcher rotation.
Yeah, Scooble goes down. You're the highly paid guy. Here are the reins. You're the ace. Go act like it. And I get it. Not every start's going to go well. You're kind of leaned on in those moments to be better, to just survive and preserve the bullpen. And now, not only did he hurt the bullpen yesterday, it's going to hurt the bullpen today. And Buster Olney's already talking about suspensions. He could tax a rotation that's got one real starter, 2 if you count Flaherty. Look, if he threw at him, but the rotation's 100% upright, it's a different story.
Right, because now it's not just him taxing the bullpen and getting ejected in that game early in the 4th inning.
Yeah.
It's the fact that if he does miss a start, it taxes the entire pitching staff.
Yeah.
I just think there's situations, though. I don't disagree. First off, I agree with everything you said about Valdez. He shouldn't have done what he did, okay? He's got to be calmer. I just feel like there's situations in games where a manager or a coach has to recognize that I have to protect my guy. And I think AJ failed at protecting him last night. That he got shelled in the 3rd inning. He got screwed in the 1st inning. It was an emotional roller coaster. And I think AJ's got to pivot at some point and recognize, okay, it's probably not a good idea to start the 4th inning with him because, I don't know, for me from afar, listening and then watching, because I listened to the 1st inning on the radio, I feel like I kind of sensed something was brewing. Like I felt bad for Valdez that he went out there in the 4th inning. And maybe that's part of that's because of the stupid error by McKinstry in the first inning.
Yeah.
That kind of led to this thing completely falling apart for him.
I could feel bad for a guy who's having a rough day and knowing, hey, man, like,
today's not your day.
I just ask you though,
but how do you handle those moments? I guess we should be happy he didn't try to injure Dylan Dingler. Real growth. Didn't cross up his catcher.
Not going to defend his actions again. I'm talking about AJ Hinch here. I want you to be honest.
Yeah.
Do you think he put Skubal out there to start the fourth inning?
I do.
Wow, I don't.
No, I don't either.
I think given the
I think they would
circumstances,
have locked eyes in the dugout, and they both would have known.
Well, dependent, was he at
My
99
day is
pitches
over.
or not?
Right, yeah.
you deserve that one.
Well, let's see what the pitch count was, because, yeah, I mean, that would be very telling.
Before we get to the calls, and I know we got people who want to jump in.
He's only at 60.
Oh, well then.
Yeah, I mean, Skubal would have still been in his prime.
I didn't understand Dirk's reaction, Andy Dirks on the TV broadcast. At first, he said it wasn't intentional, which I wholeheartedly disagree with. It's the first four-seamer he threw all year. He placed it right in his back. It was after back-to-back home runs. I felt it was intentional.
Yes, I also don't think he was trying to sever his spine.
No, I don't think he was trying to sever his spine like the caller suggested, but I think it was intentional that Valdez lost his cool and threw at an opposing player. Dirks played dumb and acted like it wasn't on purpose. But then he said Boston is trying to lobby to get him tossed out of the game, and Dirks felt it was wrong that another team should be able to lobby to get a player tossed. What I disagree with is, why would Boston want him tossed? He's extending batting practice into the fourth inning.
Right.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I don't know what Dirk's point was. I was confused listening to him describe it because I thought, I don't agree with anything this guy's saying.
Yeah, and there's a couple of former players. I mean, calling Ben Verlander a former player is kind of laughable, but he is. But he suggested the thing about the tipping the pitches.
Hosmer too, I think.
Yeah, and Hosmer did it too. The story was tipping pitchers from second base to the batters that were hitting behind him earlier in the game, and that's why Valdez went after him. Now, I think that's hogwash to a degree.
I'll scoot back on this. Does that make it okay then?
No, it doesn't. But my God, AJ didn't recognize this was going on in a game. I think a lot of this for me is how Valdez is as an athlete. He's volatile. He's emotional. You got to handle different guys differently, you know. And I laugh at the thought that Skubal would have started the fourth inning. I agree.
I don't think there's any chance he goes out there for the fourth.
Kyle in Grand Rapids, good morning.
Morning. Hey, I just wanted to touch base on that ridiculous call. Jim, I could not agree with you more. So pitchers tipping pitches is 100% on them. It's always been on them. This is not one of those aspects where you've got somebody looking back and catching signs from the catcher. I played college ball. I'm not saying that because I'm anything special. I'm saying that because I know the unwritten rules in baseball. If you are tipping pitches on the mound, that's on you. It's the same thing as looking down at somebody's feet in basketball to see to anticipate where they're going to move. So that's point number one. Point number two, if you were going to throw at somebody, it's absolutely asinine that the caller said throw at somebody's neck. That's never the case in any baseball that I've ever heard of. When you hit somebody, you aim at their thigh, you aim at their butt. You try to hurt them, but you don't try to injure them. And that's where I think the difference is. So just wanted to call in. Thanks for the program. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah. No, I mean, the previous caller that got you all fired up, like he was just being, Detroit tough guy.
Yeah, he was taking it up 2-3 notches, and I took the bait.
Yes,
no, I mean, he kind of went Cobra Kai mode where, get him a body bag, hit him in the spine.
Yeah. And then I talked about, you want him to eat only soft foods for the rest of his life. You can
then
go
you
back
gave him
and
the
listen.
crane kick.
Yeah, you can go back and listen. Odyssey Rewind. It was the end of the 6 o'clock hour just before the 7 o'clock update.
It was epic.
We did get a text from someone that said, who's ever leading off for the Tigers tonight better wear some extra padding.
All right, and so, okay, if there's this unwritten rule that you're going to get plunked, then pull a Shohei and just run to first base. Like, take your free bag and move on.
Would you not lead off McGonigal because you don't want him to get hit? 248.
Yeah. Who's your best base stealer?
Someone shows up and they look like the Michelin Man. Go ahead, hit me.
They got all the padding on underneath.
So no McGonigal leading off
That's
tonight.
what I just said. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was walking out
You're
of the
good.
studio.
Let's get to Brett. You're on 97.1. Brett in Grand Rapids, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I kind of look at this differently.
Okay.
I think that any major league pitcher in baseball would have plunked that dude. I mean, his manager didn't come out and get him. I'm blaming this. I'm putting a lot of this blame on AJ Hinch. Just look back the day before when that Venesco guy came in. He didn't get it out, and he just left him out there. I know we're short on pitchers and everything, and you guys got to stop calling Framber Valdez an ace. Just because he makes more money than Skubal does not make him our ace of our team.
I mean, with Skubal hurt, that's why we're talking about him grabbing that mantle.
Right, because you'd rather have him on the mound than Flaherty. Mize isn't available. Would you rather? Are you going to call Montero? Who's your ace?
I have no idea, but I don't have a lot of faith in Framber at all. He's shown me nothing to be worth $34 million a year.
Yeah,
he might have been worth 34 2-3 years ago, but he ain't now.
I think it's 37. I mean, it's pushing 40. But yeah, I got you, Brett. I get what you're saying. So that's a vote for Tom that says this is also on AJ.
Yeah.
Maybe the best text of the morning. You ready for this one, John?
Oh, please. Yeah. Lay it on.
Can we have Jim lead off for the Tigers tonight?
I was definitely trying to get that to you.
It's 97-1.
Here's what I like about Guardian Alarm. They're not just some national security company pretending to know Michigan. They're from here. They've been protecting Michigan homes and businesses from break-ins, fires, and emergencies since 1930. No matter where you're located, from the suburbs to downtown and beyond, Guardian Alarm's got you covered with security cameras, fire protection, and real people monitoring 24/7. Local team, local service, real protection. If you want security from a company that actually knows this community, call Guardian Alarm. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Yeah, I mean, they knew he threw at him on purpose. Let's get to the phones. Read your text, 248-539-9797. 1,000% AJ should have pulled him, needs to recognize the situation. He's been a great coach for how long? He dropped the ball on that one. So another vote for Tom. Valdez is soft. He screwed his catcher last year when he was pouting, and now this is what he does when he's getting rocked. The next time Valdez should run up and sweep the leg, Brian in Windsor. I'm with Cookies on every point with Valdez. Throwing intentionally at another player is BS Bush League. If John threw something across the studio at Costa, he'd be suspended. All the tough guys acting like it's okay are pathetic. I mean, there is a difference in baseball versus talk radio.
Yeah, I've had many opportunities and many moments where it might be somewhat justified, but in this environment, you don't do it.
And across sports. In hockey, yes, fighting is just given a 5-minute major penalty. You can tackle people in football, frowned upon in baseball.
Yeah. Well, there's also a difference in hockey. It's you fight or you take a cheap shot and they answer with a cheap shot. What was the cheap shot that Framber was retaliating based on? His feelings being hurt? Like, what was the cheap shot?
I think it was the tip into the pitches. He caught on to it. That's what these like Hosmer and Ben Verlander are talking about on social media, and they were under his skin. Mm-hmm. And look, you can't let that happen. But guess what? That's who he is as a player to a degree. And I just feel like Story was smiling after the incident.
Well, they knew they got
night.
After him.
Yeah, I mean, they knew. He lost the game of chess, and he kind of knew it. And they hit 2 homers, and he's like, "Screw it."
What's one of the things I texted you guys yesterday? I said, "Do we have 2 Isaiah Stewarts?"
Yeah,
it's not that different, and it's you have to be composed in some key moments because your team needs you.
Right, but some people are incapable of doing that at once their tipping point has been pushed.
I know.
And I just don't think he ever should have been in the situation to begin with, based on how the third inning went.
David in West Bloomfield, good morning.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good. So, Cookies, I think that you're soft, man. Like, I played baseball at a high level. I remember going up against a coach that recruited me for college. I hit 2 home runs off him. He called timeout, walked out to the pitcher's mound. The umpire asked me what they were talking about. I said, I guarantee you he's going to throw at me. Very next pitch, hits me in the middle of the back. Didn't do anything about it, walked to first base. I mean, Boston's being really soft about this. Why clear the benches?
Okay, there's one thing about clearing the benches to come out and do a little pushing and shoving. Like, there were no punches thrown. There was no, like, everybody knew that he was throwing at the batter, and David, it was just a show of force.
David, you're surprised? You played baseball. You're surprised that the benches would clear when a player's hit, when someone's thrown at? That shouldn't surprise you. That shouldn't surprise you.
Didn't clear when I got hit.
No, but you played enough and watched enough. You can't possibly be surprised.
It's just soft to me. I mean, he hit
David,
2 home runs. One was a pit.
What's soft? The player who has his feelings hurt? Or because I think that's softer.
Were my feelings hurt when I got hit?
No, I'm saying the pitcher's feelings are hurt. That's pretty soft, isn't it? That your feelings are hurt? That's why he threw at him, right? Because he gave up 2 home runs, like in your story. The pitcher's feelings were hurt.
Yeah.
Right? Is that not the read of the situation?
I mean,
I'm asking you. You played the game at a high level. Was the pitcher's feelings hurt?
Were hurt? Yeah, I don't know if. Yeah, I guess his feelings were hurt.
Okay, that sounds pretty soft to me, David.
Well,
I don't know where we go from here.
I don't know.
All right, appreciate the phone call. The witness is yours, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate now because we have to wait and see if he's going to be suspended.
What's your gut say?
I mean, if it led to a full out war on the field,
yeah,
I would say suspension. It didn't.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not. I'm kind of leaning towards not, but I won't be surprised.
I won't be surprised. I think I'm sure there'll be a fine involved, and there'll be some type of a reprimand, which is just a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, has he? I know he crossed up his catcher at one time.
Mm-hmm.
Like last year. How many times has this been a part of his MO?
Yeah, I think if I'm the Tigers, I'm going to say there was no warning, and I'm assuming there's no other prior history of getting suspended, and you're going to want to keep him in the rotation.
Right.
He didn't publicly admit, I think that's maybe the wisdom in what he did postgame, didn't publicly admit to trying to hit him.
Well, how many times in a postgame interview after an incident like this has a pitcher said, yeah, I tried to hit him.
Yeah,
it's just not going to.
You try to soften the blow of any potential punishment coming from the league. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, there's lots of buzz about Detroit finally landing a professional women's hockey league team. So Ilitch Sports and Entertainment and Detroit City officials say they're holding a big announcement this morning, and the timing is, of course, raising some eyebrows. So for months, Detroit has been rumored as a front runner for PWHL expansion. And Denise Ilitch, I think, even said earlier this year that she expects Detroit to get a team soon. So the league has been testing the waters here. Detroit has hosted 4 PWHL games since the league launched in 2023.
Good crowds.
Yeah, great crowds. And last year, Detroit was passed over when the league added teams in Vancouver and Seattle. But of course, league officials made it really clear, like, if your city wasn't chosen then, it doesn't mean that they're out of the running. So now, I mean, the PWHL is getting lots of attention, riding the waves of the popularity from the U.S. Women's Olympic gold medal win. So this timing, it all feels right. So there's going to be a big press conference today, I believe at 10 a.m. You can stream it live. Fox 2 will have it. So,
and it's an Ilitch Group backed deal.
Yeah.
Any idea? Any suggested names?
Oh,
for the hockey team?
Yeah.
I haven't
not particularly. Haven't even thought about it. Yeah.
But
okay.
I'm sure somebody will come up with something great.
Yeah.
You obviously you think you do.
No, I mean you could do Vipers, but that I don't know. No, it's not a great idea.
No.
I didn't say it was a good idea.
I think Stoney will start wearing his Vipers jersey.
Yeah.
Usher is...
before we move on, I'm obligated to ask. Are they going to make the playoffs before the Red Wings?
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all right. Usher is looking for young Detroiters to be interns for his massive 2026 North American R&B tour alongside Chris Brown. So in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Detroit and his Usher's New Look organization, he has launched this intern program, and it's called Entertainment Industry Club Live Touring Edition. It will select 10 interns ages 18 and up from Detroit and Atlanta to participate in this 11-week program where they're going to learn, have hands-on experience and learn things about production, wardrobe, multimedia, community impact, and all sorts of other things as well. So if you'd like, you can go and apply now. through Friday at ushersnewlook.org. And then as part of this tour, he's going to play 3 nights at Ford Field. So it's going to be big, July 2nd, 3rd, and 5th.
Cool.
Yeah. A Warren family has been reunited with their lost dog, and the man who stole him has been arrested. So a 21-year-old man was charged with receiving and concealing stolen property after he allegedly demanded a ransom payment for this missing dog. So police say that after this dog, Diesel, ran away from its family, the family started posting about it on social media, right?
Yeah.
Like that's where you go to reach out to see if anybody knows where your dog is. Well, the suspect saw those posts and started messaging the family saying, hey, if you give me so much money, I'll return your dog.
Yeah.
And police were able to track his phone number. They found him at his house.
Got him.
They arrested him. Thankfully, either his roommate or somebody else in the house cooperated with police, and Diesel has been returned safe to its family.
Such a
which is
great dog name.
News, yeah. Hey, if you love live music, but you hate the expense and inconvenience of going to concerts, this could be an interesting idea, an alternative. AMC Theater, like the whole chain, is going to start showing live concerts.
Oh, really?
So it's a new venture. It's called Arena One at AMC. Tickets will range from $40 to $75. It starts next month. BB Rexa is going to do a show on June 17th. Paris Hilton on the 18th. Yeah.
She's still a thing?
Apparently so. And Maren Morris on June 20th. More shows will be announced. But basically, the concerts will be performed live by the artists and then kind of like beamed into the 300 AMC locations across the country.
I don't know how I feel about it.
I don't either.
I think for some concerts it might work, not all. And I mean, the one who is going to experience it, you're going to have to be the one that makes that decision.
Like you said, it's if you really want to see the artist, but the cost is outrageous. This is like an in-between.
Well, it could be the cost that's outrageous. Also could be the location. Like if it's going to be 300 nationwide and the concert's in Vegas.
Well, think of all of the Springsteen concerts Stoney can go to now.
Yeah.
But, okay, but it's not like you're going to be watching an actual live concert in...
No, you're going to be watching the broadcast, but the sound will be better than...
It's not a broadcast of that live concert. It's like an individual show. So it's not like, okay, with Stoney, Bruce Springsteen's performing in Vegas. You're not going to be watching his Vegas show. Bruce Springsteen would be putting on his own show on this like dedicated performance stage. Yes.
Oh,
so it's not like
the artist is just in front of cameras.
Yes.
On a set.
So there's no crowd noise.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But it's all.
So this is for artists that can't sell out an arena.
That's how you get Paris Hilton.
They do say they're going like this interactive stage will like stream in crowd noise and maybe even noise from like all of the theaters. So it's not exactly what you're thinking. It's like its own show.
Right.
Kind
Yeah.
of.
It's
So
not.
anyway,
Yeah. Whatever.
interesting concept. Yeah.
Okay.
Heather with the news. We'll get back into the Pistons at 8:50. It's 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. We've got mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing's not changing. It's the commitment that First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. And I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than where I just keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. I'm talking about real boots on the ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They're not just passionate about banking, they are passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. Visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Got a little bit of Ron Holland last night. Pistons 1-0 start. Game 1 winners.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Sure does. That's a good tone setter. We'll talk about it at 8:50. Lots to love. What stuck out? Amidst all that was happening last night, you got a Piston playoff game. You have the Tiger meltdown. I see this pop on my feed. I'm not watching the NHL lottery.
No one was.
But I see Toronto won.
Yes.
The Toronto Maple Leafs, who have missed the playoffs twice in the last 10 years and got the number 1 pick both times. As someone who has said, I don't think these lotteries are rigged, what the hell does that look like?
It looks like they're lucky.
Wings are a 10-year drought, don't win any lotteries. First time the Leafs are in the lottery in a long time. Here you go. Here's Gavin McKenna.
Well, the worst luck for the Wings would have been, obviously, if the
St. Louis pick.
Yeah, if the Blues pick would have gone up to 5.
Yeah, just stayed at 15.
Yeah. So, hey, maybe it's a transfer of our bad luck. St. Louis, you're welcome. You can now own our bad luck.
But can I be bitter about the Maple Leafs thing?
Sure, you could be bitter about it.
I don't think I'm alone in feeling that way. I mean, what was your candid reaction when you saw, Toronto won the lottery?
Major eye roll. Seriously, it's like, are you kidding me?
Well, my reaction was somewhat in reaction to the audio we shared yesterday of the hire of their new general manager. All right, let's see him F this up.
Sure. Maybe they won't even get to make the pick because he'll violate some NHL rules.
Yeah, they'll get to vacate it.
And I wonder what this does to them because it felt like they were very much staring down a rebuild. Austin Matthews, only a couple years left. Already people poking and prodding and suggesting he'll be dealt. Does this make it more or less likely?
I mean, you can make an argument either way that they get, the number 1 pick, they get a chance to, is it somebody that's just going to simply come in and be an NHLer from day one?
Plug and play
along with Austin Matthews, or do they want to take this number 1 pick and parlay it into a God's honest full-on rebuild and trade Austin Matthews for some prospects, but for future picks as well, and try and accumulate as much young talent as they possibly can to go along with whoever they select number 1 overall?
Because the Toronto media is swirling. They're saying they're not going to be able to upgrade this team in a meaningful way while Matthews is still here.
Right.
So trading him is inevitable. I don't know if that gets more or less likely based on the lottery last night. Obviously, we can try to connect the dots and see if we could get him here.
Sure.
Well, McKenna's going to be the number 1 pick, right?
That is the belief.
And I'm finding conflicting. Is he NHL ready?
That's a good question. So we played college hockey last year, and I'm not going to pretend like I watched a lot of Penn State, but there were people who felt like it was an underwhelming transition to college hockey.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm reading, it looks like he would start in minors, which almost all prospects do, unless you're McDavid or whatever.
Right. So we should clarify. This is not a McDavid
year.
Yeah, or
there's not a generational
Bedard
talent like we hear in the NBA every year, even though it's every year. It's not a generation.
So let's play that card that this is maybe more of a reason to rebuild. That becomes the centerpiece of a rebuild. Austin Matthews is going to get dealt. Does he make sense for us?
Oh, sure he makes. Is he good?
We need center depth. Yzerman said we need better players.
So,
but when I asked
the simple question is he good?
Yes.
All right.
John.
Yes, he's for us. Let's not get overcomplicated here.
He addresses the fact that this team wants to be better down the middle.
Right.
They want a center. They need to score goals.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he would help them. They'd have to trade for him without an extension, which is what scared them away on Quinn Hughes. Does Yzerman learn that lesson? Is he aggressive? The fact that it's in division, do they have to pay even more? Is Yzerman in a position to say, F it, I have to do something like this?
He may be in that position, but I don't think that's the decision he'll make.
No,
I mean, if he's in a position to think, well, if I want to try and keep my job and I want to make the playoffs, I want to show some progress, then yeah, that's the position that he's in. But I don't know that he'll make that decision to F them picks or trade a whole bunch of prospects to bring them here.
But he's in a position where he very well could. I mean, they've got two goalies. If Kosa's not the guy, and again, it's in 5 years and he's not the number one guy in the playoffs for the Griffins, Kosa could be a chip in a big trade. You could offer up Casper, Danielson, Pelika, picks. I'm not suggesting all of these in the deal, but you have the ammunition. Matthews is a guy who scored 60 goals multiple times. He's still in his late 20s.
Right.
Fits the timeline of the Larkins and the DeBrincats and trying to get over the hump and get in the playoffs and make some noise.
I'm all for the Red Wings exploring this. I mean, and I wouldn't care who they gave away, quite honestly, just to shake things up. I do question some of the chatter you hear out of the Olympics, like, is he captain material? You know? And those are concerns that we have with Larkin, at least to a degree. But I think this Toronto getting this pick last night makes them more likely to potentially move Matthews. But they could swing huge here if they linked Matthews and the pick together.
To go after McDavid?
Yes. Yes.
So the pitch to McDavid is the Oilers can't build around you, so go to the Maple Leafs, who are near rock bottom,
the challenge
and deal with the scrutiny of the Toronto media. I just don't see it.
The challenge of being the great Canadian hero, the guy that comes to Toronto and finally gets him that cup.
If he wants to be the great Canadian hero, you go to the Montreal Canadiens, assuming they don't win the cup this year. They're a better roster, young, in a great position.
I know.
Like,
I'm just saying.
The other thing that's what I'd say is, like,
could anybody else offer what Toronto could offer
for McDavid? Probably not.
Yeah.
It gets messy. Like the Red Wings could start to put together a king's ransom, right? The player also has to want to come here,
or has to want to stay here.
Yes,
because it's a trade. It's not like he's coming in free agency. So if you trade for him and you give up all this capital, he's going to have to want to stay here.
So I find it to be ironic that I think the number one thing the Red Wings need to count on if they're convincing someone to play here would be the recruitment from Dylan Larkin. I find it ironic because of the ire that he's drawn, but he's the guy who played on Team USA with Brady Tkachuk and Austin Matthews and Quinn Hughes, all these guys who have, I believe, only a year or two left on their contract. The best recruiter, the best salesman to convince one of these guys to play for the Red Wings is Dylan Larkin. We used to talk about this in the NBA, right? You get to free agency and your star has to go out and pull a full court press.
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin needs to hit the links with these guys, needs to reminisce about the gold medal. I mean, that's our best cut, because it's not like the roster in and of itself screams, hey, ready to win a cup, come to Detroit. Larkin's going to have to be a salesman if they're going to convince Matthews or a Tkachuk or Quinn Hughes or any of these guys to be the big chip that this team lands and keeps.
It just keeps pointing to, seems like Raymond is the piece, right? And then prospects or picks. For that reason.
Yeah. A little hockey chatter from last night. Maple Leafs get the number one pick. Must be nice. You missed the playoffs one time and you get the number one pick.
Yeah.
Real nice. Talking Pistons coming up next. Real nice start to this series, up 1-0 against the Cavs. It's 97-1.
Hey, you're thinking about a new truck this month? A Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven a Ram. Love them. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are phenomenal. For power, not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Try towing something with it, or working or playing, doesn't matter. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, so we create our own jobs. For comfort and easy-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension, and literally all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a ride in a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into any Ram dealer today, sit in one, start it up, and you're going to hear the difference.
Blaha on the call. Pistons with a win. Nice little 10-point victory in game 1 to start the second round.
Mm-hmm.
John, a lot to love. What stuck out?
What stuck out to me was, there's so much that we could talk about and will. Cade gets a little breather, and it was a little breather. He was in the game for 42 of the 48 minutes. But when you have 5 minutes left in the game, Cleveland claws all the way back. They tie it up at 93 all. JB looks down the bench and said, hey, I hope you caught your breath because I'm back in there, Cade. And he comes in, takes the game over, and it wasn't the scoring. It was 3 easy buckets for Jalen Duren, all set up on assists from Cade Cunningham. And from there, they just never looked back. He came in and took over the game and said, this game is over. Thank you for participating. This is my game. This is my team. This is our win. Let's go home.
A closer's mentality.
Yeah.
It's a team that didn't trail in the second half. When the game got tied, the best 2 players, your 2 all-stars, worked a 2-man game and scored easy. Yeah, I think you learn a lot about this team. I think they certainly benefited from what they went through in the first round against Orlando. Tobias talked about that there's not like a lull that typically happens because this team wanted to keep that level of intensity. You saw it from the jump. What stuck out to me, their physicality and their defense, which are the 2 things that you're going to need to do to win this series. Mm-hmm. They got to the foul line because they were aggressive from the jump. They put Jarrett Allen in foul trouble. Tobias Harris was a big part of that. And the entire game was them scooping up turnovers and going in transition. Cleveland, 19 turnovers. You could say the free throw disparity is not going to hold over 7 games. I don't expect to shoot twice as many free throws as the Cavs, but I do expect them to cough the ball up. They have turned the ball over more than any team in their first 8 playoff games in the last 30 years. You play a good Raptors defense, you play an even better Pistons defense. I think that translates. That stuck out as the Pistons are going to play that level of defense, and James Harden and company are more than willing to give it up. He looks like he's in vintage playoff form.
Yes, he was.
He had more turnovers than he did made shots. And he's a turnstile on defense. If you get him going side to side, he's dead. So I love how this sets up. They didn't win the series. Plenty of work to do, 1 foot in front of the other. But I love starting the series, setting that tone.
He is, James Harden, the amount of times that he just came and coughed up the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And some of it was that, and a lot of it's got to be credit to the defense, but it was also Cade picking his pocket. On the way down, he throws the ball to Duncan Robinson, who finds Asar Thompson for an easy, fast break 2 points. Like everything offensively, defensively was generated by your star.
Other things that stuck out. Asar Thompson pulling a Tayshaun. Not the stakes.
No,
but
not
a similar
the stakes.
Play. He's a blur running from his own end of the court to get the block on a chase down.
Yeah.
Some are calling it the greatest block involving the Cleveland Cavaliers ever.
The chase down block is one of my favorite plays in all of sports.
But it was great because Cleveland had a bit of a contingent at that game. And there'll be Cleveland fans in the building on Thursday.
Yeah.
And it's great to send them home feeling miserable. I know you love that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's nice to send them back. It's nice to be able to just show up. And maybe the best thing was that you finally showed that you were a 1 seed. You played as a 1 seed. You set the tone of this series as a 1 seed should set the tone. At home, you dominated throughout the bulk of that game. Yeah, they got into it, but as soon as they did, you dropped the hammer on them again.
Yeah, that felt like how we thought the playoffs would go for the Pistons. Round 1 was an adventure. Round 1 was more stressful than it needed to be.
Yep.
But then I say that and I go, maybe it did need to be that stressful for this team. We did the whole blessing in disguise. Cade got hurt at the end of the regular season, and it maybe made them lock back in on defense and get more out of the role players. Maybe they needed to be down 3-1. Maybe they needed to learn what it was like to be put to the brink of elimination and find something deeper.
Yeah.
And now being able to channel and harness that when they play Cleveland. Because Cleveland is, I'm more concerned with the Cavs than the Knicks. I got to get there first. This is going to be a series that, I told you the other day, I'm very much torn on how it's going to go. You show me that, I'll show you a team that's moving on. And it's not just Cade. Like, we spotlighted Cade maybe growing up in the last 3 games of the Magic series. Isn't it kind of great that he didn't have an awesome game and they still won the game?
Well, it's great because everything was spread around. It wasn't just him on defense, and it wasn't just Ausar on defense. I talked about this earlier, and we talked about it before the show. It's Duncan Robinson, maybe his best defensive performance. And he's not a guy that's ever going to win any defensive accolades. That's not him. But it was all 5 guys on the court acting in unison, and it's defense. It's the way they hand things off. It's the way that they've scouted film, knowing what Donovan Mitchell's going to do as soon as he has the ball. That's where I think Duncan Robinson was able to affect the game. And was it 19 points by Duncan Robinson? Mm-hmm. That was the Duncan Robinson game. It was 5 of 8 behind the arc, 6 players in double figures.
The whole starting 5 and Dennis Jenkins off the bench. On Duncan, we have been talking like there's going to be a Duncan game.
Right.
5 made threes. This team is now 23-4 when he makes at least 4 threes. Mm-hmm. And that's always the part of his game that's why he's on the team. It's why he's on the floor. But then you're spotlighting things like, he went to the cup.
Yeah.
And on defense, I put it like this. You're only as strong as your weakest link. Because in the NBA playoffs, teams hunt matchups. They'll look for switches. Sometimes it becomes annoying to watch. You'll see these other series, people just hunting matchups. Pick and roll, find a switch. You're only as strong as your weakest link. Duncan was on ball at times in that fourth quarter. And I'm not telling you he was stellar, but the effort's there and he stayed in front of people. You're only as strong as your weakest link. John, it's kind of like an offensive line. Like, you could have done the greatest job in the world on one tackle. If the guard on the other side gets blown off the ball, it doesn't matter. So you need even the Duncans
to step
to hold
up.
Their own. Yeah.
Right. And they did. Now the question is, can he do it 2 games in a row? And what does that mean when they take the floor on Thursday night?
Well, I would say he doesn't need to. I don't expect him to knock down 5 threes a game or be a dogged defender. But that was one of the things that got him game 1, and it may have to be something else that wins him game 2. Mm-hmm. I think that's the beauty of this is Tobias stepping up has made them a deeper scoring lineup. Ausar getting you to double digits is a nice welcome sight last night.
Right. An appearance of Ron Holland.
Ron Holland, I think he's going to play a bigger role in this series than he did against Orlando because of the matchup.
Yep.
I love the idea of throwing him on James Harden for 5 minutes in the second quarter or 5 minutes in the third quarter and just saying, can we get a couple loose balls? Can we get a transition bucket? I don't expect him to hit damn near half-court heaves.
Right.
But that's the thing is you get the energy from guys like that and everybody feels bought in. It does feel like a completely different team from the first series.
Yeah, and it's getting quality minutes from Dennis Jenkins. Now, I don't like every shot that he takes, and he dribbles himself into a whole lot of trouble at times, but you get 29, for the most part, high-quality minutes, and you're looking at the rotation. It's an 8-man rotation. You're looking at what JB is doing, when to give Cade a rest, when to make sure you bring him back, how he is managing the bigs.
We got a text that said, hey, Cleveland, what's that class again?
Yeah.
I thought about that leaving the arena last night. Like, what royalty are they that the Pistons aren't in their class? They've never been out of the second round in the post-LeBron era. Nobody on the current Cavaliers team is some proven playoff winner. Tom, do you still have the stat what Donovan Mitchell is in the postseason? Was it like 5-16?
Yeah, it was 5-16 and getting blown out in the second round.
Right, so add another loss to that now. They're not royalty. And maybe they're right. Maybe the Pistons aren't in their class because the Pistons are a class above.
Yep.
248-539-9797. What stuck out most? Talking Pistons win 97-1.
Brought to you by Leo's Coney Island. The Pistons rolled to a 111-101 win over Cleveland in the East Semi-Series opener last night. Detroit was able to build an 18-point lead in the first half, due in part to foul trouble on the Cavalier bigs. Jalen Duren said that was key to Detroit's momentum. Duran finished the game with his second consecutive double-double with 11 points and 12 boards. Cade Cunningham led the Pistons in scoring with 23, while Tobias Harris notched his sixth straight 20-point game in these playoffs. Detroit now gets ready for Game 2 tomorrow at LCA. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. We'll have the broadcast right here on 97.1. The Tigers are getting ready to close their series with the Red Sox tonight as well. Last night was full of dramatics after Framber Valdez was ejected for intentionally hitting Boston's Trevor Story. This morning, ESPN's Buster Olney tweeted that he guesses Valdez will receive a 7-game suspension. Jack Flaherty is set to start tonight at 6:40 as the Tigers look to salvage a win in the series. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 will start at 6:15 this evening. We're also expecting a major announcement today from Illich Sports and Entertainment at 10 a.m. this morning. Speculation is that the company will announce that Detroit will host the Professional Women's Hockey League draft or even might get its very own PWHL team. I'll update the story when we know more. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We got open lines talking Pistons. Tex says the team looked relaxed on offense last night. They let it come in the flow of the offense as opposed to being forced and forcing the issue. Ron Holland delivered big-time scores and momentum plays in his few minutes. And how about this perspective? All Cleveland is doing post-game is blaming themselves and giving the Pistons little or no credit. To me, that's a recipe for failure because I saw relentless defense forcing them into mistakes, not Cleveland just screwing up on their own. Now Donovan Mitchell's politicking the refs, saying he needs to flop. You do see this with players. They plant the seeds to try to get calls. Coaches do it too.
Sure. It's all part of the game. It's part of the give and take. We've seen it from JB in post-game press conferences.
He's going to get more calls. I'm surprised at the lack of fouls he drew in their first-round series against the Raptors. And I think that frustration, he addressed it. I mean, he said that's part of this. At the same time, even if the free throws even up, if they're going to cough the ball up, again, this is a problem for them. They're in trouble. Because that's how the Pistons get easy offense. That's how the Pistons don't have to work for it.
Right. And they don't have to get into the half court. They don't have to get into, can they spread the floor? Is there going to be another scorer opposite Cade? Like all of those questions were minimized last night because they were able to get some easy buckets in transition.
I like that the refs only fell for Harden's foul hunting a couple times. Very nice to see the NBA catching on to that.
He does hunt for him.
He definitely does. We had people asking about the crowd last night. There was a whole social media banter about was this a good crowd or a bad crowd?
Well, I would not expect it to be on the level of a Game 7.
No, Game 7 was the best that building has been. And it was from the jump. And it was loud, and there wasn't an ounce of nervous energy for that Game 7. That was a fantastic crowd. If you're judging it against that, you were going to be disappointed last night. I would compare it more to Game 2 of the previous series. I didn't go to Game 1 against the Magic, but I was there for Game 2. Mm-hmm. And it was a little bit of a late arriving crowd, so people got their posts out in the first quarter. But the crowd was loud for big moments. I don't think it was some regular season in January type of crowd, as some insinuated.
Right.
But it's not going to compare to a Game 7.
No, it's not going to compare to a Game 7. And I was watching from home, and I could feel the energy coming across.
It's always tough, too, because how do they mic up the crowd for some of these games? And is it Peacock versus Prime? One does it differently than the other. And that's a hard way to judge the crowd is from the from the couch.
And I mean, honestly, I don't.
It's a nothing.
Yeah, I don't even know how to really respond to that other than, hey, they won. Let's celebrate that, and let's see what happens tomorrow night.
How much of it's repeatable for tomorrow night?
It's all repeatable. It's. I mean, you saw last night what we believed we knew through 82 games. That was the team that earned the 1 seed. Now, how repeatable is it? I mean, just look back to the regular season. And I know, I trust me, I'm the one that says the regular season's a fraud. But there are certain things that you do throughout the course of the regular season. Would I like to see more points by Jalen Duren? Sure. I mean, he had a double-double, but he was doing all the other things around the court, playing good defense, and it was somewhat minimized because of the foul trouble that Cleveland had.
Yeah, Allen specifically was in foul trouble from the jump. Duren was the best big on the floor last night. Mobley was not having a good night for Cleveland. Allen was in foul trouble, and Duren had a double-double, just the second of the postseason for him. Now, I still don't feel like he's a max player, but there's clearly more that he can give than we saw in Orlando, and I think you're seeing some of that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, on the Donovan Mitchell asking for more calls, Asar Thompson after the game said, "We're defending without fouling." And JB said, "We want to be as physical with you as we can, pick you up full court as much as we can, force your legs to be a little heavy because we're putting that weight on you, wearing you down over a series." Can we play the Donovan Mitchell audio? No, we can't. Greg's messing with me. Yes, we can. Here's Donovan Mitchell. Planting the seeds.
Sure. And I would expect nothing else.
Yeah. Tex says playoff series are all about matchups. You won't find a tough physical defense like Orlando until the NBA Finals. Last night was up and down, free-flowing. JD had more room to operate. Totally different style. The Pistons match up better. Duren's body language was so much different. He'll get better and better as this series goes on. Guys, the Pistons played well in the first game against the Cavs. However, I'm not pleased how they poked the bear, James Harden, who was playing lackluster until the fourth quarter. Then he was their main scorer. The press conference after the game, he coldly stated, "I can do whatever. If they need me to score 30, I'll score 30.
Okay, then why didn't you? Like they needed him to score 30, and he didn't.
Isn't some of their comments after and even beforehand that they're a little delusional?
Maybe for a team that hasn't won anything.
Yeah, and two guys that don't have a history of winning anything with Mitchell and Harden.
Mm-hmm.
But they are planting the seeds. I have a strong feeling in my bones right now that we're going to talk about officiating on Friday morning. I just do.
Well, we better be talking about how they maintain their composure, because you're right. I think they're going to get some calls, but that shouldn't decide the game.
No, not by any means, but
just brace yourself for it.
When a star player in the league comes out and says what he said last night, like Mitchell did, usually there's an adjustment. I mean,
but so think about it. So if Asar is the team's best perimeter defender, if he picks up fouls, Ron Holland's going to have to pick up some of that slack. They're going to have to still play good team defense. There's no excuse.
But I don't expect it to go to completely flip-flop in terms of fouls or in terms of free throws. Maybe it's more even, and they even things out, but I don't expect them to try and, quote unquote, right a wrong.
I agree with you. It'll be more balanced free throw shooting on both teams instead of a 19 free throw difference that was last night's difference. But I would anticipate maybe it's the Pistons not getting the calls.
So some frustrating trips where if you don't finish through contact and you're not getting the free throws, and your offense is going in the tank a little bit. That's why it always comes back to then defend. Then play the game in the mud.
Yeah.
Force Harden into a couple more turnovers and then dunk it so you don't have to do anything in the half court.
Make it easy.
It's amazing how everything goes back to that. Tex says, bad crowd last night. Minimal cheers and no one wears their playoff shirt. They think their outfits are something special.
They wear their playoff shirts? Wear their shirts on the seats?
Oh, yeah. They've been putting shirts out on the seats for every game.
Okay.
Is that how we judge a good crowd?
If you wear the shirt, the free shirt?
Did the crowd do the wave?
Not that I saw.
Oh, you're
Maybe
so
that's
funny.
what's missing. This is a real sports town.
Right. Yeah.
I can't believe I just read a text that said the crowd was bad because they didn't wear the shirts.
Right. I did see a big sombrero. There was a giant. Did you see that?
No, but
Heather was
Cinco de
nodding.
Mayo.
Yeah, it was like a front row, kind of in the corner, and there was somebody with a gigantic sombrero. They were all in for Cinco de Mayo.
Let's face it, though. That I know the call about the shirts going a little bit far, but NBA games are fashion statements to a degree by fans.
Lower bowl specifically,
yes.
people showing up and showing out.
Ladies like to dress up for it, especially noticed.
Well, so it's also one of them where you're likely to be on camera, more likely. And so, yeah, sure, you got to make sure you look right.
Now, the crowd noise, I didn't think the crowd was as into it to start that game. I don't want to make it an international incident, but I guess I'll agree with that part of the text.
Okay. I didn't really think we were going to be analyzing the crowd this morning.
I don't know why this is becoming as big a deal as people wanted to make it out to be. We got some more texts coming in. We're talking more about the Pistons. They picked up a win against the Cleveland Cavaliers last night. Going to need to do it 3 more times in the series. Next game is Thursday night, tomorrow night. We don't have these long delays in this series.
Nope, it's every other day here on out.
Just get after it. It's 97.1. People smiling after that win last night on the hardwood. Let's talk about Brightside Dental for a brighter, straighter smile. Brightside isn't some big national chain. They're locally owned and part of the community. They treat their patients like neighbors, and they want to keep Michigan families smiling all year round. New patients, $35 new patient special. Flexible online scheduling. That means after work. It means weekend appointments and same-day emergency care. If you got that tooth that's been bugging you, get in and see Brightside. They're not going to guilt you. They're going to clean your teeth and take care of anything that's bothering you. And I've been in there and had cavities filled. They'll numb you up. It truly is painless. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. It's Tobias Harris. John, you said something to me. You said you're surprised that we haven't had more enthusiastic Piston fans today.
Yeah, I mean, just to callers. And is it just simply an expectation that what you saw ending the Magic series was going to carry over? The expectation that you just were going to show up and beat Cleveland? I didn't have that expectation. I don't think we put that energy out there yesterday.
No.
In fact, I know you did. You were conflicted.
Yeah, I legitimately thought the series could go either way, and I love the tone the Pistons set.
Yeah.
Physical, defense, take advantage of turnovers. Even if you don't get to the free throw line that much, I thought the type of basketball they played is the type of basketball they need to win the series.
Yeah, and it's... I don't know what the tenor is for Pistons fans this morning. Obviously, excitement about what they saw last night.
Could I characterize it, I don't know, just based on our show today, is it a quiet confidence? Because it hasn't been a loud, and I'm not asking people to declare a series over, but it has been a more quiet confidence with the Pistons fans.
Maybe it's more measured.
After seeing what happened.
Right, after the experience that we had against Orlando. And, okay, yeah, this one has started out much different. When we talked about Orlando in the first game, what was the conversation? Maybe the worst game the Pistons had played in 83 games.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, hey, you start, and it's the lessons that you learned. It's all the different things, but you finally showed up, 6 players in double digits. You put a great defensive performance out there. You caused the turnovers. You got them in foul trouble, and you did what a 1 seed is supposed to do.
So maybe that's part of it, is like, job's not finished. We did what we're supposed to do. I don't want to get carried away because we know 7-game series are a journey. If they're up 2-0, I wonder if that changes. You know, to see it repeated, to put Cleveland, I would love to put Cleveland in a position where they could fold. Because their own media is calling them soft. Their own fans have questioned the toughness. Put them in a spot where they're down 2-0 and a game starts going there against them in front of their home crowd. I'd love to get there. We're not there yet. I'd love to get there.
And it may just simply be there was no drama in that game last night. I know that they tied it up at 93, but then Cade took over. I don't know. We've had texters, text in. Never really felt like the game was in doubt.
And I felt the same way. Did you?
Yeah, I did. As I'm watching, and I'm like, hey, okay. Obviously, at the beginning, it's a feeling out process as a fan. Like, we want them to get up, we want them to stay up, we never want them to trail. And for the most part, it's exactly what they did. From about the 15-point mark to the end of the game, it just felt like the Pistons were the better team. They showed it, and they performed as such.
We played the Tobias Harris audio, and it's kind of prophetic. Like, what they took from Game 7 was a continuation. Mm-hmm. It felt like Cleveland was guilty of the opposite, what he said most teams do.
Right, they had the letdown.
They have the reset, the come down. They act like it's Game 1, and they got down. They got down as many as 18 points. Now, I wonder, you get a much better effort from them in Game 2, knowing, hey, we want to leave Detroit with a split. How do you take their counterpunch? That'll be very telling.
Let me ask this question. Knowing that the last matchup in the regular season was one where, we talked about, hey, somebody in the locker room talked about, they're not in our class, and they went and backed it up. Cleveland did.
Mm-hmm.
They saw the way the Pistons played against the Magic. Did they underestimate the Pistons in Game 1? And just thought, you know what, this is a team that we should just handle.
Yeah. Maybe.
I don't think you're going to get that same effort.
But yeah, I expect a much better performance from Cleveland in game 2. And Detroit can handle them.
Yeah.
But it's going to be harder. Let's get to Caleb in Whitmore Lake. Caleb, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I just want to talk about how, I thought if Cleveland was going to try to take Orlando's game plan of clogging the paint and using their bigs against us, I thought, we need to drive to the rim early and often and get one of the guys in foul trouble. And they did a great job of that, getting Allen with 3 fouls early. And it really neutralized their game plan. And then, so I was really happy that they did a great job at that. I think they need to stick with that all season long, even if the refs, slow down their calls for us. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a strategy that can work. And another thing I want to say is, Jenkins, he really stepped up defensively last night. He had maybe 2 or 3 steals or deflections, and I thought that was really great to see as well. Him knocking down his shots, playing both sides of the ball. But that's all I got, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, that recipe, man. If you can get their bigs in foul trouble, it's awesome. Suddenly Jalen Duren looks a little more free and loose out there.
And Dennis Jenkins did have 4 steals, and he was good, and some very key and important rebounds.
Mm-hmm. Tex says, after falling behind last series and having to battle so hard, this last game was almost too easy.
But they did control it. I'm not going to say it's too easy, but they did control every aspect of the game.
Yeah, I think it's because they were still humming off of a Game 7 motor.
Right, and when Cleveland made their run, which I think we all knew that they were at some point going to make a run, you've got shooters. They aren't going to go cold. No one's going to shoot like Orlando did in the second half of Game 6. They were going to put together a run, and the Pistons responded.
That's very telling. This text says, guys, this next game is huge for the Pistons. When a team falls behind 2-0 in the NBA, they've come back to win the series only 7.4% of the time. In other words, 34 times out of over 450 chances.
Right. And we all know the numbers about coming back after a 3-1 deficit. Well, the Pistons just did that. So we all know that the numbers, someone has done it before.
I'd ask it to you this way. They're showing, graphics and stats and numbers on the TVs in here. And one said ESPN analytics give the Pistons an 88% chance to win the series just based on last night. I do not feel that degree of certainty.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see how they come up with. I never know how they come up with those numbers.
I don't either. But how big was Game 1? Like, how would you? I'm not asking you to put a percentage. You could if you want, but how big was this in terms of shifting the series?
Oh, it was huge. Like, I mean, you kept home court advantage, and it was. Let's go back to the start of the Magic series. You lose Game 1, but you win Game 2. Mm-hmm. You're going to Orlando, and it's tied 1-1. We didn't feel great about that.
No.
And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, if it's 1-1 going to Cleveland, we're going to feel great, but we feel a lot better having won the first one. At least we have that one in our hat. We have that feeling that this is a series that we should win.
Yeah, if yesterday I said I was conflicted, which would mean like 50-50, 51%, and even you were only slightly Pistons, right?
Yeah, I was my 51.
So what would that be today? 60?
Yeah, I'd say I'm up to about a 60.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at too. I think that's appropriate. Like last night mattered. It set the tone. It certainly didn't win them the series, but it puts them in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to 88%.
No, I don't. Again, I don't know where they get this stuff. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, the Tigers have fired Toledo Mudheads manager Gabe Alvarez for what the team is calling a violation of club policy. Now, the organization is not releasing any details, so I don't know what the violations were. They say they're not going to be commenting any further. So
internet sleuths are on the job. I'm sure somebody will come up with something.
Well, they're all coming up with something, but is it right? We don't know. So apparently didn't have anything to do with their on-field performance because they're solid start, right? They're doing all right. So taking over as interim manager is Mike Hessman, and AJ Hinch has commented on that, saying that he has full confidence in Hessman to guide the team to keep player development on track.
So yesterday when I got home from the show, my wife said, "Hey, did you see the news about the Toledo Mudheads?"
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I saw something, but it's really not, breaking news, something that would raise a flag. And she said, did you see who the new manager is? I said, Mike Hessman. I said, okay, what's the deal here? That Mike Hessman was Lisa's senior prom date.
What?
Aww.
How small of a world is that?
Wild.
Southern California, modern day, and Mike Hessman, who is now the manager of the AAA team for the Tigers, was Lisa's prom date.
Look at that.
I said, was he a nice guy? She said, yes, very nice guy. Okay.
She said he was hot, right?
No, I didn't ask how hot
You
he
didn't
was.
ask that?
Yeah, I'm not going to ask that question. No.
If it was the other way around, you would have asked that question, though. Like if it was like your buddy, it was like, oh, I took so and so to prom. You'd be like, okay, was she hot?
I guess my reputation
probably.
speaks for itself.
Yes.
Sure.
Detroit is expected to get a professional women's hockey league team this morning. So Illich Sports and Entertainment and Detroit city officials plan to make what is described as an exciting announcement from Little Caesars Arena right around 10 a.m. So you can tune into that. Rumors have been swirling for months that Detroit is one of several cities, favored to get this PWHL team in this year's expansion. And Denise Illich commented earlier this year that she does expect Detroit to get a team soon. So it sounds, all indications point that yes, this is going to happen.
That's cool.
There's been a lot of momentum. The city supports hockey. They've had great crowds for the PWHL games that have been played here. Of course, we saw the U.S. women's ice hockey team represented by people from the state of Michigan deliver gold. There's clearly enough of a following and an appetite. So this is good news.
Very cool. This is also really cool. A piece of Detroit history could be yours. So there is a former bank complete with 2 original vaults and actually was a past after hours club is now back on the market as one of the city's most unique homes. And this is, the pictures of it are
So they've converted it into a home, a single-family residence.
It's really cool. It was built back in 1925. Like I said, it was a former bank, and then it was an after-hours club, and then it was also featured on HGTV on one of their renovation projects. It's now a stunning 3,000 square foot single family home listed for $1.1 million. Go check out the photos. The vaults have been one's kind of like a man cave. They call it a den, but it's more of like
awesome.
Like a man cave. The second is in the basement. It's now a wine cellar. It's really cool because they've kept a lot of the original features. Like it's got the vestibule in the front. They've redone that. And they say the sale of this property also includes an adjacent three bedroom building that's been used as an Airbnb, bringing in over $40,000 a year. So that's kind of cool as well. It's been listed several times over the last year, but
yeah, it's not really
cool.
my style.
Not mine either.
But it looks awesome.
It's not my style for a house. Like I like more cozy. This is
it's an old
cold.
bank, right? Yeah,
like it's a
lot of stone,
very
a lot of
modern.
marble. Yeah,
it's not, but it's really neat seeing that space converted.
Yeah, it's cool, but it doesn't have a minion room, so it's not for me either.
No.
You could make your own minion room.
Okay.
Let's see what else I got. Oh, even though Miami has historically hosted a Super Bowl roughly every 5 years, they may not be getting one anytime soon. So according to Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, Hard Rock Stadium is currently ineligible to host future Super Bowls. And it's not because of the field or the weather or the fan experience, but because of space. So recent construction for the Miami Open Tennis Tournament and Formula One racing has basically eaten up like a large part of the hospitality area that the NFL requires around the stadium. So the NFL needs, a lot of space for corporate events, fan zones, VIP setups. And now there's no space for those things. So Ross does say he still hopes to bring, obviously, the big game back someday. And he's already looking into ways to update and reimagine the stadium.
They need to update it big time because it's an old stadium.
Is it?
Yeah, and it's not a great one to go to a major event in.
It's Heather with the news. Got Pistons phone calls, a little Valdez talk at the end of the hour. It's 97.1. Pistons picked up a win. We've been taking phone calls all morning talking about starting off the right way. Carrying over the momentum and the play and the intensity from the last series.
Yeah, and improving on it.
Yeah, and getting a lead as large as 18, getting to the foul line, playing aggressively, getting the steals, getting the stops, playing the kind of defense that they're going to need. It's the formula for them to advance. You saw it in game one. It only counts for one, but it's what you needed to see in game one.
It only counts for one, but it sets the tone for the entire series. Mm-hmm. And we know it doesn't guarantee a second-round victory, but it does set you up for success. And you went out there and showed that you're better than you were in that 7-game series.
Good defenses are going to get the ball away from Cleveland. Detroit's got a good defense. I expect that to continue. John in Birmingham, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I have a quick point that's an interesting perspective. I think the Cavs are tougher to guard with James Harden and Mitchell on the floor. Reason being, I was at the game where we went into double overtime where neither of those guys played, and the Pistons struggled with looking to who was going to shoot the ball, and they took the right shot. They were very coachable. But when you look, and this is watching the game yesterday, you look at James Harden and Mitchell, the ball sticks. And the Pistons, I mean, Harden was being locked up by Duncan yesterday. It was, I think, my perspective as a fan has changed after yesterday, and I think a lot of fans were worried after that game where we needed overtime to beat those guys without their two stars.
Yeah, you're saying that it's easier to defend when they're so ball dominant and those two guys are on the floor.
Correct.
Okay.
Versus when they were out versus in that double overtime game, and we barely won, but it was tough to defend.
It's interesting. I know Harden is a famous playoff choker, and I don't care how many points he scored in the fourth quarter. He had more turnovers than made field goals, and he is a minus player on defense. Mitchell is their most dangerous player, but the Pistons have things they can do with the Sarr on ball or off ball and different wrinkles over a 7-game series to make his life difficult.
Well, and it puts the way that you won, the fact that you won, it puts more of the pressure, if not all of it, on Cleveland to have to win game 2. They don't want to go back to Cleveland down 2-0.
Nope, with a Pistons team rolling.
And now you got a team that's already turning the ball over, maybe pressing a little bit more because they're feeling the pressure. Like, just keep applying that pressure.
And a team that has not advanced. None of these guys have not advanced. They haven't made it past the second round. So the pressure does mount if you can put them in that position. All right, pressure clearly got to Framber Valdez yesterday.
Yeah.
Greg, can we play the Dickerson call? This is what took place. The situation is Valdez unraveling in the fourth. After giving up back-to-back home runs, he drills Trevor Story.
Yeah.
And Dan Dickerson calling it as it is. Too obvious.
Yeah.
Hard to play dumb, like I didn't mean to. Everybody saw that for what it was. It's the first four-seam fastball Valdez had thrown all year. Wanted to make sure he could square it right up into the back of Trevor Story.
Well, at least he was accurate on one pitch. He found a body versus a bat.
Yeah, he didn't throw at his catcher.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he didn't cross him up.
Right.
Okay.
I know you don't want it to be an international incident. It bothered me because in the absence of Skubal, this is supposed to be your ace. Your bullpen's taxed. Your feelings are hurt. Your ego's taking a blow. You still got to bear down, and you can't lose your composure. You can't pitch immaturely. You can't get yourself tossed and maybe suspended and ask your teammates to fight your battles for you. That's why it bothered me. Guys get thrown at in baseball, but it bothered me because of the circumstances.
Right. The fact that you already taxed the bullpen the day before. It was a bullpen day. And now, and AJ mentioned, I had to use almost every arm we had. He wasn't going to come out of the fourth anyway. So you were going to have to go to the bullpen. But now you go to the bullpen knowing you've got Jack Flaherty today, who has not been great in his last few starts, if at all this year. So you know you're probably going to get to the bullpen early today. You're taxing a bullpen that hasn't been great.
I want Fromber to be the ace in Skubal's absence. We talked about it literally yesterday, how nice it was to have him with the Skubal injury. And what does he do? You're not pitching like an ace, you're pitching like an ass. Like, we can't have it.
Well, it started, obviously, with the 5 hits in a row. It started with the 3 runs in the first weren't necessarily on him. There was an error from Vierling. It should have been, or Vierling.
Yeah.
So
the error was McKinstry.
McKinstry, sorry. And so it wasn't all on him, but with the Skubal news, with everything going on, all the injuries, you really needed to have a great performance by him against a lineup that has absolutely struggled over the last 3 weeks. They've already fired their manager. This was a team that is reeling. You hear about arguments in the clubhouse, and then all of a sudden, this is the performance. Even excluding throwing at a player and getting kicked out.
Right.
That's the performance that you put out there.
That's a great point too. I mean, regardless, if he doesn't throw at Story, you're still going, what the hell, dude? 10 runs?
Right.
Tom, you have an issue with Valdez, but also with AJ.
So I don't disagree with what you guys are saying about Valdez. He shouldn't have done what he did. He had a meltdown completely and stuff, and he put the team in a precarious position going forward here, especially if he gets suspended. But I don't think he ever should have been out there to begin with. I think AJ did him a major disservice not pulling him out after the 3rd inning. He had given up. He got screwed in the 1st inning by a McKinstry error that led to 3 unearned runs. He would have got out of that inning easily had McKinstry made a routine play, okay? Mm-hmm. Then you get to the 3rd inning, and they start getting to him again. And it was hit, 5 straight hits. That had never happened to him in his career. At that point, you've given up 8 runs, only 5 of them are earned, but you go get your guy, okay? I know he's supposed to, you want him to eat innings, but I felt like it was taking on kind of a different aura where AJ needed to worry about Valdez instead of the bullpen. That he was, I'll equate it to this. When you see a goalie getting shelled in hockey and you're like, it's time to get him. I felt the same. Patrick Waugh, way back in the day with the Wings, which it got so bad that he demanded a trade. He said, I'm never playing another game here after it because he was humiliated. Mm-hmm. I felt like Valdez was starting to be humiliated. And if it wasn't the 3rd inning, which I think is when he should not have even come out for the 4th, but the very first homer then, that it never should have gotten to that point. I think AJ messed up.
I'll be curious if he gets asked about it pregame today. My thought would be Valdez had one other start like this year. It was the 1st inning against the Twins in the first couple weeks of the season. He gave up a ton of runs, and they stuck with him, and he settled down, and it still wasn't pretty, but he gave him 5.
Yeah, the team had a chance to win the game, actually. They got it back to within 2 runs. But
what I'm curious is, I don't know how AJ would answer it, but he may say, hey, this is a $40 million premier veteran player. I thought he could settle down and at least get us through 5, which he had already done this season.
I think AJ would probably lean on that answer. When he did that, and I know had a lot of things going on in sports, and the Wings were still falling apart and all that, but I did notice that, and I raised an eyebrow to it that Valdez still stayed in that game that long. I'll say this. I don't think Tarik Skubal goes out for the 4th inning yesterday, and that's why I have a problem with it, because now this is your ace now. And especially, you're dealing with a volatile athlete here. Mm-hmm. You might not like it. I don't like some of the stuff he does. I don't like what he did with the catcher last year. That's crazy crossing up your catcher.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to defend Valdez here. I'm just thinking some criticism should go to AJ for this whole thing even happening.
Do you guys agree with Tom? What did you make of the situation last night? I know the Pistons were the feature, but this is viral. This is everywhere. You've probably seen it now. One texter says Hosmer's analysis, Eric Hosmer posted that there was a pitch tipping situation going on, and that may have made Valdez upset as well. How does that play into this?
If you're tipping your own pitches, like they're not stealing the signs, that's become much more difficult with the whole electronic thing that they've got going on. But if you're tipping, if there's somebody on second and you're not taking care of how you're holding the baseball or what you're doing, that's still on Valdez. That's not on anyone else.
But isn't AJ aware that this is possibly happening in the game too? And furthermore, because of the type of athlete you have out there that has imploded in other moments, that you might go get him? I don't know. I think AJ, because of the bullpen situation, put his player in a bad position last night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so it's the situation dictated that he put him that he was put in a bad situation, not necessarily the manager.
But yeah, I want to be clear. Valdez put himself in that situation.
Yeah, but it got to a point, I think, where I don't know. I
save the player from himself is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I felt like that was apparent after the third inning, and that he never should have gone back out there.
We also got this text that Dirks sounded like an idiot about the occurrence Mike in Clarkston. I caught some of what Dirk said. Again, I was watching the Pistons game, but just watching back, Dirk seemed to be upset that the Red Sox were lobbying to get a player tossed, and he felt like that's a slippery slope or a Pandora's box. I don't know why Boston would be lobbying to get Valdez tossed. He had given up 10 runs.
Right. Yeah.
I enjoy batting practice if I'm the Red Sox. I would please keep him in the game if I was the Boston Red Sox. And then Dirks was fighting whether it was intentional or not. He's the only person I've seen really fight whether it was intentional.
Yeah, AJ didn't really fight.
No, AJ said he hinted at it without saying. We could play some of what AJ had to say. He was not a fan of how the whole thing happened. We'll do that next. 97.1. Tell you about Shaner Roofing. 30 years of trusted service, proven track record serving Michigan homeowners, and now they're bringing that 5-star quality to windows and siding. Shaner Roofing, truly family-owned. They treat you like family because they are one. They'll answer to you, not to private equity investors, while their competitors are being bought out by investment firms. Shaner's here. They're local, and they're committed to Michigan customers. With a no-pressure promise, you can forget about high-pressure sales pitches, truly an honest assessment of what your home needs. And because they run their business that way, people have given them a 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of satisfied homeowners. You get your peace of mind. Every roof installation, lifetime transferable warranty. So, telling you all about Shaner, find out for yourself. Get started, get a quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com with Shaner Roofing. All right, let's play what A.J. Hinch had to say after the game. We teased it. Let's hear from the manager. That was a very careful answer.
Yeah, he didn't throw his guy under the bus, but he basically said what he had to say. Like,
he did that on the field.
Oh, stop.
Come on, I was for Jim.
It was. And look, he also didn't defend what happened either. When he says that doesn't feel like the kind of baseball we play. And when you say normally you go out in the field, you feel justified. You feel like you
didn't feel that way.
Didn't feel that way. I mean, that's his way of saying, like, I didn't like how we handled that.
Right. And honestly, both teams handled it as such. All right, hey, show of force, but there's no more pushing and shoving. There was no punches that were thrown. It was, all right, hey, you guys bat flipped. You're picking off his signs, picking his pitches. All right, let's just go back to playing baseball. He's out.
You love the bullpen guys running in.
It's so lame. And I got to believe those guys are like, hey, okay, 150 years of chin music, right? Okay, this one connects. 150 years of the bullpen. Well, let's trot in there, and okay, it's all done. By the time we get there, okay, let's all run back. It might be the lamest thing ever.
John, do you remember the Dave Rozema karate kick?
Oh yeah,
running from the dugout. All that. I don't think that was the bullpen. I think that was the dugout.
No, it was the dugout. Yeah,
when they had a brawl I think it was in Minnesota.
Yes,
he literally tried to take down.
Yeah, he's a karate guy. Yeah. He tried to throw a karate kick.
Broke his leg.
I know. Yeah.
So here's my point on this with Hinch, and I actually didn't mind his answer last night. I think when you've got a different kind of wired athlete, you have to handle them differently than maybe other athletes. So
I would agree with that.
Going back in the day, the reason Dennis Rodman worked was because Chuck Daly knew what to do. Or let's say when Rodman went to go play with Jordan, anytime he saw Rodman starting to get in a scuffle, Jordan's immediate response was to create separation between him and that player. I feel like, although maybe not as volatile as Rodman, that Valdez is that way. And I just think he put him in a horrible position going back out there in the fourth inning last night.
So your discretion would have been after an ugly third, that's the end of his day.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't allow for the opportunity where the 2 home runs happen and then he throws at him.
Especially if this tipping of pitches was happening, and I would think AJ would be aware of that to a degree. If Framber knew, wouldn't AJ know?
You would think so.
So I just think maybe AJ got caught in the moment of not seeing that individualizing Valdez because his bullpen was so taxed and they were so screwed.
I think that's at the top of his mind. We know about how he thinks the game a couple innings ahead. And I think in his mind, he's like, I don't have the options in this bullpen right now to get through this if he can't get me deeper into the ballgame. So that was the priority, I would think.
Right. So, look, I mean, it's been a fun debate all morning. You end up calling somebody a name because of it. I mean,
who, me?
Yeah.
I would never. I'm so mild-mannered. And
Yeah.
I don't
you
get
have no
riled
buttons.
up.
You don't get triggered.
Never.
Yeah.
Never. Anyway, there's a whole bunch to talk about. We hit a lot of the main food groups today with the Tigers, the Pistons, a little draft lottery with Toronto, because of course. And I'm sure Gator has thoughts on all of it. Gator, good morning.
Hello.
Were you at the LCA last night?
I was.
Yeah.
Stayed late. Went into the locker room afterwards and had a beer with Birchie after that and Stoney, and then came home.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you made a whole night of it.
I did.
Good
But
for you.
It was worth it. I mean, they played. God, they played so well.
Yeah.
It was like a 5-minute period that Cleveland was in it, and that was it.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden, hey, with 5 minutes left, Cade comes back in the game and says,
"You're right.
Enough is enough."
Yeah. Oh, is it tied? Hang
Yeah.
on. I got you. I got your tie right here.
Yeah.
and then they took care of
6
business.
points later, they're done.
Yeah, I mean, Cade's been incredible this playoffs, and there have been a couple games, and last night was another one of them where you're looking at the score sheet, and okay, he's got his points, but there were like no assists. He had like one assist through I think the first 3 quarters, maybe 2 assists after 3 quarters. And it's like, okay, well, this is a different looking. They're still winning, but it's weird. And then he just takes over and starts driving, dishing. And the next thing you know, he ends up with 7 or 8 assists in the game. And like, okay, everything's okay.
Yeah, the beauty of it is they didn't need him to score 45 points or shoot this ungodly percentage.
No, because everybody else is doing
I know.
it. Because Tobias Harris is that guy right now.
Right now.
6 straight games with 20 points, or more. And, Ron Holland stepped up with a couple of big baskets. They've had like 3 buzzer beaters in the last few games.
Yeah, Green had one at the end of the first
Javonte
quarter,
Green
and Holland in the third, I believe.
And then they had another one a couple games ago. It's getting to be kind of fun watching this team as they're growing and getting more confident, and they should.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
Game 1. Woo! 1 in the books against the Cleveland Cavaliers. A very impressive performance for most of the game. There was some stuff that I'm sure they'd like to clean up, as is always the case. But the Pistons take Game 1, 10-point win over the Cavaliers. They got a little sketchy there, and Detroit, when the game was on the line, came through in a big way. Scott, how are you today?
Doing all right, Doug. Yeah. Very happy with the results last night. Pistons victorious, go up 1-0 in the series. That's great news. Tigers losing a second straight game. Not great news. And whatever.
Yeah, there's another talking point that comes out of that game, huh?
That's strange. Yeah. No, it was good. Good times. I enjoyed myself at LCA last night. Went into the locker room afterwards. And you're reminded after you haven't been I went there a couple games ago, but it's been a while since I've been in the NBA locker room. You're reminded how large these gentlemen are.
This is cutting edge analysis here, Scott.
Stop the presses. Let everybody know these are big men.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah. I don't know why anybody.
It's why people tune into the show. Really, is that kind of insight. That
kind of insight. Yeah. If I were somebody in the NBA, I would not step to Jalen Duren.
No,
would not.
Well, do you remember when he got drafted? Kang saw him at the airport and could not believe his real life size. Like he's just huge. He's a door. He's just a big door.
And he's getting his mojo back, which is great. And the team's obviously playing very well. But They deserve the flowers they're getting. I mean, the way they battled back in the Magic series obviously is epic, and historic and fantastic, and any other kind of ick you want to throw on it that doesn't have a negative connotation. But winning game 1 is a great start, right? I think if they just got off that series, it was a painful series. How are they going to show up in this one? Well, then we remind ourselves, hey, Cleveland just got off a really tough series, painful series. How are they going to react to this one? And I'm watching this game, and Cleveland got out to a 5-0 start, and then boom, the Pistons come right back and get the lead and don't look back ever. I mean, got tied about 12 seconds late in the game, and then they just exploded again. But they just outplayed them throughout the game, and I'm watching this Cleveland team, and that does not look anywhere near the Cleveland team that I saw battling against Toronto.
Yeah, well,
certainly not the Game 7 Cleveland team against Toronto.
There might be some reasons that they don't look like the team that they look like in the Toronto series.
Well, at least on the offensive,
at least on the offensive end, they're playing a extraordinarily good defensive team. You being there, good atmosphere, good time.
Yeah, it was great. I thought it was maybe a late arriving crowd. There were some empty seats there. There was a Cleveland presence.
Yeah,
for sure. I don't know if it
I suspect there'll be a Detroit presence Saturday.
Yes. I don't know if you could hear it on the TV or if they paid attention to that. But when Cleveland was tying it up, when Strus was getting his groove on,
he went off.
That guy
for a minute there.
Yeah, he did.
Wait, that guy? You're already sick of him?
Well, he's there. Yeah, I mean, I know that's the guy you're supposed to hate, but he's a guy we're all going to despise. When he was getting his points at the end and bringing them back and closer, and he's getting fired up. And he was motioning to the part of the crowd that was partisan to Cleveland, and there was a contingent, and they were loud and boisterous for being maybe a couple hundred people, but it's good to shut them up and put your foot on the throat and just choke them out, choke this team out. It's not going to be easy. Like, that's the first game, and my other observation is that Donovan Mitchell is really freaking good.
Oh, yeah.
He just knocks down shots, whether contested or not, and I'm surprised that he wasn't more involved. Like, there was a point they took him out of the game for a while, but there's a lot that went on with the game last night. But the crowd I thought was great. That was good to see. Saxophone player doing the national anthem. I think different from the guy who does the national anthem at the Lions games, who does like the 90-second note that he plays.
Right.
This guy was great too, kind of like a jazzy version of it. Was really good. One sour note, and these guys are better. Okay, I just want to say this. These guys that get out there, I'm impressed by what they do, even though they're jumping off trampolines. And I'm talking about the extreme team. Okay. These guys get out there with the tramps, and they jump on them, bounce the ball, and they keep flipping around. They're doing lots and lots of flips, which, I mean, I could never do that, so I'm always impressed by it. And most of the time, what they end up doing, I come away going, wow, okay, that was pretty cool. This triple flip and leave it off the backboard, and this guy dunks it, and it's awesome. Last night, not so good.
What happened?
Lots of flubbing.
Oh, did they?
Lots of bad passes. Like, they didn't handle the ball.
They weren't sharp?
And they were not sharp
coming
at all.
off a tough series against Orlando, too.
Maybe that was it. They had, they're having to get extra basketballs out there, and it's just, hey, I did a flip on a trampoline and I don't have a basketball. Okay, great. But it was disappointing when they came out for the first time. They made up for it later on.
Yeah.
It's just an observation.
Oh, it's bouncing back. That's what
For
the postseason.
Team extreme.
Postseason, it's tougher than the regular season for everybody, right?
Yeah. Pistons dance crew, thumbs up.
Yeah, okay, good.
Girls know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You're a big fan, huh?
Yeah, they do a great job.
Again,
doing things I could never do.
You don't say.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So, look, great night. Detroit's up 1-0. I don't know.
Dream team. Sorry.
It's okay.
That may flare up every once in a while. Sorry.
You keep lean into it, my friend. Lean into it. No reason not to. But no, look, this was a chesty audience yesterday. Austin at work. Do you remember Austin at work from yesterday?
Oh, was Austin the guy who made the prediction in
Cavs
7?
in 4.
Okay.
Kate isn't ready for the bright lights, and Pistons can't shoot. need to get better in the offseason. Any hope for the Pistons is Homer Cope. Don't sell the people false hope. Austin at work.
This guy, that's right.
I offered Austin a bet from the Cars Casino. I run my own casino.
Yeah.
And it was, I'll take the Pistons to win a game.
Yeah.
Had to wait late into the series. Took them one game.
Yeah.
But Austin, if you can find the 30-pack of Busch Light Apple, I'd appreciate it. I suspect I'm not going to see it.
No?
No. I suspect.
I mean, you're not asking for like the most expensive beer.
No,
out
I'm not.
there.
I'm not.
In fact, you're asking for one of the less expensive beers.
I was actually one of my favorite answers I've had to one of your questions that I gave zero thought to when you said, if I hit the lottery, what's the most irresponsible purchase I'd make? And I said, home in Montana. And you're like, that's not an irresponsible purchase.
Right.
And I said, 130 packs of Busch Light Apple. That is an irresponsible purchase.
It is, because it'll go bad.
It'll go bad, but it's also going to disappear. And I got to figure out how to preserve it. There's got to be a way to preserve it.
You buy a brewery is what you do.
I buy a brewery.
That's what you do.
Yeah, buy Anheuser-Busch.
You get the recipe
That's
and
what
say,
I do.
look, I'll just brew this myself.
I'll
Thank
just
you.
buy Anheuser-Busch. And it's back. Although it goes off shelves quickly, my man.
You know what you can do? Like, I know you don't do the lottery and stuff, but we talk about dreaming and all this, right?
Yeah.
If you had that kind of crazy money, what you could do, Doug, is open up your own brew pub just for you.
Just all the crap
So
that I
all
like
the-
that nobody.
all the
so all the
greens you can
stuff that's
handle for
disappeared.
food
Right.
wise. Yeah, and bring back all the food items that you love that have gone by the wayside.
Sure.
And also, you brew your own beer.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody comes in and asks you, "Hey, do you have anything like a Miller Lite?" and you're like, "Yes, we do."
So
In fact,
I would
it's
have
just like Miller Lite.
So we'd serve Boston Market food.
Yep.
With Busch Light Apple, Miller Lite, Sierra Nevada Otravez, which has disappeared. Fantastic summer beer. Peanut or pretzel M&Ms for dessert. For refreshments, if you don't want to go non-alcoholic, we'll have the Gatorade Cucumber Lime Zero. And since I make millions, I don't worry about the fact that we're doing almost no business.
Bottom line is
much of what Doug likes.
Bottom line
disappears.
But you've got that.
Yeah.
TVs all throughout the wall, wearing lots of Big Ten Network.
Big Ten Network. A Big Ten
women's
Network.
volleyball,
A Big
women's
Ten
softball.
Plus. Yeah, because you can get Plus, you can watch everything.
There you go.
Yeah.
Get it all.
Yep.
I love
and
it.
I'll sit in my bar pretty much by myself.
Now, do you want to start gambling on the lottery?
No, I don't.
Oh.
That's not worth it.
Thought maybe we had you.
All right. Look, there are things that happen in basketball games that we deem important and wonder if they are going to be difference makers in this series. I look at the stat sheet. Something stood out last night. We'll get to that today at 10:20. JB Bickerstaff addressed the media. You'll hear the best of what he had to say at 10:30. Here on Carson Anderson on a Wednesday. Piston fans, your thoughts. Last night's game. How you feeling after game one? I bet many of you are chesty today. Any concerns that have popped up? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you want that beautiful green, lush lawn that makes you the envy of all your neighbors, do what I did. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. We get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green and you stay green. You'll save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've used in my house for nearly a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way offers up. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, understand that great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right programming. And at Natural Way, they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. You want greener grass and fewer weeds? Early treatment is the key. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix that problem, so get in on it early and call now at 888-GET-GREEN. And for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you're going to get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and his station 97.1. Again, get on the phone, give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
It's Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Send your texts over as well. Thoughts on last night's Game 1. The Pistons win by 10 over the Cavaliers. And I bet Detroit is feeling pretty good about the way the Pistons are playing. There are snapshots of time that you can take and go, wow. And I would think that the snapshot of time that is Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, Game 1, the last 4 games the Pistons have played, has to make you feel good about their chances to get out of the East. I mean, they got to win this series first, okay? There's no victory laps today, but they are playing a much better brand of basketball. And I said it on Monday's show, and on this Wednesday, I will repeat it. Scott, I totally see a future where the Pistons perhaps come out and admit in the maturation process as a young team with very little track record and playoff experience, I will not be surprised at some point in the future if the Detroit Pistons admit that they kind of needed to get down 3-1. Not that they tried to get down 3-1, but getting down 3-1 helped them understand what kind of gear it takes to be successful in the postseason. Now, they may not win this series. I can't emphasize enough. One game is far from this series being over, but since the 3-1 deficit, they have looked more like their regular season selves. And 3-1 brought out a sense of desperation that is perhaps more required from Game 1 through Game 7 and not Game 5 when you're down 3-1. This is how you got to play in the postseason.
This is how you got to play. And we talk a lot in sports over the years, and this is, year 20 of us doing the show, in the past of having to learn, having to go through the paces and the maturation process and how experience does matter, and it's experiencing good things and bad things. And, taking that next step. And we go back to the bad boy Pistons and say, well, they had to slay the Dragons before they could get up and level up to be a championship caliber team. And when they finally beat Boston and Mikhail and Isaiah had that high five, it was awesome. And then the Pistons lose to the Lakers in 7 games, and it was tough. And then the next year, they go out there and sweep the Lakers, and they built up to that. The Red Wings did the same thing with the teams in the early to mid 90s. They were high scoring, but they just couldn't get there. And then they get to the Stanley Cup Finals finally in 95, and they get swept by New Jersey. And then they have this great season in 96 that gets derailed by a horrific injury on the ice against the Avalanche, and use all that and build it up, and then win back-to-back, and then another one in 02, another one in 08. It's great. We see all this.
Taking steps.
Yes.
One step at a time, yeah.
Even the going to work Pistons. Those were teams that won, I think, had back-to-back 50-win seasons, but didn't win an NBA championship. They were building up to it. They changed the coach out. They bring in legendary Larry Brown and make a couple acquisitions. They had to take those steps, and then they win the championship again. And it's, okay, here we are. This team has to do that same thing. They got their own learning curve, and it started last year. Well, it started 2 years ago when they win 14 games. Embarrassing. And then you come out and win 44 the next year. You change coaches, and this guy gets from 14 to 44, get to the playoffs for the first time in a while, lose in the first round of the playoffs, but you didn't get swept. You played well. Hard off season to deal with because you don't want to deal with the thought that you lost in the first round. You build that up to a 60-win season, and then you really get tested. Down 3-1 against the Magic, and you're going to have to play Game 6 on the road, and you just come back in the most historic way possible, not just overall in a series, but that Game 6 was absolutely, positively incredible what you did defensively. And it was these learning steps that get you to this level. Now it's a second round, and this team has a different aura about them now. Like, they're walking taller. Their shoulders are back. Their heads tilted up a little bit, and they're proud of themselves, and they should be. But they're also not resting on their laurels.
They better not.
No, they're not doing that.
I hope you're right. Do you have, is there something that leads you to believe that they won't fall victim of resting on their laurels here a little bit?
I think they were so cognizant of the history of what's gone on with this team that they don't want to just fail. They know the 60 wins means something. And these guys are a tight-knit group. Everything means something to them. When a guy like Ron Holland finally gets some action in the game last night and does what he does, this team was so proud of him. These guys couldn't wait to talk about Ron Holland.
Yeah.
That Danis Jenkins comes up and he has himself a real nice game with the 12 points or whatever it was, and I think it's 7 or 8 rebounds in the game. He was great, and they're talking about him. It's not just everybody's not just talking about Cade, right, the superstar of the team. That gets deflected, and there are other sub-stories here that are going on, and they are cognizant of it, and they're more than willing to share the love in the room, and that's team basketball. That's why when you look at this is such an uncharacteristic way of doing things in the NBA, an unconventional way of doing things, where this is a team effort. This isn't we have 2 superstars and that's it, and maybe somebody else can contribute. They have one superstar player. And then they have other guys that are just laying it out.
Really good at what they do. Really good at what they do.
So when Cade Cunningham doesn't have a good game shooting the basketball, when he goes 6 for 19 from the field, and he's getting his points because he's going to the free throw line, but he's 6 for 19 from the field, somebody else has to step up. Tobias Harris, the elder statesman of this group, says, I got you. And then everybody else says, I got you here. I'll chip in 10 points here. I'll chip in 12 points here. I'll chip in with amazing defense. I'll knock down a buzzer beater at the end of the third quarter. You know, they got buzzer beaters from Javonte Green and also from Ron Holland. Like, those are the most unlikely sources you would see because are these guys even playing? And they were, and they did a nice job. Javonte Green only had 3 minutes in the game, but he made it count.
So I mentioned before the break that there's one stat and one thing that I look at that really, because the Pistons aren't the kind of team that's going to beat you on most nights firing up 53s and making 24 of them. But what are the things that the Pistons do well and that indicate when you look at the stat sheet that they've had a good night? And here is one thing I'm looking at, and I'm looking at after every game, and this is a prime example of what they do well and how they take advantage of it. I look at extra possessions that you earn, okay, and some that are given to you. But it's like the turnover battle in football. But it's not just turnovers, it's the extra possession. So what I like to do is add the offensive rebounds you got to the other team's turnovers. Mm-hmm. These are extra possessions. The Pistons gave up 11 offensive rebounds as a team and turned it over 11 times. So that's 22 extra possessions for Cleveland, which is actually on the light side, relatively speaking. Cleveland turned it over 19 times, and Detroit got 16 offensive rebounds for a total of 35 extra possessions. Detroit was plus 13 in terms of extra possessions against Cleveland. And I think, if you are going to do that on most days, you are going to be in good shape. When you're the Detroit Pistons, that is taking advantage of what you do well. That is, how it gets, how their skill set gets manifested on the court where you can see that Detroit had an advantage because of what they do well. And it's also what Cleveland doesn't do well. Cleveland's got turnover issues.
So what were those numbers again?
Detroit with 35 extra possessions to Cleveland's 22 extra possessions. Detroit. That's our stat of the day.
I love it. No, I don't think that's a small thing, and I'm sure that's something that they look at behind the scenes. It's probably actually even called something, but I love it. I love how your mind works because I'm kind of in lockstep with you. I'm watching this game, and unfortunately, I left my notes at home. But
that's funny.
Yeah, they're in my jacket. I didn't wear a jacket today. But one of the things I was taking notes of after each quarter was I would take the field goal percentage from each quarter and the total rebounds along with offensive rebounds and kind of keep track of those numbers, and also waiting to get the stat sheet at the end of the game to see what the turnovers are as well. There was one guy whose stat line is incredible to me from last night on Cleveland.
We'll get to that coming up. Also, the best of what J.B. Bickerstaff told the media after the game, that at 10:32. Let's go to A.J. You're on 97.1. Hello, A.J.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Just want to say, Matt, it really, I don't know how, it really kind of boggles the mind how everyone is kind of counting the Pistons out. Not you guys, kind of counting the Pistons out with this Cavs series because they went to 7 games with Orlando as if, this doesn't happen all the time, 1 and 8, then it goes to 7. The playoffs are all about matchups, and the Magic match up well with the Pistons, so they took them to 7, with or without Franz. They just match up well. For this series, I think we match up well with Cleveland, with even with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. I think we're just a tough matchup for them for one reason, because Cleveland turns the ball over a lot, and we're a really good transition team. And Cleveland does not fare well with physicality. So I think this is the perfect matchup for us to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I wanted to give a shout out to Cade Cunningham. He always plays great. And I wanted to ask you guys a question in regards to him. So we don't give him enough credit for what he does on the defensive end of the floor. He's picking up Harden, and he's giving him a tough time. Picked his pocket a couple of times last night. The closeout Game 7 versus the Magic, he plays stellar defense then. So one thing that I've noticed with Cade during these playoffs is during the regular season, he was getting about 4 or 5 free throw attempts a game. During the 2026 playoffs, that has increased to like 8 or 9 free throws a game. So my question I wanted to ask you guys was, obviously we recognize Cade as a superstar in this
AJ,
league.
we're short on time. Real quick, the question is what?
Will the foul calls and Cade getting those free throws help advance us to the finals?
So he's playing more minutes than he played in the regular season, so he's getting more opportunities of everything. But yeah, I think he's being treated like what he is now, which is a superstar.
And he knows it, and I think that he takes that and puts it on his shoulders and says in the fourth quarter, I'm going to take over. And if that means he's going to get contact and he's going to draw fouls, and I don't think he's doing it unethically like Harden.
Or SGA.
Yeah, but they're playing Harden now. So I mean, we were watching last night. Come on, man. But he's going to get those foul calls, and yes, they need him to draw those to get gimme points because he's knocking down the free throws at 80%.
The hottest day of the week just got hotter. That's right. Twin Peaks brings Hump Day to a whole new level. It's the first week of tequilas and cervezas. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls are back in their red lingerie, serving up samples of all your favorite high-end tequilas and cocktails all summer long. Today's a perfect day to take advantage of hockey and basketball playoff. Local baseball team back on the diamond at 640. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, if you're like the rest of the world and tired of games that are not available at home because of streaming or channel disputes or whatever, let Twin Peaks do the heavy lifting. They can stream what you need. Peacock, Paramount Plus, Prime, no problem. You won't even have to fork over a lot of cash either, because their midday and late night happy hours will save with the wallet. And with the price of gas these days, every little bit helps. Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6 and again from 10 to close, you can take advantage of awesome drink specials like the $5 tall domestic drafts or liquor like Tito's, Jack Daniels, and Captain Morgan. They even offer awesome food options for $5 to $7. Come see what it's all about today. It's Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. All right, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Pistons with a big Game 1 win. And look, inside the locker room after that game, there was a lot of interesting things said. We've been talking about the turnovers that Cleveland has and their turnover problems, and you couple that with Detroit's great defense and how that could maybe exacerbate an advantage Detroit has over Cleveland in this series. The topic came up on creating turnovers with J.B. Bickerstaff after the game last night, and here's what he said. I find it fascinating, absolutely fascinating, that in our lifetime, the Pistons have had 3 teams, cores, that have challenged for the NBA championship. The first 2 did make it to the mountaintop, and now this team is following suit. They absolutely play amongst the best defense in the league. The Bad Boys did it, the Going to Work Pistons did it, and this group does it. And I don't know why. I mean, this is over, a 40-year span here. We're talking about the same formula. It's like having a football team that when they're at their best, they run the ball. Like it's like the same thing. And the game has evolved, and the best versions of the Pistons always feel like a throwback.
And yeah, you're right. They do. And with this team is playing incredible defense, and they're incredibly young. Like they've got the elder statesman with Tobias Harris out there, and they got some other guys, Duncan Robinson and Karis LeVert as well. But really, when you think about the defense of this team, you're thinking of Asar Thompson, you're thinking of Jalen Duren, you're thinking of Ron Holland, and you're thinking of Cade Cunningham and what these guys can do defensively. But everybody is contributing to it. The Bad Boys were, their style of defense was like thuggery at times. They would just make you pay for it if you came to the lane where teams were afraid to do it. And it was done by intimidation, and it worked. The Going to Work Pistons was just a slick group that went out there and just dogged you all game long and literally would bring guys off the bench called the dogs, and they'd sick them on you, and you couldn't do anything against it. But that was like a veteran-laden team with the exception of Tayshaun Prince. I love this one because this is young. We're all on the ground level with this team, watching them grow together and get to this point. And it's one game in the playoffs, right? This is one game. It's game one of the second round of the series. But it's just further implication that this team is not going to let up defensively, that they bring defense night in and night out, because you can't. You can have a bad night shooting, but you can't have a bad night defending. It's all about effort and hustle and communication. They've got that down. It
tends to pay dividends, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, big moment in the game came in the fourth quarter, tied at 93. 3 straight possessions, and Duren made an impact on the defensive end as well, but in 3 straight possessions, Cade fed Jalen Duren for buckets to go up 2, up 4, up 6. And Duren has been not a consistent offensive performer. We all know it. Fascinating. With the game on the line last night, it was Cade to Duren 3 straight times. Here's what JB had to say about it.
Which is something that the players echoed too when they were talking about Jalen Duren. There were a couple guys that made it a point that you don't just have to look at the score sheet to see how many points did he have, where his impact comes from. It comes from everywhere on the court, what he does defensively. How's this? He had 12 rebounds in the game, okay? Another double-double for Jalen Duren. Maybe not a ton of points with 11, but the 12 rebounds is big, and he had a lot of those in the second half. 7 of the 12 were offensive rebounds. That's more than half of your rebound total coming on the offensive side. Let alone 7 offensive rebounds in a game is massive. And that's what he's helping with his team, keeping those possessions alive, bringing it and knocking it back out to Cade to restart the offense.
There's no question there's been a degree of disappointment about his inability to carry over his offensive performance in the regular season to the postseason, but he's also impacting this game and impacting almost every game on the defensive end with the rebounding, and he might have a bigger offensive series in the second round than he did in the first.
I think he will. I think he's poised to break out. I think there are things that he's learning about himself and now it's about the Cavs. He's going to learn every quarter, every game, and one of those things might be just be stronger holding on to the basketball. Got knocked out of his hands a few times in the game last night, whether it was grabbing rebounds or when he was fed inside and starts to drive, the ball gets knocked out. Be stronger with that, and he's going to finish. There was a play in Game 7 where he was at kind of like the top of the key and started to sprint towards the basket, and they fed him on the run, and he caught the ball and dunked it. It was like he leapt halfway through the free throw line, the lane. He jumps in the air and soars and has this massive dunk, and the crowd went nuts. And I'm like, that's the kind of energy. That's an energy play right there that we haven't really seen much of. We see the lobs to him, but we don't see him take off, and then have a landing point at the rim. We haven't seen that too often. I think these are all good signs that he's starting to wake up offensively.
Okay, we saw more contributions from different guys off the bench last night. You've already talked about Ron Holland. Here's what J.B. Bickerstaff had to say about the bench performance. To see Ron Holland play in every quarter was quite, honestly, I was kind of shocked based upon the way he'd been used in the postseason. JB at another point last night at the podium was asked, what have your conversations with Ron been like as he's been a DNP CD? And he said, I'm always telling him he's got to stay ready. And then he basically said, don't get down because you're not playing. You're not playing because the games and the circumstances have dictated it more than have said, I'm playing a guy with your skill set. Your skill set will still be needed. And for whatever reason, last night he went to him quite a bit.
I think the reason he goes to him is because Cleveland's a guard-heavy team. And putting him out there, I suspect we're going to see more of him to try to handle whether it's James Harden or trying to handle Donovan Mitchell. I think these are reasons why he should be out there, because he is a defensive dog. And he's showing that offensively, I mean, this guy leads a break and he gets out there in a hurry on the fast break. So there's value to that as well. Ron Holland, I think, unleashing him in this series after holding him back against Orlando could be a really, really good thing for him.
All right, final thing from JB on Danis Jenkins, kind of getting his playoff legs under him the last few games. Here's what he has seen in the postseason from Danis. He was good again last night.
No, he was very good last night. And one of the things I think gets overlooked of what he did last night that I thought was fantastic was in the second half of that game, there were missed shots that were out there, and Danis Jenkins is fighting for rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
And he's tipping the ball back towards the three-point line where the Piston guards are and where he's able to keep the drive alive. It results in he had 3 offensive rebounds in the game. For a guy who's one of the smallest guys in the court, and he's coming up with big plays like that, going up among the trees and just tipping it back to his teammates. I thought it's kind of an unsung moment that he had in the game last night, and it's paying off. And he's showing more confidence, like JB said. I mean, he had 12 points in the game. He's not afraid to take his shot, and it's not a whole lot of dribble anymore. It's a lot of more concise whether I'm going to pass the ball or I'm going to try to, take a jab step and free myself and I'm going to drive to the lane.
One of those rebounds he got was in traffic amongst the trees where he went up and, when he came down with it, I was surprised to see that it was him.
In the lane, yeah.
And nobody has informed him. Nobody has told him yet that he is not Allen Iverson. Nobody has told him that yet. Good win last night for the Pistons. Want your thoughts? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Piston fans, how you feeling after game one? What'd you like the most? Any concerns that have cropped up? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next here on 97.1. Hey, when your garage door stops working, it's time for a new one. You don't want to call a call center 3 states away. Do what we did. Call M&M Garage Doors. Look, we have a place up north that need a new garage door, and they serviced our area. They are all over the state, but they're based here in Metro Detroit. So they know the community, and they are very concerned about their reputation. They want to make sure they have a great reputation in the community, which is why their website is filled with 5-star reviews. They really put a personal touch on it. What I like is if you have a repair that needs done, their trucks have every part for every garage door so they could come in and get the job done right then and there. So if you need a repair, give them a call. If you need a new garage door, which we did, give them a call as well, 844-ONLY-DOOR, or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. That's garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. What do you like most about the way the Pistons are playing? And any concerns that have popped up here? They've won 4 in a row in the postseason after being down 3-1. They're looking like a more familiar Detroit Pistons team, one that looked like the 82 games that they played during the regular season. That group is back, and not the group that played the first 4 games. Where even in their one win, the one win they had in the first 4 games against Orlando was a product of a massive third quarter. And was it 35-3 run?
Yeah, it was a crazy run what they went on in that game. 100%. There's 2 perhaps statistical anomalations or maybe just observations that I have.
Was this the one that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, there are 2. The one I mentioned to you off the air, and the other one I have not mentioned to you yet, but it's one that I teased. The one that I teased is a stat line from a Cleveland Cavalier player.
Yep.
Jared Allen played 18 minutes, went 1 for 4 from the field, finished with 2 points and 3 rebounds. He had 4 fouls. He picked up 3 fouls in the first quarter.
Yep.
They rested him, came back out, picked up another foul, and then they just said, you know what? No. This was a guy who had 22 points and 19 rebounds in Game 7 against Toronto. And they said, you know what? No. Because he was in foul trouble? I suspect he's going to bounce back and have a different kind of game tomorrow night, but I don't think he's going to come anywhere near 22 and 19. The other one was this. The flip side of that, Duncan Robinson from the Pistons picked up his 4th foul in the game at the 9:51 mark of the third quarter. Not only did J.B. Bickerstaff say, you know what, no, stay on the court, he played over 11 minutes of the fourth quarter, all with the 4 fouls. He trusted his guy, said, You stay on the court. We need you. We need you. If you're going to knock down threes and they're open, great. Otherwise, we need you there for the spacing so that they're paying attention to you because, my man, you've knocked down 5 3-pointers in this game. You're doing great. And his 19 points were absolutely invaluable last night.
248-539-9797. Yeah, he was really, really good. Let's get to the people. Jason in Detroit. What's up, Jason?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I wanted to say that. Well, you, Gator, you brought this up. The Pistons' defense on James Harden. Well, you brought up the youth, and I think that's going to be a huge factor when you think about them picking up James Harden full court and making him work to get into the offense. And I think that's why James, at his age, he doesn't like that type of pressure all game long. And I think that wears on him on his own offensive end as far as him scoring. Because his shot percentage was pretty bad yesterday.
Well, it was 6 of 15 in the game, but he was only 1 for 7 from 3-point land, and he was absolutely frustrated.
And I was just about to say that his 3-point shot. I was even looking at some of his stats against Toronto. He really didn't have a good series against the Raptors either when you just look at his shooting percentage. But I think the fact that the Pistons, and also with Donovan Mitchell, the fact that the Pistons play that type of defense on the guards and frustrates them and has them wait to get into their offense. And another thing that you guys brought up too with Duncan Robinson, when you have a Thompson and Duren on the court, it's almost like a 3-on-5 on the offensive end. So Duncan has to be able to hit that 3 because that opens up everything. Because when Duncan is on and when he's hitting those threes, like 5 threes like that just opens the floor, and they can't just sit in the lane and just go after Duren and Thompson because they have to, you can spread the ball around. So I think in the further these games, and also one more thing before I go, have they said anything what's up with Kevin Huerter as far as like the rest of this series? Because if we could get him on the court with his 3-point ability, I think that opens this series up huge going further.
I haven't heard any timeline on Huerter, just knowing that he hasn't been dressed the last couple of weeks.
He was the only guy on the injury report going into last night's game.
But he's been questionable.
Yeah.
And then, announced as out before the game. But I think it's at least maybe a little bit uplifting that he's only questionable.
Yeah.
That maybe he's ready to come back soon. We'll see on that. But I wouldn't sleep on Asar Thompson and his offensive abilities or Jalen Duren. I mean, Duren we know has so much more to give. We've seen it all season long. Asar Thompson, I love having him on the floor because he's so athletic, and that when teams are concentrating so much on the guards and they start to penetrate, somebody's open. And Asar can get open, and I don't want him shooting the ball from 15 feet out. I want him dribbling and taking it to the rack, and he's doing that.
Let's go to Dan and Shelby. You're on 97.1. Hello, Dan.
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
We're great. Thank you.
Hey, so a couple of things about Janice Jenkins. I'm just so impressed with his rebounding ability. The guy's 6'2", and to steal a line from a song, he's just a leaping gnome. The he's so quick. He gets up so high. I'm just amazed by that. And then the second thing is when him and Cade are playing together, I really like that look because it allows Jenkins to handle the ball more, and it appears that Cade can hunt his shot a little bit more and obviously not handle the ball as much. So I really think that's a pretty positive thing for the Pistons going forward.
Danis's maturation throughout what have they played? 8 postseason games is pretty, from game 1 to now, we've seen it. And JB talked about it even when he wasn't scoring in, like games 4 and 5 and 6, his assist totals were going up. Now he's getting into the flow offensively and scoring more. Danis has been a huge part of what the Pistons have done the last couple games. And we saw it during the regular season. And last night it was important because it wasn't a great offensive night from Cade, as Gator mentioned earlier. But it didn't need to be because other guys are stepping up.
Yeah, I agree with that. Certainly we need more scorers around Cade just to lighten the load a little bit for him. And, it's good that guys like Danis is stepping up, and Holland got a chance to play, and he really played well. I think him on Harden really makes a big difference.
Dan, thank you for the phone call. Let's go to Prentice in Detroit. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Prentice.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
I agree with that. Certainly we need...
okay, Prentice, I don't know if you got us on speaker, but it sounds like you're underwater. If you could take us on off speaker, that would help.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Much better, yep.
Yes. Good, how you guys doing?
We're great.
Hey, I was been listening all morning. I was just wondering why no one's talking about Paul Reed. He's not getting off the bench, and when he did get off in the Orlando series, he's playing plus basketball.
He had some impact in what was it, Game 6? I think he had an impact.
Game 6.
Yeah, Prentice. It's. They're in the business of winning the games, and I guess on the night of like last night, JB didn't see the need to put him in the game.
Well, Game 7 he didn't get in. I think he played Game 5 and 6.
Yeah. Yeah, when he talked about Ron Holland, and this might be the answer to your question as to why, when he talked about Ron Holland, he said every game's different, every quarter's different, I tell my guys on the bench, stay ready, your skill set will be called upon at some point.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see the game last night. I have Peacock streaming. It didn't come in. My subscription was messed up. It took me an hour trying to get my internet back up and running.
That sucks. Hey, we're short on time, Prentice. We got a hard break here. But thank you for listening, and thank you for calling. 248-539-9797. Where your phone calls and feedback coming up here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. As we expected, the PWHL broke some major news in downtown Detroit this morning in front of fans and media at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit Sportsnet Daniela Bruce made it official. The team will simply be named PWHL Detroit in the first season and will don silver and black as its main colors with a white and red accent. They will play their games and practice at Little Caesars Arena and the Belfort Training Center. The inaugural season begins this fall in November at LCA. An official rebrand with an all-new name and logo for our team here in Detroit is expected after the first season. With the WNBA and PWHL en route to the city in the future, Detroit becomes the only city in America with all 4 major pro sports teams and women's basketball, women's hockey, women's soccer, and men's soccer franchises to complement 2 Power 5 universities within 2 hours of the city. Detroit will also host the 2026 PWHL Awards ceremony and draft in just a few weeks at the Fox Theater on June 16th and 17th. The Tigers are hoping to avoid any ejections today after Framber Valdez was tossed last night for plunking Boston's Trevor Story. ESPN's MLB reporter Buster Olney says he expects Valdez to be suspended for his intentional actions last night that led to the dugouts clearing for both teams. First pitch tonight at 6:40 against the Red Sox. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:15. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Update, kid, our PWHL team doesn't have a name?
No, so I thought that was weird at first, and then looking at it, I believe this is what the league has done. Actually, with all 6 of its original franchises and the 2 expansion teams, they just go by the city the first year, and then they rebrand the year after. So the whole league, I think, just went by the city the first year of wherever they were from. So our team is just going to be PWHL Detroit. Their jerseys are going to be those colors I mentioned, black and silver with red and white accents, and it's just going to say Detroit in diagonal across the chest, and then they'll get a full rebrand, I believe, in year 2. But it's not going to stay just Detroit because all 8 other teams are like the Boston Fleet, the Montreal Victoire, so that we'll get an actual name eventually.
So my cousin Maureen in Ottawa, married to Gouge. Yeah. He sucks, Doug. He sucks. That guy who called the show talking about Marian Hossa.
Not a fan.
She is a season ticket holder for Ottawa. So she's fired up. And
I believe they might be the Scepters, I think is their name.
They might be. Yeah.
It might be Seattle. I mean, they may be alliteration.
And you have a relative that's fired up.
Yeah, my niece is all types of fired up. She was giving me crap not that long ago, asking me about was I going to go to the practice that they had at LCA before, and I'm like, no. And she was upset about it. So I said, hey.
She let you have it, huh?
Yeah. I go, well,
I like it. You got Gator's niece.
She puts me in my place. You got your PWHL team. I sent her a text, and she said, well, today is a great day. And then there's an emoji of Heidi Klum jumping up and down amid the confetti. And then she points out that it's not just that they get that, and that they're playing at LCA, but they're getting the draft and the awards ceremony. She's very, very excited. I think that's cool. I don't mind that they don't have a name yet. It allows plenty of time to try to get the public's input on what the team name should be. I think this is cool. I hope this works out. You worry about going and playing hockey in a 20,000 seat arena.
Yep.
And sell it and seeing how you can sell tickets for that. I recognize that there have been occasions when they've had these events that it gets close to a sellout, but for a whole season, I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But look, support it for sure. It sounds cool.
Yeah. If this is your thing, that's fine. There is. For people I know there are people who are fired up about this, and you're right. If it's got to be the right size venue. I think it's why the USPBL works, is because that stadium's packed every night and it seats a small amount, but it creates an atmosphere. And when you put small crowds in big arenas, like when the MLS was talking about coming to Detroit and they were going to build their own stadium, it has a chance. The moment they said we're going to play our games at Ford Field, I was like, oh no. Because it leads to a sterile environment. So
play in the lower bowl, unless you've got so many tickets that people are demanding it that you're going to get 15,000 people a night. Great.
The little bit that I saw that I've seen of this, they always seem to be playing in front of packed crowds. So maybe it can work.
I think it's pretty exclusive. I mean, Detroit's the 9th team in the league, so there aren't a ton of places that have it. They do the takeover tours, which have worked well. I think that's also how they scout the cities that they want to expand to. I think there's an expectation that more teams are coming in the future, but it's a pretty good momentum in Michigan as well for girls and women's hockey with the success of the women's hockey team in the Olympics, specifically with Megan Keller and some of the other Michiganders playing on the team.
People from the state that are very well known throughout the women's hockey world.
It's a fantastic girls and women's hockey state, especially at the youth level. They actually had some local youth players and coaches speak at the announcement today, and local figures in girls and women's hockey. And I think it's I can't believe we weren't an original 6 of the league, just with how big women's hockey is here. But it's a good time to get one.
You know who's going to be really fired up for this?
Sky the DJ.
Sky the DJ,
our former producer.
Yeah.
Board op. She did a great job for us, and she was a goalie at Wayne State when they had women's hockey.
Yeah, she's a legend.
She kind of is a legend, yeah.
And her teammates were legends.
Well, let's hope that this team doesn't collapse in March.
Because the other one at LCA does.
What? Thank you, Update Kid. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. And by the way, I mean, like we say, it's all the time and emphasize it as much as we can. It is open lines. We're fired up about the Pistons. And there's a chance that we might get a little too cocky after game one and look in the mirror and recognize the self-scout. But that's the game that kind of follows suit to the 82-game regular season and the last few games of the Orlando series. So it's hard not to think that this is something that's sustainable. But they're going to get a roundhouse punch now from Cleveland in game 2 for sure. And when they get back home, and that's why there's a long way to go. This is not a day for victory laps. But we're asking you, what did you like the most? And what are your big concerns here after the way they've played lately? Additionally, we'll get to some Tiger stuff coming up because last night's game was there was stuff. There was stuff in last night's game against Boston that we have to get to. Let's get back to your open line calls. Josh is in Warren and next. Hello, Josh.
Hey, boys. Well, I don't know if you guys had the same feeling I had from last night's game, but last night's game, I did not feel that one time in any of those 7 games against Orlando because Orlando felt like we were playing against ourselves. It was like a mirror match team. Like everything we did, they could do. They could defend us. They could do everything. I felt like we bullied Cleveland, and I feel like if we bully them on Thursday and go up 2-0, we took their coach, who they got rid of. They made the big mid-season trade. We didn't. And we go up 2-0. I feel this is going to be a 4 or 5 game series because I feel like they're going to be mentally too weak to come back against this team because I felt like we bullied them last night. Even when the game got tied, JB took a timeout. Cade came back in and took over and said, no, you're not going to come back. And I didn't feel that one time against Orlando.
Okay, Josh,
there's
a couple things here. One, I have a question, and 2, I want to comment on something you said. The question is, you think they're going to be mentally too weak. Why do you think Cleveland's going to be mentally too weak if they get down 2-0 here?
Because that's the same core group that couldn't get past the second round the last 3 or 4 years, and they fired their coach, and we took that guy, and we're beating them. So I feel like that's just a big mental heads up or mental leap right there. Like
it's like chopping off their arm and beating them over the head with their own arm is what you're saying.
Yeah, essentially, it's like, wait, you're beating us. It was us. It wasn't JB. So I feel like you go out, and I feel like if it's like a good, like if another 10-point, like a 10-point win, did we have any of that feeling against Orlando like we did against Cleveland last night? Because
I did in Game 7, other than it was Game 7, so the stakes are high. The other thing, Josh, you said that I think is spot on is I thought JB Bickerstaff out of timeouts was fantastic. And you mentioned that he got Cade involved. Out of timeouts, key moments in the game, he takes a timeout. Twice in that game, they came out of the timeout and got Cade a bucket on a night where he was not great offensively, but it helped sway momentum. And Josh, I thought that Kenny Atkinson was bad out of timeouts last night. And I thought that was an area where Detroit definitely had a leg up.
He also made a challenge in the first half.
Dude.
And I thought the challenge in this case was interesting because I think he was doing it to make sure that Asar didn't pick up his third foul.
Of course.
Yeah. And it's, people are like, well, why are you challenging his play? It's obvious that he's fouled on a play. Yeah, but they called it on the other guy.
Yep.
Don't need him to get in foul trouble. That shows how important Asar Thompson is to this team's effort.
We got a tweet the other day from a listener, Spencer.
Yes.
Who tweeted us, and you talk about an overstatement. He said, the value of a lost challenge as compared to the value of erasing a first half bucket is so out of whack, it should be considered a fireable offense to use one. You really think that J.B. Bickerstaff using a first half challenge is grounds to fire him?
Well, that's why I replied to Spencer, who's a friend of mine, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah.
Spencer is way over the top.
I think
I'm just going to say this. I would reconsider my friendship with him. Spencer
was the commissioner of the fantasy baseball league I was in.
Was it?
With Wally.
Poor choice of leadership in that league.
Spencer's a good guy.
Did Spencer do
really
anything
smart guy.
As a commissioner? Is he a smart guy? Because that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I think this take is a little wild. The fireable offense, but no, he's
the reason. Like last night's a perfect example. Keeping Asar from getting that foul was a big deal.
It's kind of a big deal.
Kept him on the floor.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why they challenged it. 248-539-9797. JB had a good night. I thought he had a very good night. Out of timeouts, that was a key challenge to keep Asar from having to bench him with the third foul early in that game. So more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We'll talk some Tigers a little bit later on. There was stuff that happened last night at Comerica Park, that's for sure. 97.1.
May is here, folks, and you've got a decision to make. Do you want your home to be a sanctuary or a sauna? Now, before the real first heat wave hits, make sure that your home is ready to keep you cool, and don't be the person waiting a week for a repair during the July rush. Do what I did. Call Birmingham Plumbing ahead of time. Birmingham Plumbing Heating and Cooling, they know what they're doing, whether it's a precision AC tune-up to keep your energy bills low or getting that pool boiler firing so the kids can finally jump in. These guys are the local pros. From keeping your basement dry to keeping your living room crisp, they've got you covered. Visit them online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I had a strong dad move yesterday. We got the 24-year-old just decided to come home and visit for a few days, and he goes back today. And my daughter just moved out of her college house and is back in the house. And Dad showed up yesterday after work with margs.
Margaritas.
Yeah, who wants a margarita? And they were like, oh, hell yeah. I thought it was a strong dad move. Then I put on some Gypsy Kings.
Wow. That's a strong move.
It was, man. We were blasting Gypsy Kings and drinking margaritas. Wife got home. She was like, yes. I'm like, wow, I didn't expect that out of you. But
so how'd you make your margarita?
It was weak. I just got the mix, the one that comes pre-mixed.
Gotcha.
I put a bunch of ice in the
regular one, the lime.
Yeah, we had the lime and I grabbed one thing of lime and a thing of mango. And I thought, yeah, I don't know which one they want. And I didn't realize it makes a lot of margaritas. Like I got a lot of leftover. We didn't get blasted or anything. But
what kind of tequila juice?
It comes with the tequila in it.
Oh
yeah, here's Judgy McJudgerton over there.
No,
I told you it wasn't like a big deal.
Gave a face, and I didn't mean. I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. No, it's fine. It's fine if that works. I imagine it's like a Cuervo thing. That's fine.
It was Jose Cuervo. Yes.
Okay.
Pre-made. Put it in the blender with some ice, and you know what? It regardless of whether you judge,
frozen. No,
yeah,
like
whether
frozen
good or
margarita,
bad.
I'm not
you
going
know
to
what?
judge
It was better.
frozen
It was better than no margarita.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah.
But anyway, it was a strong dad move. I got some kids. Kids were happy. Boy had to wait till he was off the clock because he was working at home. So my daughter and I kind of rubbed it in a little bit. We were blasting the music and dancing and leaning into Cinco de Mayo. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John in Southfield. What's up, John?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Thank you for calling.
Just wanted to touch up on a couple of points. I was at the game yesterday. It was a great atmosphere. But I'll tell you one thing. It felt good to see that team show up on time.
Yes.
They came out the gate. That first quarter was probably the best first quarter we've seen so far out of them in the playoffs. And I think JB did a great job coaching, like you guys said. Out of the timeouts, I felt like he was on it.
It was a really, I mean, I logged it during the game. Two times they came out of timeouts. And, he's calling timeouts at key times. It felt a little bit like for most of the game, Cleveland was trying to respond, and Detroit did a good job of fending. They get it down to 9. Detroit would go on a little run. They get it back down to 9 or 8. Detroit would go on a run, and eventually they didn't. Eventually Cleveland tied it, and then Detroit slammed the door. But, yeah, he was really good out of timeouts. And I didn't think Kenny Atkinson was twice moments out of timeouts. They got very, very contested or bad shots. And that's one of the things I'm looking for coaches is what do you do when you have to sit down with your team and draw something up when you need a bucket? And JB's chalkboard was really good.
Oh, absolutely. And, it finally felt good to see Ron Holland get out there. I think what JB tried to do was kind of, when Asar went out, kind of bring Ron in and keep that defensive efficiency going. And I thought he played great in the minutes he was given last night. And I honestly, I got to give credit to Duncan Robinson because I've been hating on his defensive ability, but he played great last night through and through.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's getting a little chesty too. When he turned and bumped into James Harden, I was like, whoa, okay. Duncan is he's pretty cocky right now.
They were right there. He was walking towards the bench, and Harden was in his way, and he decided, all right, I'm going to chest to chest and see what happens.
Yeah.
He said afterwards, he goes, yeah, he goes, sometimes I like to get a little feisty. He goes, I can't sit there and celebrate a 3-point shot because that's my job. I'm out there to do 3-point shots. But when I do something other than that, those rare occasions.
Right, sure.
He goes, I sometimes get fired up for it, and I got a little fired up.
That was an AM1. Yep, yeah. Took the ball down the lane.
And missed the free throw.
Zach in Kalamazoo, you're on 97.1. What's up, Zach?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking the call this morning.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, so I know that what I wanted to talk about a little bit was the Duncan thing. Like, I wanted to take a trip down memory lane when you guys remember the brawl in Charlotte, and Duncan was getting a lot of flack for just standing while everybody was in the middle fighting each other. Mm-hmm. I like seeing the Duncan and one chest-to-chest double tag. Like, I like to see that out of him. I like the fire. I think getting that type of Duncan Robinson's going to really drive this team a little bit harder because he's not one that we asked for that from. So I like seeing it out of him.
Let's be clear about something. I think the flack that he was getting, and you're right, was mostly social media criticism. I don't think it was coming from inside his locker room at all. But as long as he's playing well, whatever makes you play well is what matters. And in this particular instance, he had a huge game coming off of Game 7 where he went. I think he was 2 for 10 in Game 7. He came back and went 5 for 8 from 3 last night.
Yep.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. No, it was incredible to see that out of him, and then also you guys brushed up on it too with him having the trust with JB with the 4 fouls. He didn't defend poorly in that game. He brought his A game for that game 1 in Detroit, and I think a lot of his teammates understood that and respected that for him.
Yeah, he played reasonably well. I mean, there's a bit of a mismatch if it's one of the guards that ends up gets switched over, and then I think Harden was able to get around him a time or two, but by and large, he was really good for the team last night, and it's because he's knocking down the shots. Those are huge shots, and you see how much that opens up the rest of the game for everybody else. That the guys can drive to the basket, and there's a little bit more room to be had, and maybe that's what helps unlock Jalen Duren in this series. It'd be nice if they got somebody else would be knocking out 3-point shots too. I mean, Cade's doing a pretty good percentage, but if Danish Jenkins starts hitting his shots, and Tobias becomes a little bit more reliable than, say, 1 for 4 from 3-point land in the future. These are good things. This is this team that can play better and better. And the more you see it, and the last 2 games are games they played much more like the 60-win team we saw in the regular season.
All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. These are ticket texts. And by the way, if you we're talking about the Piston game last night, what did you like the most, and are there concerns that you have still in this series? Not a day for victory laps, but we're starting to see the regular season type of product. This far more resembles a team that won 60 games than the team that fell behind 3-1. And it's a great time. It's like they found themselves just in time to save their season, and it looks like they're on a bit of a roll here. Things are looking way better than they did a week ago. Ron in Southgate says Karsh's private bar could be called the Dugout.
Oh, I like it.
Do you?
Yeah.
We were talking about if I opened a bar and only serve stuff that I like, it probably wouldn't be a moneymaker, but I would be happy. Of course, I'd have to bring back Sierra Nevada Ocho Vez, Boston Market.
You got all this. You got time.
Gatorade, Cucumber Lime Zero.
No.
They treat Asar like a shutdown
Wait,
corner.
hang on a second. Bob, are you fired up for the Gatorade cucumber?
I actually am. I'm a fan of the cucumber lime Gatorade.
Go.
Yep, I'm on board
Bobby?
with that.
Attaboy, Bobby.
I love that flavor, actually.
I'm starting to like him more than that SOB Kang who's got the day off after what he did yesterday. The fast one he pulled yesterday. Yeah, Cucumber Lime Zero, right? It's not for everybody. But
apparently it's for just 2.
No, I will tell you this, because I used to bring it to the baseball games when I coached my son's baseball team, and I'd offer it up to kids, and they'd say, no. And finally one said, I'll try it. I was like, actually, this isn't bad.
Well, I mean, it's hard to find, probably for a reason.
Well, there's no question.
Yeah, because people don't buy it and they don't stock it.
Here's the funny thing is, I had a recurring order on Amazon, and so once a week I'd get a new 8-pack of the 12-ounce plastic bottles, and we keep getting notices that there'll be no order this week. There'll be no order this week, and it's a bad sign, Scott.
I'm sorry, Doug. I'm sorry.
All right, unnamed
but good
texter
news for the dugout.
That's right. All I got to do is find the stuff. They treat Asar like a shutdown corner. They literally tried to avoid him. He'll be a big difference maker in a series. He can change game plans by himself. Unnamed texter, the 2 miracle-ish quarter-ending shots by Holland and Green were really the difference makers. Unlikely to happen again. That's somebody predicting bad things. Dennis and the Thumb writes in, the Pistons were battle-tested by Orlando. The Pistons are better off because of that tough first round. It built an important attribute, and that is resilience. From Bill and Warren, I think Gator called it before the series. Max Strus immediately became the most hateable Cav last night. F that guy.
This guy.
The extra possession stat scares me a little bit because that many extra possessions is going to be hard to sustain over a 7-game series. We need to be more efficient in other areas as well to maintain the success in the series. So, Cleveland, no team has turned it over more in the postseason than the Cleveland Cavaliers on a per-game basis. They that's based on the 7 games against Toronto and the 1 against Detroit. And Detroit plays better defense than Toronto. So our guy here thinks that it's unsustainable. And, if it doesn't, it's a valid question, but the formula stands to reason. One team has turnover problems. Harden addressed it last night in the postgame and said, look, many of those are on me. I need to be better. And can Coach Atkinson, can their players, can they make the adjustment? Like, can they do what because the Pistons had turnover problems for a while in the Orlando series, and they seem to have calmed down.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way the Pistons are going to relax because they know they can't. They know that that wasn't Cleveland's best effort last night. Cleveland's going to be pissed at what happened, that they weren't there to play. I mean, Jared Allen was a complete non-factor in the game and only played 18 minutes. Their backcourt didn't score as much as they wanted to. I thought this was going to be a game from the onset that Donovan Mitchell was going to score 40, and he didn't. And they took him out for a long period of time, too. I was like, why is he still out of this game?
Mm-hmm.
But they were riding the Strus train for a while there, and if that's where you want to hitch your wagon to, so be it.
All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback on the Pistons. Also coming up today at 11:35, there is a lot that led up to Framber Valdez hitting Trevor Story square in the back last night. And, this is kind of a trepidatious time for our Tigers. We'll get to that at 11:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's go to Austin. Oh, sorry, Austin in Detroit. What's up, Austin?
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing this morning?
We're good.
Doing great over here, man. I just want to talk about Asar, man. I know we like to talk about, his offensive limitless, but,
Okay,
I'm
Austin,
really
you got to
looking at-
take us off the headset because all we're hearing is wind. And so I don't know if you can make that change as he's doing that. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, it's a sad day today. I saw that Ted Turner died, 87.
Yeah. Ted, what I remember about Ted Turner is a big part of growing up was Braves baseball and Cubs
WTBS.
baseball because they had all the games on. And it just felt so exotic to see games in other places, which it isn't, but it felt that way.
For me, I was jealous that we didn't have cable at the time because WTBS carried Championship Wrestling, NWA Wrestling.
Yeah, that's why I liked it too.
I was upset to get to see it.
All right, did we get this sorted out? Austin, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here, man. Good morning again.
You sound like a completely different person.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm loving watching the Pistons. Last night, especially looking at the box score, I mean, everyone kind of did their job. Cade, we know what we're going to get from Cade, but, I really want to talk about Asar. I feel like, we like to talk about what he can't do on offense, and, that's a whole nother story, but, I'm looking at him as like a Rodman, man. I mean, he really does it all for us, and is that too much to say?
No, I mean, Rodman was offensively challenged. I said he has a Rodman-type contribution, but he's more like Stacey Augmon was back in the day as far as his body type and his athleticism. But, there's no question that in Detroit, everybody in Detroit that's watched the Pistons understands his value. It's kind of fun to watch the rest of the world have their eyes opened up to how this guy impacts the game without pouring in 24, 25 points a game.
100%. I mean, even watching him on offense, I can go all day about that, but, he'll get the ball at the top of the key. He'll have a center on him, and, he backs the center down. That's tough. Like, the dude's strong. He's a freak athlete, and, I love watching him play.
Freak athlete. I don't know that there's a better example of a guy who is, his athleticism's off the charts. And he's very, very huge impact on the defensive end. And, like we said yesterday, to have Asar and Duren in the starting lineup has got to be tough for opposing teams to have two lockdown elite defenders.
Yeah, it's great. One's a center, so it locks down and shuts down the inside game for your big man, and the other one can guard anybody on the court. He's got that length, he's got the size, and like you said, a freakish athletic ability. It's awesome.
Eugene and Canton, you're next. What's up, Eugene?
Yeah, how you doing? Thanks a lot for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm wondering, the Pistons, you think they can go all the way, or would they be like the bad boys each year? They do good. They do better and better and better.
I wouldn't pick them to win the NBA right now, but I love their chances in this series, and, they have as good a shot as anybody in the East.
And for a team to lose like Orlando did, do you think that psychological will mess them up for next season?
Mess up Orlando?
Yeah, Orlando.
They already fired their coach, so yeah, I think they're already kind of scurrying and trying to figure out their identity.
Like Atlanta Falcons and Tom Brady, you never heard of them again. They thought they had won, and how can a team, if you let them go so far, and then like the rope-a-dope with Muhammad Ali, he tire them out, and then at the end he beat them up. Now with a team like who think they can't beat them, let them go so far, and then strike them.
Well, I don't think they intentionally got behind 3-1, and no. I have. What the truth
is?
The Franz
Wagner injury played a huge role in it.
Yep, and I'm not around their magic enough to know their mental strength. I can't answer that question. Do I think that they're screwed moving forward?
I know they're screwed moving forward, but they're clearly in transition. They fired the coach. You've got their star player, Banchero, saying they doesn't think the team has the makeup to get it done. And they're going to make massive changes. So whether it works out, we'll see. But that's their problem.
Yep. All right. We said we'd get to the Tiger game last night because stuff happened. And it started early, and the accusations that have emerged in the hours that followed last night's game, one former player, Eric Hosmer, is offering up what he thinks is proof that the Red Sox were stealing and signaling from second base the pitches to home. Because when they had runners on second, they could see into Framber Valdez's glove, could see the grip, and then they were signaling pitches home. And he showed a couple of examples of when he thought it happened and posted it on social media. Now, Hosmer has been all over the Red Sox as far as relaying signs to the hitter based on pitch grips. And he was the one that forwarded the argument. I saw Buster Olney actually retweet it because people in the game were talking about it. The Red Sox base coaches were told to get back into the coaching box. And the belief was, not last night, but prior to last night, the coaches, the base coaches, were walking up the foul line well outside of the coaching box to maybe act like they're talking to the umpires, but what they were really doing was looking into the gloves of the opposing pitcher to get a better view so they could see the grip and signal to batters what the signs were. So a batter would know, fastball, curveball, whatever. Hosmer put together some examples last night. Trevor Story in the first inning with Abreu on second, showing how the sign was getting relayed to Trevor Story. Story was on second in the third when Rafaela, what's his last name?
That is his last name.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, it was Rafaela. What's his first name? My bad. Rafaela hit the home run. And Story was on second base. Then Rafaela was on second when Durbin singled to left field on a line drive. The back-to-back home runs. He's at 60 pitches. Story comes up, he drills him in the back. Hosmer thinks this is about them peering into his glove and stealing signs and stealing pitches based upon the grip. Now, that's something that Framber has to do a better job of hiding if it's the case. I mean, I'm here for the conspiracy, and I think it's interesting. Right. You know, it was a helmet tap on curveballs, and it was a quick look to the left on fastballs. You know, this is part of something that happens in the world of sports where the game polices itself. Happens in hockey, and it happens in baseball. It's part of the game. Framber's probably going to get suspended. Should Framber have been out there in the fourth? Well, AJ is trying to get innings out of guys. The injuries have been well documented. The lack of depth in the pitching staff, the having to go to bullpen days. Framber, I'm almost sure, I'm certain would have been pulled on any other night, but he's just trying to squeeze whatever he can out of his pitcher, and it probably was an embarrassing and tough outing for Framber Valdez, and I hate it for him. But do I think he hit Story in the back intentionally? Of course, I think.
Right. I think he did too, but the fact that he wasn't warned before, because he didn't do anything to get warned, and gets ejected after a discussion. It wasn't like he got ejected right after he drilled him in between the numbers. He got ejected after a discussion. I don't know if he'll get suspended. I hope he doesn't get suspended. Do I think he did it on purpose? Yeah, I do. And if the Red Sox are sign stealing, there's nothing against sign stealing. This is how you stop it, or this is one of the unwritten rules of baseball. If you get caught doing it, you're going to have to expect to get hit.
Yep.
That's how it works. Right or wrong, it's just how it is. It's interesting that you mentioned Hosmer's gone after the Red Sox before.
Yep.
Now, they've changed managers, but who was the manager to start the season?
Joey Cora? Or Alex Cora. Sorry, Alex Cora, yeah.
Alex Cora, who was with Houston, with the sign-stealing stuff going on there with A.J. Hinch and the team, that A.J. maintains had no knowledge of it, and I actually believe him based on his reactions to stuff and trying to, put that out in the locker room, in the clubhouse. But Cora got implicated in that, and he had to serve suspension. It was a big deal when he was signed by the Red Sox to manage that team. Is it a stretch that the Red Sox are doing this? It's not. And again, it's not against the rules.
It's just, this is where the game polices itself.
Exactly.
And I don't think what happened last night is some massive controversy, okay? I think that AJ probably needs to, I don't know this. I shouldn't say probably. If I were in AJ's shoes, I'd make sure Framber's cool. Like, hey, look, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have put you back out there for the fourth inning. Understand what I was trying to do. You took one for the team last night, and I appreciate it. The problem is now he may get suspended, and they might be even more shorthanded pitching-wise.
Well, I agree with you 100%. He has to have a conversation with Framber, and I'm sure it was had last night as soon as they got to the bench or maybe right after the game, because if Framber just goes right up to the showers, then fair enough. But it's a conversation that has to be had because everything last night was circumstantial. It was about the circumstances of the game. It was about a guy that's coming in and they needed desperately to have him go innings because of what happened the previous two games with, the Skubal news and the opener and all the bullpen being utilized in the game. You had to have it. And he wasn't giving you competitive innings. And I think the other concern is that this is something that, not this in particular, but this is perhaps a symptom of things that have happened before with Framber Valdez in his past where he loses it. He gets upset. Yep. There was the instance last year with, crossing up his catcher. And that's difficult to watch because it's like, how does that happen? You guys need to have a conversation on the same page. He can bounce back and be an amazing pitcher because that's the kind of pitcher that he is. He's got great stuff and at times looks like an ace. And that's why the Tigers signed him. But they need to get ahead of this and explain things with him and talk it out. And I'm sure that they will. And hopefully he comes back and he's better because of it. But, yeah, giving up the 10 runs on 9 hits and a walk and serving up 3 home runs in 3+ innings, it's not a good look at all. And maybe things would have been different if McKinstry doesn't make that error in the first inning. But it is what it is, and hopefully they can get back on track. In the meantime, you don't want a suspension. Now you're going to be watching to see what happens, what the commissioner decides on this, and if the Tiger's going to have to make another corresponding move, and they just don't have this dearth of pitching in the minor leagues right now.
There are 2 huge questions looming over this organization, though, right now. Right here, right now, given where we are in the season, what's going on with the roster. You had them both in your show sheet. We will get to that today at 11:50. Plus more Piston calls and texts. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
We've all seen it lately. Local companies being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state. And suddenly, you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say that they treat you like family, they mean it because they actually are one. They don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you. And what I love most is their no-pressure promise. You're not going to get a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, you get an honest assessment of what your roof, your windows, or siding actually need. It's that integrity that has earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you're going to get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof that they install. Do not settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades and get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Pistons win by 10 last night, game 1 against the Cavs. What'd you like the most? Any concerns you have moving forward? Boy, this is a team with some momentum here. Long way to go in this series. No victory laps today, but last night it looked pretty damn good. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mark in Detroit. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? I just want to say that everybody was bashing the Pistons. You know, they won 60 games. What I thought when they first got to the playoffs, I thought, number one, they had a week off. I thought they was a little bit uptight. And I think when the second half with Orlando, when they won that, it was over for the Magic. And what a credit to JB Bickerstaff. When you have a team, it doesn't matter how talented they is. You have to have a system to thrive off the players that you have. And he's designed this system around Cade, and what a hell of a defensive system he's put in place for the players. You know.
So a couple things here, Mark. I think I pretty much agree with everything you said, except maybe at the beginning. Did I hear you right when you said everybody's bashing the Pistons?
Yeah, everybody's bashing them like they had a little rust on them. Orlando played the same style they did, and they had to adjust to it. And defense travels. It don't matter if they can't shoot threes or not. Long as they play this type of defense, they're going to be in every game they play.
Okay. I mean, I don't think anybody's bashing them anymore. I think that was kind of died when they came back and beat Orlando.
Right.
Can you win in this league without a high-volume three-point shooting team? They're trying to. They're trying to.
They certainly won in the regular season that way. And I think we'd all agree we'd like to see better shooting from beyond the arc.
Nothing wrong with adding shooters.
Right. But I like this brand of basketball. We've said it all season long. I love that they're unconventional.
Yeah.
I love that they're carving their own path and doing it their way. And, by the way, they do have Duncan Robinson who knocks it down pretty good regularity. Cade Cunningham has been really good in the playoffs from three-point range too. So they just don't chuck up 43-pointers a game like other teams do.
Okay, I said we get to some Tiger stuff, and the two questions you put on your show sheet today are two that loom over this team right now, this clubhouse, this front office. One is, and you wrote, I'm a long way from freaking out, but what is the threshold to freak out? And two is, how long before you start to pick up the phone and call other teams about potential trade options? I'll start with number two. I would have started yesterday. It's just to get a sense for the market. I would not give up on World Series aspirations, winning the American League, based upon the team that they constructed, we thought had a shot. They have been ravaged by injuries, many of whom will come back. So right now they're in a phase of the season where their number one priority is not to fall too far out of the race. The last couple days between losing Skubal and the Framber outing have been disturbing. And which kind of brings us to the first. You're a long way away from freaking out. I'm closer to freaking out than you. And this is not a show that peddles. We're not panic farmers here. There's plenty of that in this world, but I have major concerns, and I'm not mad about anything. I'm scared that this is one of those seasons that never really is going to get going because of all the injuries. Now, guys can come back, but I'm not sure what they're getting in some of the guys that'll come back.
I definitely have concerns. This pitching staff has been ravaged by injuries, but a lot of that happened before the season began. The ones that have happened lately, those are the ones that are painful. Seeing Skubal gone for months is painful. That Mize was gone sucks because he was off to a great start. However, fortunately with him, it's not an arm injury. It's a tightness in the groin that hopefully comes back soon.
Which is also rather unfortunate.
Yes, it is. But until he comes back, there's a little freak out of me, right? Because that was one of your more consistent pitchers, and now he's gone too. The fact that Verlander hasn't come back yet, but will at some point, hopefully really soon, maybe a week or two. They're not sure if they're going to send him to pitch a rehab stint or get a start or two under his belt in the minors and then come back. They haven't decided that yet.
And maybe that's going to be decided based on who's available at this point. Maybe they just, hey, if JV's ready to go, he's a veteran, he knows where he's at, come on up, because they don't have somebody ready to go from AAA that looks like they're going to give you great innings. But I'm far away from being freaked out, but it's on my mind for sure. It's on my mind, and I'm just. It's going to be the things that will alleviate that is when Mize comes back, when Verlander comes back, when Troy Melton comes back. I mean, he could be back in a couple weeks. But those are three big pitchers they need to get back on this team to calm me the F down. Because right now it's starting and it's brewing. Like there's a situation brewing, Doug.
Yep.
And part of that is also going to be lumped in with the offense. And this team, they went through like a 2-week stretch or a 3-week stretch where they really were hitting the ball well, and they raised their overall team OPS was like 750 at the time. Well, it's dropped back down. I think it's below 730 now. It's just streaky, and they need to find some more consistency even with the lineup, and so I'm a little concerned there too. But I'm not at freak out mode yet. But if we're looking into the month of June, if we're halfway through June, and there's no Mize, no Verlander, no Melton, or these guys have come back and they're not good, then it's freak out mode.
What right now is very in their favor is the division. They're still tied for first at 18 and 19. This is a weak division, relatively speaking. You've got to play better to win it, and it might help keep them afloat till they have everybody back.
Well, and I hate to put pressure on somebody who has already admitted mentally that he's not sure what's going on, but Jack Flaherty, tonight is a big start for Jack Flaherty to try to get this thing back in order, because the Boston Red Sox they're not a good baseball team, and they've taken the Tigers the first 2 games of the series.
Mm-hmm. Be interesting to see if there's any carryover from last night, which we talked about a little bit earlier this hour. 248-539-9797 might have been the biggest moment of the game last night, and it was interesting to see who came through for Detroit. We'll get to that today at 12:05. More your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The PWHL is officially coming to Detroit. In collaboration with Illich Sports and Entertainment, the PWHL made the announcement today down at Little Caesars Arena that Detroit is getting a women's hockey team. That will be the home venue, Little Caesars Arena, for Detroit's PWHL team starting with its inaugural season this November. The team will simply go by PWHL Detroit in its first season and will likely be rebranded heading into year 2. Women's hockey momentum will ramp up towards the fall in Detroit as the city will host the PWHL award ceremony and draft at the Fox Theater June 16th and 17th. All teams in the PWHL are reportedly owned by the league. Detroit's team is the 9th franchise and 3rd expansion team in the league since joining Seattle and Vancouver as expansions last year from the original 6. In other news, Front Office Sports has linked Michigan head coach Dusty May to the head coach opening with the Orlando Magic. FOS previously reported mutual interest from both parties before the Magic fired Jamal Mosley on Monday. May told FOS in an interview last week that he has thought about making the jump to the NBA, but has reiterated his focus on his current team. He, of course, already has familiarity in Florida after leading the Owls as the head coach of Florida Atlantic to a Final Four in 2023. The Tigers are getting ready to face the Red Sox tonight for the final outing of their 3-game series. Detroit is now a game below 500 after losing its second straight to the Sox last night. Jack Flaherty throws first pitch at 6:40 tonight. We'll have the pregame here on 97.1 at 6:15. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Happy lunchtime, everybody. Pistons coming off a 10-point win last night in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals against Cleveland Cavaliers. Long way to go, but a very encouraging performance. We'll get to your phone calls coming up here in a minute. That breaking news today that we have a PWHL team.
Professional Women's Hockey League team.
That's right. We don't just get the team coming up in June. We get their draft. Let's go. So we'll start our PWHL mock draft coverage. And, does this team need to
Probably
move up,
next
move
week.
down? Yeah. That's right, man. Another draft. Do they have mock drafts for this thing?
They should.
Yeah. If not, we can make one up.
Yeah, this whole thing is interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, there's a market for it. It's been successful.
No, it's been very well attended. And I hope that there is more than a spark here. I mean, obviously they had a bunch of people that wanted to invest in the team. Mm-hmm. All types of local moguls.
What I want to hear is that your niece who texted you and she's very fired. I want to hear that she's a season ticket holder. There are only, I believe, 15 home games. So,
well, she'll definitely be going. When she showed interest in this last year, I was like, wow, really? I didn't realize you were such a big hockey. I mean, I knew she liked the Red Wings, but I didn't know she was a big hockey fan. She didn't play hockey growing up.
No,
she's a soccer player, but nonetheless, I think it's cool.
Just like anything else, man. If it brings people in our community give them something to do and some enjoyment, we're all for it.
I mean, more and more I'm hearing of people that I know, whether friends or acquaintances, that have daughters that play hockey. I mean, the sport is kind of exploding out there.
Yep.
And it's pretty cool.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ian on 97.1. Hello, Ian.
Hey, guys. Love your show. Thanks so much. I wanted to talk about Valdez. I kind of think I understand why Detroit fans are a little bit upset, but if you're a Boston fan or Buster Olney or you're just in the baseball world, I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, Story got caught, relaying grips or whatever he was doing, and he beamed him. And I think if you're a Detroit fan, the Skubal situation is murky. The bullpen is taxed. He put his team in a tight situation. But if you're a Boston fan, you got caught stealing signs and you got beamed. That's part of the game. Just like bat flipping, just like hard sliding or anything. I don't get the big deal.
I don't think there's a big deal about it. I don't think we're making a big deal out of it. I think it's just it's further explanation.
Buster Olney this morning saying he needs a 7-game suspension.
Well, Buster Olney, maybe
I think he's probably going to. I think Buster Olney.
I'm a big fan of Olney.
I think he's probably right, to be honest with you. I think he has insight into when this stuff happens. It's what comes out of it. I mean, a 7-game suspension is likely going to be one start.
Yeah, which is why they do it.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't get suspended. There was no warning given ahead of time. And if
there was no warning.
Yeah, if there are extenuating circumstances, if the Eric Hosmer stuff, let's say he's dead on and he's absolutely right about that. I mean, does that change things? Can you present that as evidence? And like, look, this is us policing the game. It's not a big deal. No punches were thrown. You know, the bench is emptied, but there was no pushing and shoving really going on. It was done. It's over and done with. You know,
it didn't rise to melee levels, even a kerfuffle. That wasn't even a kerfuffle.
It was not even a kerfuffle.
It was
exactly.
It was short of a kerfuffle. So
it was not even. It was nowhere near a humdinger.
No, it was not. It was no
haymakers thrown.
No. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's part of the game, and I swear, if we were on the other side of this, if we were on the other side of this, we'd be like, well, it's part of the game.
Yeah, and we're like, okay, so Boston's going to throw out a Tiger player tonight, but we'll see.
Well, exactly. I remember CC Sabathia throwing at pitchers and treated him like a hero because he forfeited his bonus for being a batter. What a great guy. Mm-hmm. And then Framber does it, and because he crossed up his pitcher last season or 2 seasons ago, that was in Houston, his catcher. He's soft, he's emotional, and I don't think he should have done it. I think he put the Tigers in a little bit of a tight spot by doing that, but I totally see it from the player's perspective. I don't get what the big deal is across baseball. I think if you're a Tigers fan, you have a right to be upset, but if you're a Sox fan, I don't really see the big deal.
I think one of the interesting parts that come out of this, they said that was the first 4-seam fastball he's thrown all season, which I find hard to believe that you're a pitcher in baseball. And that's the only time you've done it. And if it is the only time he's done it, how about this? Throw more of it. Because you put it right where you wanted to.
Good location.
I mean, great location. Good velocity. It was 94 plus. If you can spot your 4-seam fastball like that, yes, maybe you need to start going to the well.
That's funny. Kenny has sent me the player rankings, the big board for the PWHL draft.
Yeah,
there is a big board. So
we got somebody local.
That would be maybe, but there's no local teams. No, Michigan State, Wayne State.
Well, just be a local draft eligible from the city of Novi, something like that. We got some.
I haven't seen that. No, I mean there might be, but I have their colleges. So forgive me if some of these players are from local communities and I'm not aware of it. Well, here we go. Kirsten Sims, left wing, Wisconsin. Says here Plymouth, Michigan.
There you go.
Yep. Any other ones here in the top 10? Not that I'm seeing. So, back to your phone calls. Eric,
you should get a 5 on 5.
Do you want me to read this scouting report? With the puck on her stick, Sims is deceptive and has all the skill set you won't see among other PWHL prospects in this draft. She uses her skating to keep all options open and plays a possession style that can be hard to defend. Big game player, nerves of steel.
That sounds
Play
like
for Team USA.
Let's go. Time to play for Team Detroit.
Let's go to Eric in Flint. You're next. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I'm wondering, I felt like going into this Cleveland series, I feel like everybody and their brother had the Pistons wrote off as, they're going to lose this series. Maybe they'll win one game. And I'm wondering if
Hold on. Wait, Eric. Everybody and their brother had written the Pistons off?
That was the feeling I got from just hearing, just general people in the media, just kind of like, maybe they'll win a game. He had some people saying they'll get swept. And I feel like this is a team that is very underrated. Could this series go 7? I absolutely think so. Do I think Pistons lose? No, I'm confident that I think the Pistons will pull this series off and advance to the next round.
Well, Eric, I guess I don't know what circles
is stifling to the offense. Are they going up against teams that you can say, hey, their top 3 is better than our top 3? Yep, but I think our defense can overcome that.
I don't know what circles you're in, and I don't know where you heard that everybody and their brother was writing off the Pistons. We had tons of Piston predictions yesterday. We read the ESPN experts were 7 out of 10 took the Pistons to win the series. I mean, whatever you were listening to or whoever you talked to, I don't know that they have a finger on the pulse of the way people are perceiving this series.
Yeah, the ESPN matchup predictor for game 1 was like 72% in favor of Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Game 2 is set up at 71.9% that Detroit is the winner according to the ESPN analytics.
Detroit was favored.
Yeah.
But yes, can Detroit win the series? Of course they can. And yes, their defense is a big reason as to why. Dan is in Ypsi and next on 97.1. Hello, Dan.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
What's up?
Hey, so can we start talking about how maybe Chris Fetter was a one-hit wonder? Because he's supposed to be this wizard pitching coach, and I don't see it. The bullpen's gotten worse the last couple of years, and he's not finding starters and fixing them up the way that he used to. I mean, Kenta Maeda didn't work, Charlie Morton didn't work, Chris Paddock didn't work, Drew Anderson's not working, Kenley Jensen's not working. I mean, at a certain point, I feel like we're operating under this premise that Chris Fetter weaves straw into gold, and it's just not happening.
Well, I feel like almost everyone you mentioned is like well into their 30s as well, of the pitchers. I'd like to see what he does with younger players that actually have a higher ceiling when the Tigers start matriculating those pitchers through the minors. I want to see what he does with Jackson Jobe. I think if you look at Casey Mize, how he's improved year to year, that's encouraging to see. I mean, he's been here with Tarek Skubal, while Tarek Skubal has gotten better and better and better. I think there's a lot of positives there, too. And the negatives you bring out are free agent signings made in the offseason that he had nothing to do with bringing them over. That's a Scott Harris thing, getting guys that are 35, 36-year-old that their best years are way behind them.
Well, then how come we're not franchise building for its strengths? Why do we act like Michael Lorenzen and Jack Flaherty the first time is the norm instead of the exception?
I don't know if we are.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we are, Dan. I think if you look at this team and this organization, they have done a much better job identifying and filling the system with position prospects than they have pitching prospects. I'm going to be intrigued to see what happens over the next few years. I don't care what you label Chris Fetter. I like Chris Fetter as a pitching coach. If you want to say he's not, I can't remember the term you used, then that's fine. I think I don't hear much complaining about Fetter and much speculating that Fetter is an issue here from inside or outside the organization. Dude, they got 6 starters injured right now.
Right.
I mean, I'm not mad at Fetter over that. I am wondering if there's maybe a correlation between pitch clock and pitching injuries. I love the pitch clock. I think only time will tell. But at this point right here, right now, they've had starters and bullpen arms that aren't available to them. So I'm not sure how much of that, what you expect out of Fetter, but.
Well, the interesting with a couple of these injuries, I just thought off the top of my head, I mean, Verlander is a hip thing? It's not arm. And Mize is a tight groin.
Yeah.
It's not arm.
No.
So.
The rest are arm, though, right?
Well, there's some arms. There's some arm.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls and feedback caught up. 97.1. I know the Bernstein family personally, so I know this. They are a firm that in Michigan, that demands respect. For 50 years, they've fought M1 for their clients. If you want a firm that respects you and your case, there's only one option. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Okay, got sidetracked there a little bit. Probably the biggest moment in the game last night. It was really interesting who Detroit went to. Now, maybe it was circumstance. Maybe Cleveland was looking for something else. But they're tied at 93 in the fourth quarter late. Cleveland has scratched and clawed. Detroit fended and fended and fended. And finally, Cleveland got over the top, and Harden got fouled shooting a three, and he made all 3 free throws. Detroit calls a timeout. It's 93-93. Did you roll your eyes?
I sure did.
At what?
You got fouled shooting a three.
Oh, okay.
Shooting his legs out. Did you think it was a foul? Cade landed on his foot.
Yeah, I mean,
after the ball's
it was
released.
She's
supposed to be allowed to.
Questionable call. I guess if I put it in relative comparison, watching SGA in Oklahoma City and Brunson in New York, what Harden does pales in comparison to the theatrics. And I give both Brunson and SGA credit, is they are completely comfortable, absolutely embarrassing themselves with the way they play the game. They have managed to take their pride and put it aside. They've managed to feel no shame and just flail all over the court. So what Harden does seems like it's child's play compared to those two.
It is a little bit different. I mean, the frequency with those guys do it on like it feels like 50% of their shots are done like that, and Harden isn't at that high a percentage, but he does it nonetheless. And Cade did it a couple times last night too, and I'm fine with it because he's our guy, but that Harden guy. And he puts his shoulder down, barreled himself like a running back coming to the line and doesn't get called for the charge, but it's okay. It's all right. Pistons won. And you're talking about this play, so that in instance of time,
it's tied at 93. It's tied at 93 after those three free throws. And the Pistons call a timeout. And here's the next several possessions. Cade feeds Jalen Duren for a dunk, 95-93.
Mm-hmm.
Duren gets a blocked shot. Actually, it started with Cleveland with the ball. Now that I think about it, Cleveland had the ball, and it was 93-93. Duren blocks a shot. Cade then feeds Duren for a dunk. Duren then gets a defensive rebound. On the other end, Cade feeds Duren for a dunk. 97-93. Then another dunk. And then an offensive rebound by Duren. Duren a dunk and an offensive rebound. Jalen Duren was the guy who came through when they were tied at 93. Starting with a block, because Cleveland had the ball. I forgot that Cleveland started that sequence with the basketball. And it was a guy whose postseason performance, specifically on the offensive end, and maybe exclusively on the offensive end, has come under heavy scrutiny. And he was huge with the game on the line.
It was great. Look, the whole team stepped up at the right times, right? I really like what Danis Jenkins provided last night.
He hit a jumper right after that sequence, by the way.
He was knocking down shots, and he was taking it to the rack and coming up with baskets. Most importantly, he was grabbing rebounds and tipping rebounds offensively to his teammates. But Jalen Duren was big in the fourth quarter in particular. His defense throughout the game has never gone unnoticed. It's something we always mention, even without the points. And the team certainly wants everybody to know that, too, that it's more. There are more contributions to be made in a basketball game other than just scoring on the score sheet. And we all recognize that. And he's not getting 20. He's getting half of that. But what he's doing is grabbing rebounds. He's playing a phenomenal defense, and we love that. But Cade Cunningham is the star of this team. He's the superstar of this team. He's a legit MVP candidate. And even on a night where he's not shooting great from the field, he can still take games over. It's okay. Fourth quarter, time for Cade to show up. And he did. And he did. Like, he got his points. It wasn't a ton of points, but got over 20 points in the game. And in the fourth quarter, you started to see him get other people involved where he started to rack up some assists. Something I noticed in the game last night, and maybe this is obvious, but it's something that people have been bringing up in the Orlando series a lot, and we're seeing it in the last couple of games, the last game 7 and now here in game 1 of round 2, is that they are absolutely giving him help in bringing the ball up the court. It's not Cade bringing it up the court a ton, and I think that's why we've seen maybe the assist totals go down a little bit, is because
he's not being the one that's depended on to run everything. It's sharing it. Other people can do this. Hey, Ashar's going to bring it up. Tobias is going to bring it up. Danis Jenkins. I mean, Danis Jenkins played 29 minutes last night.
Yeah, he got a lot of
minutes off the bench, and it's not like anybody in the starting five suffered from it. And they all played starters minutes, and they have 6 guys playing starters minutes now. So I think helping to take the burden off of Cade is big, because you're asking him to do so much, and it spreads himself out so much. He's got to play defense. He's got to distribute the basketball. He's got to drive the lane. He's got to knock down 3-point shots. He's got to draw fouls. He's got to do all this stuff.
Playing over 40 minutes in the postseason.
Exactly. Having him not bring the ball up the court, I think, has made a big difference with this team, and being able to rely on other players to do that. It's also cut down on some of the turnovers that he's had, some of the dumb turnovers that we've seen. Turnovers are going to happen, but when they're really unforced like we've seen, those get infuriating. We've seen fewer and fewer of those, which is great.
So you've talked about how he didn't have his greatest scoring night, but when the game was on the line through the first 3 quarters, Cade had 3 assists.
Yeah.
In the fourth quarter, he only had 1 made basket, but he had 4 assists in the fourth quarter alone. 3 of them to Jalen Duren, who was fantastic at the right moment. And look, there was early in the postseason, it felt like all anybody wanted to talk about is whether or not he deserved a max contract. And, that he was playing himself out of that max contract. And our approach was kind of, all right, hold on, tap the brakes for a couple of reasons. One is there's a lot of evidence here that he can do more on the offensive end, and it's been shown over the last couple of years. But 2 is, you're not paying him based on 4 games in the postseason. You're paying him on that have been played. You're paying him what you think he's going to do next. And he's a valuable contributor in ways that exceed scoring. And then last night with the game on the line, he was the guy who scored. Was it by design? JB Bickerstaff didn't indicate that after the game, but he went back to when people said and asked the question about him chipping in on the offensive end. JB said, look, yeah, I mean, you guys can talk about that. We still want to talk about his defensive presence. We still want to talk about his rebounding. And when players on other teams turn the corner and see Jalen Duren standing there, they have second thoughts about what their next move is. And that is disrupting offenses and leading to maybe not the field goal attempt they thought they were going to get, which was maybe a player down the lane. They're having to kick it out.
Saw a lot of floaters put in by Donovan Mitchell and James Harden last night. They would drive the lane, Jalen Duren's there, and they would just release the ball early, these floaters, but they went in. Give them credit. They knocked those shots were going in. Other shots were not. But that was their scoring last night. Things are going to change up for tomorrow night's game and game 2 without question. Teams go back to the whiteboards and figure out how they're going to strategize and implement their game plans. Cleveland's got to come up with another plan, and the Pistons got to be ready for it.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Piston fans, what did you like the most about last night? And once again, we're in a is it sustainable kind of place. A lot of text to get caught up. If you sent one, there's a good chance we're going to read it. Plus, we'll mix in your phone calls as well on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
More and more people are choosing Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service to get green, stay green with Natural Way. Look, you walk up and down your neighborhood, and I'm sure you're going to see the homes that have the little placards put in their grass that let you know that Natural Way has been there. And what you see is nothing but green grass. You don't see dandelions. And then you look at somebody else's lawn, you see dandelions, you don't see the placard. You know why? Because they haven't called them and gotten it done. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green and stay green, and save green when you prepay with Natural Way by calling by the end of the month for the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. For greener grass, fewer weeds, early treatment is key. They've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and, of course, control the weeds. Dandelions are a weed. They will choke out your lawn and rob it of nutrients, and you can't have that. Take care of it and start early for the best results. It is easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Call now, 888-GET-GREEN, and for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Again, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
We don't really have the ability to do Warning Gator graphic with this injury, but the Jared Vanderbilt pinky dislocation last night in the Laker-Oklahoma City Thunder game is so disgusting. And he dislocated his pinky on his right hand trying to block a Chet Holmgren dunk. He hit it on the backboard. He dislocated it so bad at the knuckle of his pinky that there is a Getty image of the bone sticking out and his pinky dislocated at the first knuckle there. And the video that everybody has seen that's gone viral is he lands, he's in pain, he's holding his hand, and he's walking towards the Oklahoma City bench, and he stops and looks down at his hand, and the Oklahoma City players on the bench see it, and they all go, ugh, and turn their heads. And Gator, you have seen their reaction.
I saw the reaction. That's enough.
We don't have a good video to really do Warning Gator graphic, which we have done on occasion because Gator gets very squeamish with injuries. But this one, the video isn't great. The Getty still image is terrible.
Do I want to look at that?
Do you?
I don't know. Do I want to? Go ahead. How do I do it?
Okay, just come around to my side. For those of you watching on Twitch, you'll see Gator come around and look at this. And those of you listening, you'll hear his reaction. That white right there on his hand, that's his bone sticking out.
What?
Yes. That is disgusting.
Oh!
Oh, the poor guy. It comes with the
it's just the pinky.
Yeah, well. Tell me that doesn't look about as brutal as it can be for a pinky injury. As pinky injuries go, this ranks number one.
I'm trying to think of the correct term they use in cooking when they have like a rack of lamb.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's called Frenching the bone, where they clear off all of the the meat from the bone itself, just so you just see the bone sticking out from this meat chop.
Yeah, well, if you you can find
that's kind of like what it looked like.
You can find it on Twitter.
Like, oh, it's
you really
out.
Care to see it. All right, here's a bunch of feedback coming in. Nice to see professional hockey coming to Detroit after a 10-year absence. That's from John on a truck.
Oh no. That's me.
Mike in Grosse Pointe. So does the PWHL Detroit team make the playoffs before Yzerman and the Red Wings get there? 4 teams in their current format make the playoffs in an 8-team league. I think it's 8-team league, so they will be team 9. So I don't know. Robert says, what do you think our PWHL team needs are in the draft? I will start. They need to get bigger on the blue line.
100%.
Yep.
And they need toughness up front.
Yep. My favorite part of the Piston game last night was how we drove to the rim early and often, which put Allen in foul trouble and neutralized Cleveland's game plan. I think we need to keep that strategy going all series long. Also, Danis Jenkins was great on both sides of the ball, and in the first half when Jalen Duren hit the longer shot, I jumped off my feet. That's from Caleb in Whitmore Lake. Every time I see Duren pull up and hit like a 12 to 15-footer, I always say the same thing. Don't let him make that shot. Because if he starts making that shot, then we're talking about a whole different player.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding the Tiger game last night, all I'll say is there's a reason we saw 0 Houston fans upset that Valdez left their team. This is who he is, a spotty starter that when he's clicking, the highs are high. But when things are going tough, he melts down and then throws a fit. I'm not sure if he should be around this team long term. If they're out of this at the deadline, I'm 100% moving him. Well, I think a lot of it has to do, and thank you for the text. That's from an unnamed texter. A lot of it has to do with, A, how he's pitching, because moving forward, he may be their best option as a starter if Skubal is gone. B, what you can get for him. I'm not against moving him. But where the team is in the standings, there's a lot of variables here that would determine whether or not Framber Valdez could get traded. With the Skubal injury, when that went down and we had to talk about it on Tuesday's show, we gave it the old 360, we call it, where we look at a story from every possible direction. One of them is, if the season goes south, who are the sell candidates? And those sell candidates include, Framber Valdez could be one. I think Kenley Jansen could be one. I think Gleyber Torres could be one. And you could just add to the pool of young talent that you have, but you might need to pair some of those players together to get anything worthwhile, and it depends on other teams' needs, like who had the big injury and needs a starter.
Look, he's had a couple of awful outings. There's no question the one last night was awful. 10 runs given up, 7 of those were earned. He gave up 3 home runs. He had another one against Minnesota earlier in the year where he gave up 10 hits and gave up 8 runs in 5 innings. But outside of that, he's been very good in his starts, giving up 2 earned runs in 6 innings, 2 earned runs in almost 5 innings, 1 earned run in 6, 1 in 7, 0 in 6, 1 in 7, 1 in 6. He's been very good, aside from 2 really bad starts. I hope that this isn't some sort of meltdown we're going to see on a regular basis. It was clear he was upset last night, and yet if he knows the team is stealing signs, I can say with a little bit of it doesn't bother me because, okay, he figured out they were stealing signs and now he's pissed about it, and he throws at the guy. But could he instead have just channeled that and said, okay, how about I change what I'm doing? I'll keep it in my mind, and at some other point maybe I can get back at these guys. But right now I need to stop tipping my pitches. If that's what he was doing.
It's incumbent upon him to make to change to do a better job of hiding the grip on the baseball. And for people Eric Hosmer did a breakdown of how he thinks the Red Sox are stealing the signs, not stealing the signs. You don't steal the signs anymore, but it's based upon the grip. And they could tell, and they were signaling to hitters from second base what pitch was coming. Framber's got to clean that up, A. B, we knew the temper tantrum sort of reputation coming in. And because of that, it goes down to, yes, that is a negative. He's not perfect. No player is. Can he help you win? Can he help you win? And if he's helping them win, because he didn't do the organization any solids last night between the performance and then getting thrown out. He was still out there in a night where he otherwise would have been pulled because they needed him to eat innings. And then he basically got himself thrown out of the game at 60 pitches or whatever he was at. And I'm sure AJ would have liked to see him eat up another inning or 2. And it might have been a mistake by AJ, but we know what he's trying to accomplish. And AJ's not perfect either. I'm not mad at him for trying to do what he was trying to do. And Framber obviously didn't have it, or they were really getting to, because a lot of their success, they had a runner on second base. And I wouldn't even thought of this, but Eric Hosmer's been banging the drum and talking about how they were stealing signs out of the coaching box. Not stealing signs, they were seeing grips out of the coaching box. Actually, they weren't in the coaching box, and that was the point. And Major League Baseball made the Red Sox base coaches get back in the coaching box earlier because they thought they were able to see grips from where they were wandering up the foul line. So, hey, look, game polices itself. Framber, yes, has a temper. Can he help them win? And if they are winning at the trade deadline and he's helping them win, there's no point in trading him.
So I just calculated his earned run average. If you, without those 2 starts, you take the innings out, you take the earned runs out. As in the other starts he's made, his earned run average is 1.64. That's how good he's been. 2 awful starts that have ballooned now. His ERA is over 4.5 because it's 15 earned runs in those 2 games,
right,
spanning a total of 8 innings. It totally torpedoes your ERA. Don't lose sight of how good he's been with the other games. He's got his confidence back. I'm sure they've talked it out. Hopefully he doesn't get suspended. I'm hopeful with that because there was no warning given at the time. Do I think he threw at him on purpose? I do. But without a warning, I'd be lobbying pretty hard for him not to be suspended. We'll see if he does.
248-539-9797. Okay, lots more to get to, including what's going to happen next in this sport. It's an interesting debate, and players are sounding off. Actually, there's 2 sports. There's 2 sports that have big decisions coming up. We will get to that. One is football, one is golf. We'll get to that today at 1248 rather, on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sayre Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Take advantage of Memorial Day markdowns on demo vehicles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo vehicles may have up to 2,000 miles, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. All right, we'll start with this. The American Football Coaches Association voted to recommend several big changes to the college football playoff format. College football coaches is from CBS Sports. College football coaches are moving forward in favor of a maximum playoff expansion, potentially to 24 teams, along with several other sweeping changes across the sport. The AFCA voted last week to recommend increasing the college football playoff bracket.
That's the American Football Coaches Association.
Yes. Have voted to move the college football playoff bracket to the maximum number of teams and do away with conference championship games. They will end the season during the second week of January to protect the Army-Navy games exclusive time window.
So they'll still have playoff games on that day, but what they won't do is compete against the Army-Navy game, which I think is cool. This is their proposal anyway.
Yeah. So they apparently now are in agreement. There was a time there where the Big Ten wanted 24 teams and the SEC wanted 16. I'm a little irritated by this for a few reasons. One is we barely even let our current system breathe. We just switched to this. We're just getting used to this. And now you basically want to double it. And it might be great, but it goes back to something that's happened in a lot of college sports, and it's led to the absurdity of Rutgers and UCLA being in the same conference. Short-term money grabs, to hell with the long-term consequences. And yeah, the Big Ten, the commissioner can claim record amounts of money being brought in. And those record amounts of money are being turned into healthier athletic departments, which can afford the new dynamic of the collegiate game. But the 2014 playoff, really, when you start talking about 3 and maybe 4 lost teams making the postseason, I think they are truly doing damage to the best, what I think is the best regular season in sports. Now, others can debate whether or not that's the case, or whether they believe that's the case or not. When they went to the 4-team playoff, it was like, okay, but don't get carried away expanding it. And it's taken like 5 years for us to get to 24 teams. The most predictable thing ever. And, the Big Ten wanted more teams. Big Ten's the way the system's set up right now, it's been extraordinarily healthy for the Big Ten. However, at what cost here? Are they looking at the long term? Because one of the great things about college football, the intensity each and every week, and you can't lose too many times. Now you can lose. There are going to be 4 lost teams that make the postseason, and I think
could be.
I suspect that there will be. There'll definitely be 3 lost teams.
Well, that's for sure. If they adopt these proposals, I'm with you. I think that the expansion is getting to be too much, but there are parts of this that I would agree with. And I think you might even agree with some of this stuff. Even if it's just something as simple as let's protect the Army-Navy game and have playoff games on that day, but we're going to not interfere with that timeline. That game's on from noon to 3 or noon to 3:30. We're not going to schedule a playoff game at that time. I think that's fine. That's easy. Wanting to make sure that the calendar ends on a certain day, like a week earlier than what the championship game is, that makes sense because it's more in line with semesters and when school years start for the second semester. I'm in favor of that. The idea that you're going to get rid of conference championship games is interesting to me because I think the reason I would want to do it is I think the conference championship games are kind of useless if you're having all these teams in a playoff. So I sort of understand that. And at the same time, it does give you a great game in theory. Most of the conference championship games are a really good matchup. They're not always. Like, look at the ACC championship last year was not this great matchup. But it's also an opportunity when you have these super conferences that have 18 or 20 teams in it, like the Big Ten, that, of course, you're not going to schedule all the teams in the season. So you have a possibility of ending up with a matchup that you haven't seen. And then that's a way to determine who the best team is. So I'm not sure I want to get rid of the conference championship. I'm open to it. But the other thing is they want to eliminate one of the bye weeks. And I don't know if I agree with that. These are still college kids. These aren't professionals. And you're talking about adding more games to a schedule for the good teams where it actually becomes a professional schedule where they're playing 15 games, maybe 16 games. I don't know if I'm in favor of that. And there's a lot that still needs to be worked out. I think it's interesting the coaches come up with this. There's a writer, a columnist named John Wilner who tweeted this out yesterday. He says, periodic reminder, the very last college football cohort whose opinion should matter in college football, in the college football playoff and calendar decisions, is head coaches. So that's a column who's very upset with head coaches because they're very selfish, only out for their own. And this would indicate some of that. Like if you're going to take away a bye week, what? Why? Well, it's money. Of course, everything comes down to money.
I think a lot still has to be hashed out, and I certainly wouldn't adopt all of these proposals, but I think they're worthy of discussion. The idea of going from 12 playoff teams to 24 is absurd to me. You know, you going even to 16, I don't like it. I know there's always teams that feel like they were left out. Great, be better.
There's always going to be teams.
You're always going to have that, right? You had it with 4. You had it when they didn't. I mean, it doesn't. You're always going to have discussion about it, but you can't have the NCAA tournament that they do in basketball and have that replace the system we have in college football. I don't like the idea of expanding. I think it's inevitable it's going to go to 16, but if it goes to 24, you're really going to lose
24.
24 seems like it's way too much, and like you said, you might bring in the prospect of having a 4-loss team compete for a national championship, and how does that make sense?
I just looked back at the previous year's college football playoff rankings. Mm-hmm. If you include a couple of automatic bids, like that might be outside the top 24, like the group of 5 teams. Even and I went with 2 automatic bids to just try and take away and not overestimate. In 2023, 4 different 4-loss teams would have made a 2014 playoff field. And like, it's not the end of the world, but the college football regular season, when you can potentially lose up to 4 games and still make the playoffs, that intensity week to week is really going to be watered down. Yeah. And I'm not into, because you know what barely moves the needle? College basketball regular season. It barely does.
Right. And the other thing I'm wondering, okay, does this all replace bowl games? Are we doing away with bowl games now?
Probably.
But I don't know.
I mean,
that's money, and
here's
yet
the thing: they do get TV ratings, and because they get TV ratings, you know what it does to bowl games? It means the matchups are worse. You're going to get a lot more Liberty versus SMU. Why I chose those 2, I don't know. Well, instead of those, seeing some of the big,
those are teams that have deserved the college football playoff over the last couple of years.
Yeah, maybe.
But you're going to get more like Minnesota taking on Arizona.
Yeah. The other thing is what's going to happen with Live Golf here. There is, it sounds like some of the bigger names in Live are starting to look at alternative career moves than going back to the PGA, because the PGA is not welcoming them back with open arms. Bryson DeChambeau says he's going to focus on his YouTube channel's growth. Jon Rahm has joined the European Tour, the DP World Tour. And they're garnering some sympathy, and some people want to see him back. And one of the reasons why I didn't like Live is because it took many of the best golfers away from the events that I wanted to watch week in and week out. But now, do I want them back immediately? Personally, no. And I don't have a lot of sympathy. They made a business decision. The business option that they chose has either gone out of business or is going to be a shell of what it once was. That happens in the real world. You make business decisions, you make career decisions, and sometimes they are decisions, and I'm not going to say it's a bad decision, but it might come with consequences that you aren't welcome back at your old employer. And they got paid, which obviously mattered, and it matters to everybody, whether you disagree with the league or whatever. That was their business decision. There's not a lot of sympathy here today if they are not welcome back to their old employer.
Well, I wonder what the penalties should be and what the punishment should be. I mean, if Rahm and DeChambeau, who are the 2 most prominent golfers on the Live Tour, the 2 biggest names, I'd like to see them back on the PGA Tour, but I also want there to be a penalty assessed for them leaving the PGA Tour to take the money grab. And it's fine. You took the money grab. It's hard to turn down the ridiculous sums of money that they were throwing at you. It's really hard. But you made that decision. So I'm thinking out loud, spitballing it. What would I want? I think maybe you ban them from PGA events for a full year. Have them pay a $5 million fine or something, a donation to charity, whatever it's going to be. And then you can welcome them on the tour in 2028. So maybe it's like a 1.5-year ban.
Yeah, maybe. In the meantime, the idea that Liv's trying to hang on without the money that supported it, but some of these players in Live might be under contract and might be playing in even lesser events with lesser fields and lesser prize money and less.
Well, they've already been paid.
Yeah, but I think they go crazy under those. Basically playing a minor league tour with minor league paydays. But it's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Detroit is finally getting a women's hockey team. After missing out on the first round of expansion in the PWHL last year, the league announced today it is coming to Hockeytown this fall. PWHL Detroit will open its season at Little Caesars Arena for the 2026-27 season. The team will play all its home games at the same home venue for the Pistons, Red Wings, and future WNBA team. Season tickets are on sale now on the PWHL website. The team will be referred to as PWHL Detroit before an expected rebrand in year 2. In case you missed it last night, the Pistons beat the Cavs in Game 1 of the East semis. Cleveland guard Donovan Mitchell has been frustrated lately with the whistle he's gotten from referees, though. The Pistons took 35 free throws last night compared to 16 from the Cavs. Mitchell was 1 for 2 at the stripe himself. Game 2 in the series is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and the Tigers are getting ready to face the Boston Red Sox tonight. Detroit is hoping to avoid its first sweep since early April when it lost 4 games to the Twins. First pitch with Jack Flaherty on the mound is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage here on 97.1 at 6:15. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
We just got this from a listener, Scott. LLLWWLLWWLLWWLLLWLWW. That's his prediction for the first year of the Detroit PWHL team.
Nice. I was like, what is that?
No, he's just getting his pick in early. What he thinks is going to go down.
I was quoting my dog about, do you want a treat? Is
that what the dog does?
Sometimes.
Okay. All right. So, look, it was an interesting night in Detroit sports. There was stuff that happened downtown. Game one of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Pistons looked really, really good, didn't they, peeps? They beat the Cavs by, I don't know why. I have no idea why.
What?
No idea why.
Did you just caught my peeps? Hey,
no
fam.
No idea why. None whatsoever.
I mean, okay. Own it. No, you own it. No,
I
idea.
don't. I don't
What's
know.
up, homies?
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't realize we're addressing this to the world of TikTok. Hey, peeps.
No.
Thanks for tuning in.
Don't ask why. I have no answer. None whatsoever.
Okay.
Anyway, as I was saying, good night for the Pistons. The question is, do you think what we saw in game one is what we're going to see in this series? Is this a trend that you think is going to keep up? The Pistons controlled most of that game. And when Cleveland finally got back to even and had the basketball at 93, Jalen Duren and the Pistons flexed their muscle and pulled away. What did you like most about it? Is this a sustainable thing? Look, there was a lot of, I will tell you what the most prominent prediction yesterday in terms of what's going to happen in this series was Pistons in 6. I had the Pistons in 5. You had the Pistons in 6, right? Did you have them in 7?
7.
You had the whole 7. I had the Pistons in 5. We're a long way away from doing victory laps here. We know better than to do that. Even if we aren't accustomed to second round playoff appearances, it would be stupid to start talking about, Detroit's going to easily walk through Cleveland. But there were some really good trends. One of them is Cleveland's turnover issues, which have been really bad in the postseason. Like here we are, they've played 8 postseason games and nobody on a per game basis has turned the basketball over more. Nobody in the NBA in the playoffs have turned the basketball over more than Cleveland has. And Detroit is really, really good on the defensive end, which leads to more turnovers. That's going to be a hard thing for Cleveland to overcome. We talked about the extra possessions that Detroit got because of their defense. And what I like to do is take turnovers and offensive rebounds allowed. The Pistons were underwater in those stats, which are extra possessions. They were underwater in those stats in a couple of games against Orlando. They were plus 13 last night. And what I mean by that is the Pistons they turned it over 11 times and they gave up 11 offensive rebounds. That's 22, stat of the day. There you go. 22 extra possessions for Orlando. They got a turnover or they got a second chance with an offensive rebound. Detroit, on the other hand, they got.
That's Cleveland, you're saying.
Cleveland did that. Detroit got 16 offensive rebounds and were benefited from 19 turnovers. That's plus 35. So
16. Sorry.
What's that?
You said 6 turnovers. It's 16.
16, yeah. Did I say 6? 16 offensive rebounds and 19 turnovers. I'm a mess. They're plus 35.
Your peeps understand. It's okay.
So Detroit with 35 extra possessions, Cleveland with 22. That's 13 more Detroit got essentially than Cleveland. And I think there's a lot of evidence here to believe that this is a sustainable trend, and it's something that Cleveland's going to have to overcome or try to overcome. James Harden talked about a postgame and said, this is on me. This is a lot on me because I'm turning it over too much.
I don't think that's insignificant. I like the stat you dug up there, and I think it's something that, yeah, when you look at post-game numbers, those are numbers I go to as well. I go to offensive rebounds because it's been such a big thing. Certainly was in the Orlando series, how things shifted, and the turnovers as well. The Pistons started taking care of the basketball much better as that series started to turn. And we know that the Achilles heel for the Pistons has been turnovers. So if they can limit those, they're going to be in good shape, and they were. And we know how good they are defensively. You know, something it was interesting in the game last night. They only blocked, I think, 3 shots in the game last night, which is way off from what they were doing against Orlando. But that's okay. Still getting lots of steals, as you mentioned. You know, forcing turnovers, we'll take it. And then getting the offensive rebounds, it's just the extra possessions. And can you make the most out of those extra possessions? Cleveland shot pretty well from the field last night. They had a bad first quarter and then recovered from that. And for the game, I think they were 45% for the game. But they were horrible in the first quarter. They were like 33%, 35% in the first quarter. Then they settled down and started knocking down their shots. What they didn't do, which is something J.B. Bickerstaff brought up after the game, Cleveland did not get to the free throw line all that often. I think it was 15 times, and they knocked down damn near all their free throws. There were 15 out of 16 from the free throw line. But the Pistons got there early and often. The Pistons knocked down 27 free throws in 35 attempts. 27 shots from the charity stripe that you put in, that's huge. That's a massive advance, a 12-point advantage at the free throw line. That's the difference in the game right there as they win by 10.
248-539-9797. What did you like most about last night's game? Is it sustainable? How do you feel about the rest of this series? Detroit up 1-0. They've won 4 games in a row. And like anybody who's watched the 82 games and many of the 82 games of the regular season, you recognize this version of the Pistons. The first 4 games of the Orlando series, they really only played, we were counting by quarters, 2 really good quarters. And then they got into a flow in game 5 at home, game 6, the historic comeback, game 7 was all Pistons. And last night, it wasn't all Pistons, but they controlled most of the game and then responded when Cleveland tied it up. The other thing big that happened downtown is that Tiger game. Framber Valdez did the exact opposite of what they needed to do. And it sucks because, I mean, we're short Framber's time here in Detroit. He got 5 starts? Is that what it is right now? Is it 5 starts?
For Valdez?
Yeah.
8.
It's 8 starts. So 2 of the 8 have been brutal and have really ballooned his ERA. He picked a bad night to have another brutal one. In what appears to be the case that he is mad that Boston was looking into his glove and stealing grips and signaling to batters, specifically from second base, and it resulted in Trevor Story taking one to the back. Good location on a 4-seam fastball. Right where he wanted it. And, I think he hit him on purpose. And do I think it was because of the signaling to the batter, what the sign was? Yeah, and it's up to Framber to do a better job to hide it. And it's up to Framber to give him more good starts than not. What really sucks is they needed him to eat innings last night, and he didn't. And, I'm not giving up on Framber Valdez, and I'm not giving up on the season, but they have to survive here for a while because Framber's probably going to get suspended. He's probably going to miss a start. Might miss more than one, but probably will miss a start because what they'll do is they'll appeal it and then drop the appeal so he only misses 1 start. But at the end of the day, I don't know where they're going to get innings from because they are taxing their bullpen. They might have to make some trades. Gator, you're not close to freaking out. I think I'm a little bit closer to freaking out, but I'm not freaking out yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looming in the back of my mind here, but what's calming me down a little bit is knowing they're going to get guys back in the next few weeks. It looks like it's going to be real soon for Casey Mize and Justin Verlander. Troy Melton's already starting games in the minors for his rehab to come back. So that's 3 guys who can join the rotation when necessary here, or at least join the pitching staff in some capacity. In the meantime, until that happens, there's a little bit of a freak out here. I mean, are they going to have to rely on Ty Madden to be a starter? I want to see it because I'm always following the prospects that they have in the minors, and
their own draft picks, but he doesn't have this great track record. He was great the other day. If he can replicate that to some degree, I don't expect him to throw 5 shutout innings every time, but strike more than a strikeout inning at 7 strikeouts in 5 innings. He can be counted on. That'd be great. Montero has pitched very well for this team and continues to surprise how well he can pitch. But it's tonight's start that's really important. They got to stop the losing streak, first of all. But for the psyche of Jack Flaherty, he's got to have something positive to look at. You got to start at home at spacious Comerica Park against a Red Sox team that has not played all that well this year. They've only got 15 wins on the season. And it's time for Jack to get right. Well, we've seen too much bad Jack Flaherty this season. And, looking at his history, that he's got good year followed by bad year followed by good year. It's been alternating here. It's time for Jack Flaherty to pitch the way that he's capable of and give this team, 6 innings of 2-run baseball. That'd be great.
248-539-9797. All right, squad.
That might be worse.
It probably is. What do you got? Piston fans, your thoughts on last night's game. What'd you like the most? Is it sustainable? Tiger fans, hey, where are you at with this team? You're starting to lose faith in the direction of this season. Are the injuries going to be too much to overcome? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. That's AJ Hinch after last night's game. Look, it was a. I think the only thing is incumbent upon AJ is maybe not sending Framber back out there. Might have been a mistake, but he's not perfect. People do make mistakes. Coaches make mistakes. Managers make mistakes. Maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe they talked about it ahead of time. But I would make sure that Framber's in a good headspace moving forward with this organization because they're going to need him. And I think pitchers get embarrassed. I think Tom Milliken this morning mentioned to me off the air about Patrick Waugh when he got embarrassed by the Canadiens and wanted out, and they traded him. That it did. Does he have any? Does he got to make sure his guy's okay? I don't know if he does or he doesn't, but if I were in AJ's shoes, I'd make sure my guy's okay.
Yeah, I think you have to. What happened last night with him leaving him in there, it was out of circumstances. They had to. The bullpen had been spent the previous 2 games with the opener starts, and the one was we didn't realize that the schoolboy was going to be out until Sunday night. So, they've done what they can, and what they needed was Framber Valdez to pitch deep into the game, and everybody knew it. And things got off on a rocky start. There's an error in the first inning, and next thing you know, it leads to 3 runs and extends the inning, and it's problematic. And then you add to that Valdez was just getting hit and hit hard. There were 5 hits in a row, and they get to the back-to-back home runs.
I
and then
hope they were stealing and relaying the
I hope that was the case
because it would be explainble as to why he was so bad.
It would. And then the only 4-seam fastball he's thrown this year happens to be right between the numbers in the back of. Was it Trevor Story that got hit?
Yep.
So, I mean, maybe he should think of implementing that pitch more often if he's got that kind of accuracy.
All right, here's more from AJ Hinch and the overall throwing at players and what he had to say about it. He doesn't endorse it, throwing at players.
No, of course he doesn't.
But as he said, in the moment, he thinks Framber probably felt justified.
Yeah, now
in the moment.
I heard Tom in the morning show kind of pushing back at AJ Hinch, thinking that AJ deserves some blame here for leaving him out there and kind of hanging him out there to dry. And I think it's a circumstance. I don't think he normally would do that. And he brought the point, well, you wouldn't do that to Skubal. And I'm thinking he would if it was the same situation.
You think he would?
I think he would have left him out there if there was the same situation. Hey, we had bullpen days the previous 2 days. We need you to eat up some innings here. And, then that happens. At some point, you got to pull him. I imagine it after he didn't pull him after the 2 home runs. He let him continue to pitch, and that's when he hit Story. But
he pulled himself.
Yeah, exactly. The umpire did it for him. Well, I don't think he did that in front of 20,000 people. I hope not. That can get you in trouble. But the umpire did him a favor by taking him out of the game, and at the same time, it was the same situation. They still needed somebody to eat up innings. Thankfully, they were able to get that because the other guys stepped up and did a great job. When you had Hannafy come in and throw 3 shutout innings, Birch Smith threw 2 shutout innings, and DeJesus threw 1 shutout inning. Now, easy to do when they've got such a monster lead, but it was only the 4th inning when they had the 10-2 lead.
All right, something very interesting released today. The Athletic does the anonymous player polls. They ask players a whole bunch of questions. The players answer them.
Like saying that the Cavaliers and the Pistons aren't on the Cavaliers level. That
no, nothing like that was asked. No.
Oh, that was an anonymous player.
Saying who's the best player in the league, and the anonymous players.
Gotcha.
Answer. They don't attribute who their answers go to, but like for instance, and we'll tell you what love the Pistons got. Who's the most underrated player in the league? 151 players casted votes. Cade Cunningham got 2% of the vote. Jalen Johnson and Derek White both won it with 4% of the vote. So it was
okay. So it's a wide range.
It was spread pretty thin. I don't think any players. Pistons got no votes for most overrated player.
Who was the most overrated? LeBron? Even though he's great.
I've lost it. I'll find it here in a second. Which current coach, aside from your own, do you find the most impressive? Why don't they have the results for that one? J.B. Bickerstaff placed third with 11% of the vote of the most impressive, and Joe Mazzulla, the Celtics, ultra competitive, no nonsense, fourth-year head coach, got the love on that one.
Was this information compiled right after the regular season,
I don't know.
During the playoffs?
Don't know. I could try and find the methodology.
If it's
here.
right after the regular season, I could see this happening, and then
Well, I'm sure it wasn't after Game 4 of the Orlando series. That's my guess. From late February to early April.
Okay.
The players, writers fanned out across North America asking a wide array of questions. Let's see here. Which current coach aside from your own do you find the least impressive? Brian Keefe, 22% of the vote, ran away with it. Doc Rivers second with 14%. Doug Christie third with 10%. Who is the league's best defensive player?
Okay. Wembanyama?
He got 41.1% of the vote. Chris Dunn and Kawhi Leonard finished tied for second with 4.6. Sar Thompson had 4% of the vote, tied for fourth.
Okay.
Yeah. No other Piston got a vote for that.
No Duren.
But Wembanyama ran away with it. And those are all the questions that they revealed the answers today. But I'd be intrigued. I mean, look, the guys in the league know who the guys in the league are. I feel like the rest of the world is kind of waking up to Sar Thompson and seeing how he impacts games. I wonder how that would go with like beat writers or media that don't cover the Pistons on a regular basis. Because when the games have more premium, like everything you do is multiplied. When you get into the postseason, when you have a good postseason game, or your impact is starting to get measured through the spectrum of a postseason game and series, certainly do a lot better in terms of what people think of you. The other thing I want to bring up here real quick is, what did you make of the Toronto getting the top pick of the NHL draft?
Well, will they move up 4 spots or something? Yeah. I don't know if I love the lottery system that they have, but the problem is that in all leagues, everybody's trying to manipulate to get the best draft pick that they can get, and it sucks because then you get tanking in the NBA. It happens in the NHL too, and yet sometimes, because it's weird, because you look at like the Red Wings played, was it Florida late in the season,
Mm-hmm.
and Florida had a lineup there that had none of their top 6 defensemen.
Yep.
And it was ridiculous, and yet they clowned on the Red Wings in that game. You just never know what's going to happen. So it is what it is. Toronto getting the top pick. I imagine they'll go for the flash, and they'll take Gavin McKenna from Penn State, who's awfully good. He's awfully flashy and pretty good. But will that be what's smart for Toronto? I don't know. We'll see. There's a big defenseman that everybody seems to like as well. But Toronto getting it, I don't like Toronto. It's my least favorite team in the NHL. So I don't have an anti-Canada thing at all. It's just an anti-Toronto thing. I don't want them to have success, and this is another time where they've gotten a top pick overall. And it bothers me that teams continue to move up in the lottery, and the Red Wings, when they were god-awful, they couldn't buy a top 3 pick. Everything was always outside the top 3. They're constantly moving back where they were. And then they don't have a first round pick in the draft this year because they traded it to get Justin Falk.
Mm-hmm.
So St. Louis gets it, but fortunately, there's just a little bit of luck there, Doug. St. Louis didn't move up.
Well, they had a 0.5% chance of moving up.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Does that matter? Does that matter?
No, it would have been the ultimate.
Yeah.
Are you blanking, kidding me? Scenario if the pick that the Red Wings had been elevated to number 1.
Well, that can't happen with the new rules, but they could go up like 10 spaces is what they were allowed.
So I didn't think so either. But when I saw the odds, they couldn't move up, but they could get number 1 by 0.5%. So I'm not sure. On Tankathon, it said they could get number 1, but either way, they didn't move up.
Regardless, they didn't move up.
Yeah.
So maybe there's just a little bit of puck luck starting to turn for the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Find that silver lining in it.
Boy, that's a stretch. That is the biggest
Sky
stretch.
full of clouds.
We get accused of stretches in the past, but that might be one of the biggest. Let's go inside the Piston locker room next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Happy National Beverage Day, by the way, to everybody out there. I think that's more reason to have margaritas today.
Why not? You ready? It's going to be a margarita Wednesday?
No, we still got the leftovers from yesterday. No, I am. I'm not going to do that again today. But
no,
you might. No, I'm not going to.
No.
But do you have a daily beverage? I always have this water bottle in here.
Yeah, I mean, I always mix up my own flavored water. This is some sort of tropical flavored that has like electrolytes in it, and then I add this one's got a pinch of black cherry flavor too.
Look at you.
Yeah, I used to go with something like that every day.
You got your homemade beverage. It's kind of you.
Yeah, I mean,
workshopped your own.
That's my It's these little flavored water, the Mio stuff with the some are energy, some are electrolytes, some have some caffeine to them or whatever. But yeah, I do that every day.
No homemade cucumber lime.
No, I haven't done that. And the thing is, I'm not against like a cucumber water, and I'm not against lime in a water. I think that's fine. It's refreshing.
You ever seen that box?
I didn't find that Gatorade was any good at all.
Yeah, I mean, look,
okay.
I'm not trying to sell it to anybody else.
No, you're not.
But I don't.
You're trying to sell it to 7-Eleven or somebody that will stock it.
Somebody please get the Gatorade Cucumber Lime Zero back.
Kenny and I discussed if you just add some like watermelon to it, it would probably be top tier.
I'm not a big fan of watermelon flavored stuff, but what a shocker.
But aside from your daily water and my daily, what's
I mean, a couple days a week, I'm like, I better grab a coffee today. If I didn't sleep well, I don't want to ever become a full-time coffee drinker because for about a week there, I was like, maybe I'll start doing this. And then I stopped and I got the searing caffeine withdrawal headaches. And, on top of the headache, I having to work with who I work with. I had to deal with his, but
sorry, peeps.
Yeah. We did get this one.
Yeah.
This is a ticket tax. Hey, Doug, what's up, fam? Be sure to keep it 100. No cap, no kizzy. On God, for real. For real on my mama, no cap. Like, oh my God. It's such a low point in my broadcast career.
True that. Sometimes in the evenings, I want something effervescent. So I can maybe burp up the dinner and kind of clear some room down there, feel better before I go to sleep. So it'd be like a Sprite or a Fresca. I love Fresca.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's alcohol. That's a whole different thing.
Joe and Monroe writes in, the Pistons have done this all season, regular season, get a lead, small lead late, and hold them off. I mean, look, the version of the Pistons, we were talking about when they were down 3-1, there's always going to be a portion of our audience that is parachuting in and not watch all the regular season games. The people that parachuted in and started watching in the playoffs must have been like, I can't believe this team's any good. And what they've shown the last 4 games is a far more accurate representation of what the 82 showed us, which is fun. They survived the 3-1 deficit.
That they did. And I don't care that Franz Wagner wasn't able to play in the second half of the series. Doesn't matter to me. It's just every team's dealing with something. And the Pistons got lucky in that aspect, and that's fine. Philadelphia got lucky that Jaylen Brown got hurt, or not
Tatum.
Tatum got hurt. Jason Tatum got hurt. That's fine. So be it. Whatever.
Championships, you need some luck.
You do. And you don't apologize for it. Pistons aren't apologizing for winning their first NBA championship when Magic got hurt. Just like I'm sure the Lakers weren't apologizing when Isaiah got hurt the year before in Game 7.
I wanted to see them beat Magic, and I really, really did, but whatever. The Tigers are done. Their goose is cooked. I don't really care about the rest of the division. There's way too many starting pitching injuries, and the offense just is not good enough to be able to carry this team for 3 to 4 months. That's from an unnamed texter. So there's a few things about that. One is that might be accurate, okay? They might have too many injuries to overcome. And the guys that they're relying on to come back, there's some unknowns there. Like, we hope that Melton is going to be an asset. We hope that JV is going to be an asset. But we don't know that. And
that Casey Mize is.
Yeah, I think Casey Mize is. The offense has been really hit or miss. The only thing I disagree with this is the offense is not good enough to carry this team for 3 to 4 months. Some of these timelines aren't 3 to 4 months.
No, not at all. In fact, the aforementioned 3 starting pitchers you had, that's like three weeks maybe at most, it sounds like. The Skubal thing, it's people are throwing a range between 2 and 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it's not like a tendon issue. It's loose bodies, which are bone fragments or bone spur type things, calcification there that's floating around. They got to remove those, and then it's healing time. I don't know how much rehab is going to have to take place with that. It sounds like it's a healing thing, and then you got to get your arm back up to strength, and maybe that takes a few weeks. I don't know what it is, but they're talking 2 to 3 months. So we're looking at middle of August when he's able to. That's 3 months is middle of August. I'm okay with that because I think this team in this division, they can stay afloat, particularly if Mize, Melton, Verlander are healthy enough to stay there, and if Framber Valdez, comes back to being the pitcher he is 3 out of 4 starts. And oh, by the way, Jack Flaherty, please.
Dude, the Flaherty thing is looming to go from something that they really would want to see him turn it around, and maybe he won't, but now they need him to turn it. They need him to turn it around.
What we're going to see, and maybe we're in it right now, is a brief snapshot of time. We're going to see a point where McGonigal is not hitting everything at 100 miles an hour off the bat, and that he's not getting on base every single day. And maybe he's in a little bit of a slump right now. He's still hitting above 300, and on-base percentage above 400. And we're going to see slumps come from time to time with all these players. But usually with one slump, somebody else picks up their offense, and we'll see where that goes. Now they got McKinstry back. They like McKinstry a lot. We'll see where he
had a rough
factors
night
in.
last night. He was not good. You're striking out with the bases loaded.
It's like Zach Short had a rough night the night before.
Makeable play at 30, couldn't make the error.
But he's in that game because of a left-handed starter, which kept Colt Keith, off. So we'll see.
Scott writes in, the Tigers now, they have to tread carefully and not let all this misfortune lead to chunks of losing. This feels like a very important stretch coming up here. Hopefully the clubhouse holds together. There's 2 things about that. One is seasons are long. They're filled with ups and downs. I think most professionals in that clubhouse understand that this team has been the victim of some bad luck. They got a bunch of injuries. Hopefully they do find a way to, quote unquote, hold it together. And I suspect that they will. The only thing that could fracture it is if a player feels like Framber might feel after last night, that he should have been taken out of that game. They should have mercy pulled him, and they didn't. And now, he got embarrassed. And those are the types of things that a manager and a player, you hope that the respect is there, that they're all good. And if it does need to get mended, I suspect that AJ is really good at that stuff, because he's a really level-headed thinker who seems to understand the tenor of the clubhouse and what it's like to be that guy. So I'm not worried about that, but I would think that it would be something that if it needs to get addressed, he would address it. The other thing is sometimes you just have a cursed season. Like, I'm not mad at – this won't make me mad at Scott Harris or A.J. Hinch or Chris Fetter. We got that call earlier today, because to me it's sort of understandable what's going on here. This sucks. This is not what the owner's manual read that this team was supposed to be. And so it just happens every once in a while, and you kind of got to endure it and come back next year. It's too early to raise the white flag, but I'm not overly optimistic at this point. I'm going to keep watching, keep hoping, keep figuring it. Like when guys come back, if they're not like 8-9 games back, they're 4 or 5 games back when people start to get healthy.
Keep pulling on the rope.
Yep. Tie knot, keep hanging. Don't say damn, say whammy, whammy, whoa.
That's right.
Here is Rico Beard. What's up, man?
What did you?
You know what you heard.
I got that.
Yeah.
You know what you heard.
Okay.
Was it the Midnight Funk Association? I have my card.
Okay. Electrifying Mojo.
That's right.
Okay.
What do you?
So impressed.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We talked some Pistons, Tigers, and
there was stuff last night.
A few other things.
Have a great show. Thanks for listening, everyone. Bobby filling in for Kang today, who will be back tomorrow. Tigers back at it tonight. We'll preview tomorrow's Piston game on tomorrow's show. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome, one and all, on a Wednesday. It's good to have everybody. Absolute tone setter last night. Game 1 in the books. We'll talk a little Pistons to start. We have to get to the complete embarrassment that Framber Valdez was last night, along with certain commentary about said embarrassment, Framber Valdez. We'll get to that at 3. But first...
Oh, boy.
No. First, Rico wins the hat competition today. A murdered-out black-on-black Atlanta Braves hat. It is sensual.
Oh.
That's a top-tier lid by you.
Okay, you know what?
Or as my dad says, nice sky piece.
All
right.
Play the song.
Hey, 6'6". You got to watch this. All right. Yes. Kenny's on his game. So let's do it this way. I want to give you the positives, and I want to give you my overall theme. And a reminder is Game 1 is not a series. Just like Game 1 didn't define your series against Orlando, I'm not going to have one game be this end-all, be-all. Here's what I liked. Okay, first of all, the energy was so much better from this team. This was the Pistons team we were used to. There was an energy, a tenacity, excellent. Man, did they get contributions from role players. Yeah. Okay? Ausar was impactful in a bunch of different ways. Duncan Bird, now I could do without Duncan Robinson trying to yell in James Harden's face. Oh, hold on. That's like getting carjacked by a Muppet. Stop it. That's not who you are, Duncan. Cut that out. My point is 20 impactful points.
You mean the Macomb County Gangsters?
That was tough. But my point is they got the contributions needed. The defense was there. Getting Jared Allen into foul trouble allowed you to clean up on the glass. Overall, it's a tone setter because now here's what I liked. You could tell the Pistons set the tone based on Donovan Mitchell doing what we used to call a Phil Jackson. Mm-hmm. Immediately in that postgame, he's working the refs.
Yep.
Because you did shoot 20 more free throws. And you did get one of their important players in early foul trouble. Donovan Mitchell is now, and I loved what Bickerstaff said, that's messaging. Our message is flopping is a violation. Mitchell's messaging is whack. The point is, this is what a playoff series is. Mm-hmm. All those things were good. Here's my concern. Because it's job well done. You held serve. You get Game 1. Can't ask for more. Here's what scared me. Why was the game tied with 4.5 minutes to go? I thought the Pistons played about as well as they could play. Shot 40% from deep. They forced the 20 turnover mark. They got 31 points off of turnovers. That is primo Pistons, right? Mm-hmm. The defense, block shots, agitating, doing their thing. They played as well as they could play. And yet, game was tied 4.5, 5 minutes ago. That's the one thing that scares me a little. Because as much as I love what the Pistons did last night, can I hearken? I want to hearken.
Hearken.
I said the very same thing to encourage Piston fans last series against the Magic. I believe it was Game 4. And I said, look, as awesome as Orlando played and as booty as you played, you were tied with 2 minutes to go. That's not a good sign for Orlando. That is a good sign for you. The principle does apply is how much of what the Pistons did last night is totally sustainable. Look, 40% from deep, that's pretty heady for a team that's not a good three-point shooting team. Getting 2 buzzer beaters, end of the first quarter, end of the third quarter, hey, man, those are daggers.
Yeah.
And they mattered. Green and then Ron Holland from the Clouds. Look, the defense is repeatable. Harassing Harden if Kenny Atkinson's going to be in a coma and not screen and rescreen to get him away from Ausar, that's repeatable. Cade is repeatable. I just wanted to ask you if I'm overthinking it because I love the performance last night. Mm-hmm. But yet I sat there in disbelief going, how the F is this game tied? The Pistons have dominated this game.
Is it harassing Harden if he just dribbles it off of his knees and just throws it out of bounds?
I want to give credit to Cade and Ausar. They were in his business.
They were, but
come on.
Some of those were just unforced. Like,
well,
somebody check this man's pocketbooks. Like, is he on the take?
No, like, he's just 36 and
awful.
Look,
awful was the word that I came up with.
Look, and we're not doing Cleveland radio.
No, we aren't.
It's not my problem. The problem is, listen, if the Cavs approach this the same way in game 2 as they did in game 1 as it would pertain to Harden, both in a we're just going to isolate and let him attempt to go at Cade or Ausar, they're going to lose.
Right.
Dennis Schroeder has to play more. But that's a 92-7 the game in Cleveland deal or whatever call numbers that station is. It's a very good station. Possibly the best.
I looked at this game, and you're right. I saw the others, and they really stepped up. And Tobias Harris is showing me that he is that consistent second scorer that we keep saying. Pistons needed a second scorer. Well, it's Uncle T. He scored 20 points again. And, yeah, I think that he is going to be a key piece of this. But Dennis Jenkins, for as much as we joke about him, Dennis has played whether it's game 7 or
when he's
this
at home.
game.
If he's at home.
Right, he's at home.
Now,
we need to see what he does in Cleveland. But I was thoroughly impressed with him. And the other person who was Ausar. It was number 9. And looking at him, and it's just all the little things that he does. Plus, he went out there, got 11 points, 8 rebounds. Like, he's doing a lot of stuff that just frustrates people. Key part to this team. I mean, we have fun with the number 9 means stop sign, but, man, I'm looking at the other. Ron Holland, like, everybody was out there, and it wasn't just the Cade show.
So why was it tied with 5 minutes to go? You see the problem? Because I thought the Pistons played A+, and on one hand, I can say if they play that way consistently, they could win the East. I have no problem saying that. They didn't play that way against Orlando. I thought last night they played great, and yet there we were.
Yeah, 93-all. I sat there and said, whoever hits this next basket is going to win this game. I don't know how. I guess because Cleveland didn't panic because they had been there before, so they didn't start just jacking up a bunch of YOLO shots consistently like Orlando did.
Again.
But you're right. It made no sense, but somehow or another, it was 93-all, and Cleveland had the ball. Now, fortunately, you went on a little, I think, 6-0 run.
It's a great closeout, though. No, the Pistons deserve credit for closing it out. I'm just making a point, like
how to get there.
And this is why box scores can lie. But I love everything the Pistons did in the box score, and I love everything they did watching every second of the game. The problem becomes that to me is as good as they can play. It was perfect. Whether it's the free throw differential, the turnover differential, elite for them, elite shooting from 3. Yeah. And Rico, look, they got some breaks. Who are we kidding? Jared Allen gets 3 fouls early, plays 18 minutes total. Now you can dominate the glass, even though you didn't.
Right.
You dominated with 6 or 7 extra offensive rebounds. That's great.
Yeah.
I keep coming back to why was the game tied? And how much of what we watched in game 1 is truly repeatable. If that's how they're going to play every night, I have no qualms telling you, as flawed as this roster is, that's as flawed as the Eastern Conference is, they could win said Eastern Conference.
So what you're saying is Pistons probably won't shoot 40% from the 3.
No, because
they won't get 20 extra foul shots, and Harden won't have 7 turnovers?
The last part might, because he kind of looks like a drunk old guy out there. But no, I just think the only thing you can accomplish to start a series as the team with home court is to not lose your advantage.
Yeah.
You held serve, you get the win. It's a tone setter. I think now Cleveland's the one who has to look at this and go, how are we adjusting? Part of that might be a minutes allocation. I do think you need more Schroeder. His athleticism bothered the Pistons. His frenetic pace. He's a little pit bull. He's a pain in the ass. And Harden, look, if you're not going to screen and rescreen and get away from Ausar, oh, you're dead. He's 36. He can't go up against someone like that. And Cade, credit Cade. His defense was excellent. And I know Harden got numbers, but let's be real. Harden was bad for 3 quarters.
Well,
and that was your defense.
Yeah, and the other thing, I don't know if it's sustainable. Like I said, Tobias has shown me the consistency. He's him. He's just going to keep scoring 20-some points a game. I don't know if we'll get 19 points a game from Duncan Robinson.
Well, no. And
that was a little bit of an anomaly.
What I'm saying is, absolute A-plus tone setter to start the series.
Yes.
I have nothing to knock them about. When I ask a question, that's just because I don't watch games like an 8-year-old. I'm asking, okay, last night is how you win the East. But is it repeatable?
Yeah.
Long term.
And that's why I said I don't know if Duncan can hitting the shots right before the half and at the end of the third quarter.
Oh,
probably
Green
not
and
gonna
Holland.
happen.
Well,
Right.
listen, hey, you make your own luck at home. The road is different. If you're Cleveland, your mission is to come here and get 1.
Yeah.
and you hold home serve, that's the oversimplification of the day. I apologize.
Yeah, no, and to go back to Duncan, you hope that maybe that spark when he made the basket and got in James Harden's face, maybe that's what's going to light the fire under him for the rest of the series. And we do get, let's just say you get a consistent 14 out of him. Okay, great. 5 from 8 from, what was it? 5 from 8 from the 3-point line? Yeah. That's good dunk.
And look, I'll say it. I mean, I this is where I hate headlines. Like, I thought Duren was okay. I don't know where people are getting, oh, he was regular season. Dude, he had 5 points until the late stages where Cade spoon-fed him 3 dunks. The defense was better. He did not dominate the glass. You're 7 feet tall and a man-child. You played 35 minutes, and Jared Allen missed the whole game, basically. You had 11 boards. I thought he was acceptable. But I love how one of the newspapers today, basically like, Jalen Duren wins Gold Penis Award. You're like, what are we doing? So, look, comprehensively, I don't know that it gets better for game 1. But I just wanted to know about sustainability. And maybe I'm just tripped out. Maybe it's the NBA. Everybody makes a run and you can't factor it in and they closed them out. I'm good with all of it. I just wanted to ask the question because, man, from a box score standpoint, if I designed Pistons blowout on paper, that was it.
It was. I never really thought the Pistons were in trouble, but at 93 all, I was like, they can't lose this thing, can they? Because they dominated. I mean, Cleveland took a quick 5-0 lead at the beginning of the game, and then it was a boat race after that.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're right. I can't answer your question.
No, I know.
How did it get tied?
Well, that's the fun. I mean, that's why we're going to.
No idea.
That's why we're going to tune in tomorrow night. That's part of what this is. I don't have the answers, but to me, look, I told you I didn't have a strong opinion on the series. It's a coin flip. I'm still right there. I think the Pistons reaffirmed a little bit of faith that they have that gear. They played. Am I wrong in saying that was their A+ game last night? I thought they played great. No. Yet, why was it tied? That's part of what playoff basketball is.
Yeah, it may have been their best game against. Well, Game 7 was a great game, but they were playing a corpse.
Correct.
This was a great
different.
game because Cleveland was in it and they were trying to win.
Yeah, this was A+ stuff, man. Yeah. David, Kenny, we'll get to you. I know Kenny has a ton of thoughts, especially about Lakers and Thunder. He was up late watching that. Kenny, I'm kidding. It's
6-6. You gotta want this.
Listen, all the drops are fun. I'm good with it. Rico, you want to take him to church? We'll get to the callers momentarily.
All right. Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs will change, kids will grow, and new memes will come out. But also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue even before you notice them. Guys, it's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. All with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no scripts. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand the 6-7 thing, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price, lock-in reliability, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney Plus, Hulu Bundle, and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable.
All right, A+ start to the series. Pistons were awesome last night. But the question is just, they were awesome. Why was the game tied with 5 to go? And how much of the way they played is sustainable long haul? If they play this way, if they're going to hit 40% from deep, if they are going to force 20 turnovers, if they are going to be the disruptors they are, even when they're not forcing turnovers, the toughness, the effort, look, there's no reason you can't win the East. It's a deeply flawed East. Therefore, your deeply flawed roster can do this. But I'm asking you the question. As far as the series goes, I don't think it gets better than game 1. If you made a list of like a grocery list of how to start a series, how to put the opponent on their heels, how to get their superstar to have to go to the refs postgame, you did it all. That's why I say it's A+. I mean, yeah, I'm sure some ding-a-ling will call in and be like, well, what if they won by 50? Technically, they would have played better. Okay, thank you for your contribution.
That's called the A++.
Plus. But I thought it was fantastic. Now, David, where are you at? Because unlike Nona over here, I believed even down 3-1 against the Magic. I know you didn't. And I said the series was a coin flip. You were more negative than I. That's not negativity to say, I think this is going to be a really good series. Where are you at after seeing the way they played? And answer the question of sustainability.
They played really well last night. I think there are two things on each side. I'll start with the Detroit side. It's Cade Cunningham. And I think that's how they can get better. That's how a situation where they're tied with 5 minutes left can be prevented, is if Cade shoots the ball better. He did shoot 31% last night. And I think if that area improves, and it probably evens out, because you're probably right, Rico, you're not going to get a Duncan game like that again. So it'll even out probably. Well, Cade will shoot a little better, but you won't get that from Duncan. So that part right there. The part that does scare me with the Cleveland Cavaliers is the Jared Allen part of this, because he was in foul trouble in that game. And he was not as effective as they needed him because he wasn't out there. So that part alone scares me when you think about them coming back and it being tied there. It may have been a much closer game if he's in that game, and who knows what happens in game 1.
And look, that's plausible, right? Even like Sam Merrill blowing his hammy, that's a 38% three-point shooter. Bottom line is that's part of the game, and you just roll with it.
Correct.
It's on Jared Allen to not take ticky-tack fouls. He had 2 stupid fouls of the 3, and the Pistons deserve credit for getting into his chest. I hear you. I'm just making a point, David. The three-point shooting would be the one thing I would say is not sustainable, because this team over no course of this season has shown an ability to knock down volume at 40%.
Well, that's my point. And me saying this is a warning to the Detroit Pistons fans, because yes, be happy you won. You want to win game 1. You want to say, yes, we looked great. It's a statement game.
They did.
But there's some things here that you can't now just be confident and say, we're going to sweep them. We're going to be a 5-game. You can't do that. Don't go crazy here, fans. It's still going to be a very close series.
Look, game 1 is your job is to win the game, hold serve, and put the Cavs in a pressure spot. And that's exactly what you did. Now, I will tell you this. I'll just warn you from decades of watching this silly league known as the NBA, Donovan Mitchell damn well knows what he's doing. And Bickerstaff called it out. I'd be prepared to be frustrated in game 2. My guess will be the refs are going to annoy the hell out of all of us. And you're going to see Cleveland at the charity stripe a lot more. I'm not telling you it's right.
Yeah, to balance it out. Yeah.
It ain't right, but it's real. I hate that element of the NBA. To the people, we'll get to the text a little later. Josh is batting leadoff. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Great, guys. Thanks for having me. You asked, what's sustainable? I'll tell you, and I'm curious what you think. Orlando, when Franz was healthy, was about the toughest defensive matchup against the Pistons I could have imagined. And eyeball test, it just looked a lot different most of that game. That's why Duren was scoring. That's why we were getting open looks. They didn't, Cleveland, protect our pick and roll. I think that's sustainable. Why did it get even in late in the game? Because Cleveland turned on the defense. I don't think they can do it. They don't have the people to do that to us like Orlando did. What do you guys think?
Well, I think part of it goes into shot making. I think part of it goes into Cleveland is primarily an offensive team. You're primarily a defensive team. I still think it'll come down to, Josh, we talked about this. The reason when we were talking yesterday, the reason they were in trouble against the Raptors, they wouldn't stop turning the ball over.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go in against the Detroit Pistons and turn this thing over 18, 20, 21 times, you're not going to win the series. Period. And part of that'll be the Pistons defense, but part of it is that's kind of who Cleveland is. Mm-hmm. They either adjust and take care of that basketball, turn it over 12 times. Hell, turn it over 14. You cannot give up 31 points off turnovers and beat the Detroit Pistons. In that sense, Josh, I agree with you. The one part I don't, once again, let's not make things up. Quote, that's why Duren was scoring. He had 5 points until the late stages where Cade handed him dunks.
3 dunks.
Like, please, let's not make things up.
And I think a lot of this had to do with before you sat in your seats at LCA, Jared Allen had 3 fouls. Like, I think we're like 3 minutes into the game, 3 fouls, and you're like, well, he's gone for a while, and he never really got rhythm. Not your problem, not your fault. Job well done. But yes,
no, it all plays a role.
Thing, I like how you put it. Don't let the stat sheets fool you. Those 3 dunks came at the end of the game.
You had 5 points for 34 minutes. I mean, just don't make that. Why do we do that in this town? Go to Danny, 97.1. D, what's good, buddy?
Fellas, how we doing?
Good, Danny.
You know, it was a beautiful thing to watch, and I think that you're 100% right when it comes to the sustainability. It's a question. I just have to, as I'm watching, man, Jalen Duren, I feel like obviously he was abysmal last series, and yes, he did get handed those last few buckets, you know, those 3 possessions back-to-back and put up however many points he did, but you have to think a guy who's averaging whatever he was, 19 and 10 a game, he's got to snap out of it.
I know.
Something's either, I don't know if it's a lights are bright, he's still getting adjusted, it's a different tempo because it's playoff ball versus regular season ball. He's a young guy, but you have to think a guy with his capability, his size, he's got to be able to snap out of it. And I don't think Orlando was a good matchup for him physically with a lot of the guys that were down there, and Paolo being able to, you know, muscle his way through there. And he didn't have a lot of help when it comes to offensive, defensive boards. But with these guys, they're as their turnovers show, they don't have the hustle Detroit has. And it's, although it's corny and it is what it is, that is their calling card. It's the transition points off of the turnovers. It's the overly picking up on defense. I mean, watching ball, I don't think I see a team in these playoffs better than Detroit when it comes to picking up off of a pick and roll, or picking up off of an open guy and they're swinging the ball and they're transitioning and picking up for the other guy on defense, because they all play it. It's very rare to see that. I mean, all of them.
You know who basically you're just a lesser version of OKC. OKC is just better at everything. But yes, to your point, they don't play in the East. Danny, that's been my whole thing. Both of these things can be true. The Pistons are a good ball club. Are they traditional 1 seed good in an Eastern Conference? No, but they don't need to be this year because this Eastern Conference is terrible. They have the ability to win this thing, and that would be invaluable to the franchise to just make an NBA final, to have a crack. Now, would you go in one of the biggest underdogs in the history of the league? Yeah, probably. But who cares? Get there.
I totally agree. And to be honest with you, you know, Mike, I know you say it's like, you know, Duren only had 5 points, and then after the turnover, I don't care ifs and buts, man. Like, what I mean by that is I don't care how they get there. If you get there because other teams are making the mistakes, pick up the ball, say thank you, and don't ask any questions.
Yeah, there's no question. It's just, Danny, when we talk about, when I have callers call in and say things that are factually untrue, that just drives me nuts. Not you. I'm saying, like, look, the conversation about Duren and needing to play well because you're going to max him out, that's a separate conversation of I don't care about last night. I care we won. I care that the team played A+ ball. They're different conversations. That's all.
Question for you before I let you guys go. Last one is, Asar was a offensive liability last series. I mean, it's so obvious. Do you guys think that this matchup proposes a better opportunity for him to? Because when he was getting aggressive driving and on the transition, he can be there to be somewhat efficient and just not a liability. Do you think that this matchup proposes a better opportunity for him to have more buckets? Because, as you said, Rico, Duncan's not putting up 19 a game. If Duren can snap out of it and just do what he did throughout the regular season and average 15, and Asar can be just pick up some points.
Yeah.
That's where the difference is going to make up between Duncan and not putting up 19 every game.
Danny, I'll say this. I think it was there last series. I think it'll be there this series if he wants it, if he's aggressive enough to get it. But a lot of times he'll get near the basket and he's not even looking at the basket. He's trying to find somebody else to get the ball to. If he just says, you know what, screw it, I want to go and drive hard to the basket, he can score. It's there.
I like
Other
that.
teams are daring him to do that.
I like that Dr. J you pulled last night. That oopsie doopsie.
Yeah.
That was a hell of that's a hyper athletic move. No, it'll be there because guess what? Cleveland's not as detail oriented as Orlando on defense. So yes, through osmosis. All right, new customers, you bet $5, you get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. You can turn $5 into $150 on FanDuel. You can get closer to the action, whether it's player props, favorite stars, all the tools you need to back it up. FanDuel's got it. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. A-plus start to the series. Pistons 1-0. All the peripherals were perfect. You design a game in a lab that the Pistons are going to play A-plus. You saw it last night. The question just becomes how sustainable is it? Because I'm like Rico. I couldn't believe it was 93 all. I'm like, you kicked the hell out of this team all night. How are we here? David Tex, what's the early returns there? Where are people at with it all?
It was tied because basketball is a set of runs. You can't be perfect the whole game. Cleveland is a good shooting team. Take the win and move on. Someone else brings up the shooting for Cleveland and says Cleveland has a great shooting. The great three-point shooting. You mentioned that, Mike, yesterday before the game. That's why they kept in it, because they can shoot the three very well. Okay. Then this person says Cleveland's players complaining about not getting fouls in a playoff game is hilarious to me. Everyone knows the refereeing in the playoff season allows for more physical style of basketball.
Yeah, except it doesn't, because you shot 40 free throws. You shot 20 more free throws. And guess what's going to happen if you lose a game? You're going to complain. That's playoffs. I mean, it's a dance as old as time. Phil Jackson was legendary, working the media, working the refs. That's all done. And J.B. Bickerstaff is 100% right. He knows what Mitchell's doing. Mm-hmm. It's messaging. That's it.
No, you're right. I mean, they had to come up with a rule because Coach K would walk out at halftime with the referees at Duke games. And lo and behold, the next half,
it flipped.
The Duke got every call. Wonder why.
Mm-hmm. I hate Coach K. David, go ahead, and then I'll go to the callers.
As a Cavs fan, that game was what worried me. The Cavs might have the scoring prowess, but the turnovers and lack of physicality on the glass hurt them. This is going to be a tough but long series.
Yeah, it's the second round. I mean, I don't think you roll in calling for sweeps. I mean, look, if you want to tell me the Knicks are now going to sweep the Sixers because Embiid is not playing tonight and they'll be in a 2-0 hole, I'll listen to it. I don't know. Yeah, it's supposed to be a series. It's supposed to be at least 6 games. It's the playoffs. It's really difficult to just drop a bomb on somebody and sweep them out of the playoffs. Although it would be pretty hilarious if the Pistons did it, because Cleveland would then blow themselves up.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah. Especially with JB as the coach. Yeah.
Uh-oh. We are an extremely streaky team. Cleveland drew even because of Harden's 11, but we also score in streaks, so that's why it was close at the end.
Okay, so at no point you're just not quite answering the question, but that's okay. I shouldn't have asked it. I should have just played the song. I asked a legitimate question. The whole zoom out for a minute. If you play A+ basketball, the game should never be tied. Period. I think you played as well as you can play. You played awesome last night. And it's just explained away by what? The ticket texters just tell me Cleveland's booty jam anyways. That they're garbage and it doesn't matter. And okay, so like, just pick a lane. The point I'm making is if it requires you to play A+ ball and you're still tied, that's something to keep an eye on. Mm-hmm. That's the bigger thing. I thought the Pistons played amazing last night. That's what I don't know. I think I struggle because basically a vast majority of this fan base started watching basketball 10 minutes ago. That's really the problem here. I know I'm not. No. I'm going to say it because it's true.
Some. But there are, Mike,
there's 7 real fans in this town.
I think
it's just, no, but Rico, it's the lowest level of conversation of any of the 4 sports.
I think that the new fans are just more vocal because, hey, have you guys seen this Pistons? They're good. And they just want to talk about it. It's like, yeah, they've kind of been around for a long time. Yeah, I think, they may actually win their first title. They've actually won 3.
That's just kind of the problem. All right, we'll go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead,
What's
Kev.
up? Hey, I think you guys are drinking out of the wrong Kool-Aid jar because if it wouldn't have been for Allen and Mobley not playing last night, the Cavs would have blown them out.
Yeah, but whose fault is that?
Look,
that's not a Pistons problem. Okay, if you want to say the refs impacted the game, Kevin, that doesn't mean the Pistons didn't play well.
Oh, okay. What about the 2 throw-ins at the buzzer? It gave you 6 points.
Okay, Kevin. Again, hold on. I feel like I'm getting attacked here. Kevin, I asked the question about sustainability, and I highlighted those 2 buzzer beaters at the end of quarters. You can't count on stuff like that. I don't know why you're coming at me.
Right. No, it's because you guys are like delusional. You're like the total Michigan fan.
Kevin, I'm not a Pistons fan.
Total Michigan.
I'm
Total.
not. Oh, okay.
Wait. But how are we?
What's happening?
How are we
How many
delusional?
foul shots? How many points did you make off foul shots?
Okay, I didn't make any. I didn't play last night. Kevin, I said you shot 20 more free throws than your opponent. Is it sustainable? Kevin, I asked all these questions. Yeah. Why are you labeling my questions delusional when they, in essence, kind of agree with you?
Yeah, said Duncan Robinson probably won't score 19 points like that again. You won't hit 2 baskets at the buzzer like that again.
That's right. So the game won't even be. If the ref's not giving you every call, while they're mugging Harden at half court, knocking him around, letting him.
All right, so Kev, you're a Cavs fan, I take it. Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm a Ohio fan. Buckeyes.
Cool. They have radio stations down there. Call them. I'm not having it. I'm not going to sit here with this nonsense and go, we're delusional. I don't even like the Pistons.
I kind of figured that's where he was going with this because
I showed him some.
Doing here?
I showed him some grace. I tried. This is my point, man.
Yeah, you know what?
Call the Cleveland station.
Here's your first one on the air, Mike.
They have,
thank you. Right, you know.
They have some very talented hosts in Cleveland. Call them. Don't bring that here. I made a case that I'm a little nervous, even though the Pistons played amazing. Don't call here acting like this is the Blaha Funhouse. That ain't me.
And Kevin, we asked the question, why was Cleveland tied at 93? Oh, like late in the game. So he was angry. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Sometimes there's new money all across the board. It's always the referee's fault. You can never just lose a game.
You can't blame last night. I don't care if you're a Cavs fan. You can't blame it on officiating. No. You can't. You weren't detail oriented. The officials didn't turn it over 21 times.
Right there. Come on. There. You could talk about the foul disparity. Okay, I'll give you that because that's interpretation by the refs. Refs didn't turn that ball over. The ref didn't whisper in James Harden's ear, go ahead and kick it out of bounds. No. Go ahead. Hand it over to Dennis Jenkins.
Yeah, hey, newsflash. The refs didn't make Harden look like Medea goes to church running point.
Right.
Okay? When he's falling all over his ball sack and Cade is taking the ball away, that's not the refs.
Man, Grandmama played better hoops than that.
That was Uncle Drew when Kyrie used to put on the old person outfit. Right. Like, that's not the refs, guy. Oh, my God. I feel like I'm in a simulation with some people.
Kevin was a little upset.
Okay. 248-539. Zabbity-doo-dah. If you're in an accident, it can feel like you're on your own. Or if you do a radio show and you're trying to talk about a playoff series, I definitely feel alone. The insurance company, not your friend. The paperwork, complete nightmare. That's why you need to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action now. They have counselors to keep life moving. Forensic experts lock down your case. It's smart, it's fast, and most importantly, it is built to win. Get David, get paid. It's not a tagline, it's a playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. You know, I've often said nothing says 1-0 series lead for the Pistons like a little Boss Skaggs. All right, let's get some music. We've got a Blitz adventure to go on before returning to people.
Yes, that is NFL music. Some thoughts in my head I want to get to you about. This one here is regarding Aaron Rodgers, because there's some rumors going on regarding Aaron Rodgers. So Kendrick Bourne went on social media and sent this to Aaron Rodgers and says, "Come on, we waiting on you."
With Arizona?
Kendrick Bourne plays for Arizona.
Yeah, along with a pair of eyeballs. Mike, you're not on social media.
Correct.
We interpret that
Thank
for
you.
you.
Thank you.
It means that we're looking at you, and you know what we're talking about. Come on, you want to be a Cardinal.
One problem. The Steelers placed some far-flung, rarely used tag on Aaron Rodgers last week, where Rodgers can't sign with another team until training camp starts. Correct me if I'm wrong, David.
That is correct.
So what is your question here?
Well, because an hour later, then the head coach was on the Jim Rome show and, quote, "Honestly, right now, we're focused on the guys that we got in this room. We've got the unit that we have, Gardner, Jacob, and Slovis, and then we drafted Carson Beck in the 3rd round." One thing he's not saying is it isn't happening.
Well, the other problem, Jacoby Brissett is sitting out because he wants a new contract. Things are going great in Arizona.
So
to answer your question,
swimmingly,
no, I wouldn't sign Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Yes, I believe Jacoby Brissett is basically Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career. Okay? Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers, that was a collection of 4-yard passes. If I take Jacoby Brissett and I put him on the Steelers, he probably does the same, if not more. I just don't see the value in Aaron Rodgers at this stage. He goes to Pittsburgh or he goes to the beach.
I'm fine with him going to Arizona, by the way.
I was about to say, David, you know, you saw the movie Boomerang. You know what?
Yes.
Let's reverse this. Reverse it. I'm going to ask you the question as a Steeler fan. Are you worried?
No, I'm not worried at all. In fact, I would pack his bags. I would send him along to Arizona because we would get compensation, because basically what they did with the tag thing, and then we can reset, which is something we have never done.
I don't understand the fascination with your city and Aaron Rodgers, but you know what? That's a you thing. That's a black and gold thing. Black and yellow, I'm sorry.
Black and yellow. You are correct.
Sorry.
Let's get to another quarterback here, because I want to know, will he be on a roster this offseason? And that is Anthony Richardson. He requested a trade this offseason. Nothing has happened with him. He was not dealt in the draft. He did show up for voluntary camps this week, but will he actually be on a roster this year?
He'll be on the roster of Culver's. Hope he knows how to make a butter burger.
I think
you're out of your mind.
Very good burger. Maybe
I've never had
burger.
it. I don't know. I see the commercials.
It's a great burger.
Welcome to Wisconsin. I mean, the commercials are everywhere.
It's great. They don't even pretend to be healthy.
Okay,
just
I've
come
never
and
had
get one of our burgers.
Well, Anthony Richardson will be happy to serve you.
I'll say this. I think he'll be on a roster, maybe not as a starter, but I think he could be a very good backup, especially for a team that's really in the hunt, and you look at your second string quarterback and says, hey, you know, if Dak Prescott goes down, Jerry's just out there spending money like a drunken sailor. So I could easily see him in Dallas. Your playoff hopes won't leave you if your quarterback goes down for 5 or 6 weeks. He could step in there, and maybe in that 6 weeks, if he can go 4-2 and keep you afloat, yes, I think he'll be on a roster, David, but not as a starter. But then again, there's always Arizona and Miami.
Yeah, no. Miami's not trying to do anything, so I don't think they would do that. Let's move over to a different team, different position. A question that I just had in my mind here regarding the offseason that this individual has had. So JSN signed a massive deal. We all saw that. Well-deserved deal for Jackson Smith and Jigba. One player has not, though, and that is Puka Nacua. We've seen the interesting offseason that he has had, but on the field, he's also missed a ton of games in his career. Missed 6 games in 2024, dealt with more injuries last year, only missed 1 game, but was really struggling through that year with injuries. What do you do with him? Seeing the offseason he's done, do you sign him now or do you wait and see?
Franchise him.
Yeah.
It's also why their pick of Ty Simpson at 13 was dumber than rocks. You needed to draft Puka insurance. That's where a Mekhi Lemon goes. I'm not paying him. He's too unreliable. His body's going to break down because he plays like a psychopath, and that's before we get to the whole rehab, not rehab. Did he bite someone? Did he not?
Right.
I don't know.
See, it's more the off the field stuff because it's just too much smoke going on there. And at first, like when it started off with his brother, and you're like, well, you can't blame him for what his brother does. But then he goes out and does some dumb stuff. It's like, okay, is this just a family thing? And you're right. And now you're not really that available. Great receiver when he's on the field and can play.
Yeah.
If I'm the Rams, no. I'm going to ride this thing out. I'm going to wait to see if it was just a one-time thing.
No, the other thing?
And the other, you're
His
right.
life cycle is tied to Stafford. If Stafford walks away at the end of the year, you're triggering a rebuild anyways. Why would I tie up $200 million in a receiver?
And then you also, why did you not take a wide receiver? You could have got, I guess, the second best receiver. Actually, I think you could have got the best receiver. I'm not a Jordan Tyson fan.
That was some Neil Tyson Degrassi stuff right there. You'd have to. That was cosmic what they did at 13. Go ahead, David.
Let's move over to
the coach
New York.
didn't like it.
Move over to New York and let's talk about the Giants for a quick second. And no, not
The
just because
G-Man.
they're your team, Mike. I just was looking at their roster.
Yeah.
Looking at the defensive side, looking at things they've set up offensively, and then they signed DJ Reader. Have they set themselves up well? Is it too early maybe to say they can win the division?
No one's going to replace Dexter Lawrence 1v1, but the combination of Shelby Harris, who's been good in Cleveland, and he's old, but he's 330 pounds, and then you bring in DJ Reader to rotate with him. Dave, you're not going to have perfect at every position, but did they fortify the interior, get a couple of guys capable of stopping the run? Yes. I think the Giants' ultimate failing is they really are a safety and a corner short of me feeling like that defense is perfect. And I need to see Abdul Carter actually, he got better, but man, there's some pictures of him now at OTAs, and I'm like, son, did you touch a free weight? Like what? Good God.
He's got 5 months. He'll get there.
Okay.
David, I'm not a Giants fan.
You're high on them.
But I do think that the Giants could win the division. Something's wrong in Philadelphia. It just is. And Dallas is spending money. I said this earlier in this segment. Jerry Jones is going for it. He wants another Super Bowl before he passes away. That's just how it feels. He's in that type of thing, kind of like how Illich was here in Detroit.
I want that bond boat. Can we get Jerry's Bond yacht? Remember when he did the draft during COVID,
Maybe
floating around in the ocean?
You'll buy Bezos' yacht.
It is for sale.
Yeah. But I like that. The Giants are young and they're scrappy, and they may be just stupid enough to go out there and get this thing done.
Ask me in August, and then I'll tell you. I need to see Malik Neighbors actually running. And look, it'll come down to Jackson Dart. If you go year 1 to year 2 and he takes a leap, Rico might be right. But I'm very cautious with my own team.
But there's one thing.
The Commanders are they're the biggest wild card. I don't know what they are.
Well, they don't have any receivers.
They got Debo.
Again, they don't have any receivers.
They got scared.
He didn't say
Terry.
doorknobs. He said wide receivers.
Yeah, you need more than one, though. Scary Terry's good, but you need more than one. Okay. So that is your
You can
NFL
have one in
blitz.
San Francisco if you want.
Well, answer his phone, maybe. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Pistons were back on the practice floor filling their gap day before Game 2 tomorrow.
And Jeremy Otto was there.
Yes, Donovan Mitchell said he might have to start flopping to get calls going forward yesterday. JP Bickerstaff and how that'll impact the way his team guards. JB Bickerstaff said Kevin Huerter is taking steps and moving in the right direction for a return. Joel Embiid is out for the 76ers tonight as they trail the Knicks 1-0. Anthony Edwards also questionable for Minnesota versus the Spurs. The Tigers hit the field to wrap up their series against the Boston Red Sox. Jack Flaherty makes the start after lasting just 3 2/3 innings his last outing against the Rangers. He's struggling with walks this season, averaging nearly 8 per 9 innings. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. The NHL share new salary cap particulars for next season. The floor is $76.8 million, while the ceiling is $104 million. The max salary for a player is now $20.8. The Professional Women's Hockey League announced a Detroit expansion team this morning. They'll start play next year. The Michigan High School Athletic Association announced they'll move to a seeding model for the football postseason this fall based off playoff points. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, good to have you with us. We spent the first hour talking about the Pistons, A-plus tone setter, way to start the series. A couple of questions within it. We can certainly continue with your calls, but I do want to turn our attention to what happened last night with the Tigers. And look, I'm pissed. I'm pissed because it was absurdity. And then I'm even more angry in that I have to unwind something that I feel was, at best, dumb, and at worst was willfully dishonest. So let's just go through this. So Framber Valdez got lit up. Okay? He was terrible. And this is the one thing I said is I had no problem they wanted to pay Framber, but what did I say about him? There's going to be 4 or 5 starts a year where he just unravels. When things don't go his way, he can erupt, including dotting his own catcher. That's just real.
It actually happened.
Now, last night, they couldn't take Framber out of the game because you don't have any pitching. The bullpen is already pre-scheduled chaos. So Framber kind of had to take one for the team, even though it wasn't his night. And it didn't go well. And he would have been pulled earlier. But he stays in the game. He gives up back-to-back home runs to make it 10-3, and then he dots Trevor Story in the back. That's weak sauce. Now, before you do a Dirks and tell me that it wasn't intentional, well, A, the manager disagrees, and B, here's a fun fact. And this is either the biggest coinky-dink in the history of coinky-dinks, or it's intentional. Framber Valdez has thrown 694 pitches this season. He waited until dotting Trevor Story in the back to throw his first 4-seam fastball of the year. Not of the inning, not of the game, of the season. Oh, well, they were stealing his signs. Oh, he was tipping pitches. Dude, now here's the problem. Framber is facing a 7-game suspension. You don't have pitching. It's childish, it's selfish, it's dumb. And even A.J. Hinch came out and he said, quote, it didn't feel good to be out there. He doesn't agree with what his pitcher did. But yet, here's what you got to unwind. I want to play the audio. David, do you have the one that splits our TV crew and Boston's? Because Dan Dickerson called it straight up. Dan Dickerson knew what he watched.
Bruh, everybody knew what they watched.
One person didn't. Take a listen to the difference between the Detroit call and the Boston call and tell me what you hear here. Because I'm telling you, this I can't abide, especially from a former player who knows what's up. Stop. Take a listen to this. What planet are you on, Andrew? Seriously, you're a former player. The pitcher is getting rocked. He gave up back-to-back jacks. He probably knows he was getting his sign stolen. There was a bat flip. He threw his first four-seam fastball of the season on the same moment he just unintentionally dots Trevor Story, who was at second base multiple times and probably stealing signs. As a former player, you couldn't possibly. I would love for Greater Life Church to go to the general fund and post $5,000 for Dirks to pass a lie detector test, polygraph, that he actually believes what he was selling last night. I don't care whether Andy Dirks is a Hall of Famer or a low level, but he was a major league player. He is a 0.1% of the 1%. He made it. He made the show. He knows that game at a way different level. No one in baseball shares his take. That's an insane take. Valdez is a known baby. And when things don't go his way, he lashes out. You just own it. He was selfish. Now they're probably going to be without him for at least a start. At a time that they can't have anyone else miss starts.
Yeah. If he gets suspended for 7 games, that's probably 2 starts in the rotation. Yeah.
But or at least one. Just the idea that I have to unwind that is at best, it's just a horrible take. At worst, it's just you're not being honest.
No, it was almost as if he took it personal, Dirks. It was almost like he wanted to go down and join into the fight. That really wasn't a fight.
What warning is there? You gave up back-to-back bombs, 10 runs, and you dotted a guy. The ump knows that you threw a fastball and grooved it between his numbers.
Yes. And this wasn't even like an accidental, oops, it slipped out of my hand. It was purposely done. And then when he gets tossed, well, he's only gotten tossed because the Red Sox are lobbying
do we have that audio? Here, listen to this, because he wasn't done.
Oh.
Listen to this, what Rico's referencing. Stick to the kazoo.
Kenny.
That's crazy talk. Here's an idea. Andy, you're a former player. Do you think the Red Sox wanted him out of the game? It was batting practice. It's not about them complaining. The guy is a known wild card. You know that. You know it. Hey, how about when he dotted his own catcher like a psychopath? He dotted a guy after back-to-back bombs, having given up 10 runs. There's no warning. You're out. What warning is there? I'm sorry, and I know maybe I'm hung up on the wrong thing. The idea is if I don't head that off at the pass, I'm going to get 1 million people who watched that game last night. They're going to take that as gospel, and yet no one else in the baseball world, no players have that take.
Even the manager.
Come on.
Didn't have that take.
There you go. AJ Hinch didn't even stand up for his guy. He basically is like, I'm embarrassed to be out here. This is ridiculous.
Okay, nobody throw a punch because we shouldn't even be here. You're upset because your pitches got tipped because you weren't hiding them. And no, this wasn't the whole trash can beating. This wasn't the buzzers in your jersey type of cheating. This was you weren't protecting your pitches, and they could see your hand in your glove, and they knew what you were throwing. And they were telling the other batters, okay, this is what's coming. That's on you, man. Okay? And to get upset, and yeah, you hit him. It was clear. It was, like I said, this wasn't a whoops, the ball slipped out of my hand type of thing. Because I've seen that before. Like, you know what? My bad. Didn't mean to hit you like that. He knew exactly what he was doing the entire time. The benches come clearing out, and
then he hides. Like, I agree with the Boston broadcast there.
Dave O'Brien and Will Middlebrooks.
He hides behind his team coming out for him instead of, if you're the one upset, if you're the one that want to throw the ball at the story here, then stand up and fight for yourself.
I'm more upset that he's probably gone at a time we can't. First of all, I'm upset they've lost 2 to the Red Sox, which is unforgivable. But at a time where it's like, look, Framber, you're still a really good pitcher. You're having a terrible night. I told you, he's going to have 4 or 5 of these a year. It's who he is. But when it goes bad, man, does it go bad. You just needed to be a good soldier. We're giving you $40 million a year. Hey, man, I know this sucks, but I can't take you out of this game because our bullpen is taxed.
Right. If you're that angry, throw the ball at AJ for leaving you, putting you back out there in the game.
Do you want AJ's quote in full? Here. I understand. I understand their frustration. I understand the optics. I understand the whole thing. We play a really good brand of baseball here. That didn't feel like it. That's not judging intent. I have no idea. But I know when you go on the field and you end up in those confrontations, you feel like you're in the right. It didn't feel good being out there. Close quote. Really? So AJ doesn't buy it. No. I don't think his teammates buy it. And no one in baseball buys it. No. That's what angers me. The Valdez part, but then on TV, you can't do that. Come on, man. You're a former player. You can't. There's no world we're sitting here going, oh, well, the Sox complained and got him tossed. What world are you in? He's acting out. That's what Framber does. He just dotted a guy.
Well, it's funny because I don't know if we have the audio, but later on, the Boston announcers even referenced that, like, well, next, I guess it's going to be the catcher he's going to hit. But he better watch out as well. Like, everybody knows his reputation. You didn't need a warning. We knew what that was. The ump knew. Your coach knew. Everybody knew you were frustrated and you hit Story.
And that's the whole thing. I need Framber Valdez to be a leader. Tarek Skubal is gone, and I don't know when he's coming back. I need you to lead. This is not what a leader does. And please, spare me if you're some 90-year-old, respect, calling in about Bob Gibson in the summer of 60. I don't want to hear it. That's not what this is.
Did you say Bob?
Yeah, like, well, Bob Gibson used to throw it, guys. Yeah, okay. Just stop. This is different. If Bob Gibson had given up 10 runs, including back-to-back bombs, and then dotted a guy in the skull, that's not the same thing as getting a guy who's crowding the plate.
Well, put it like this. I'm sure Bob Gibson, like Nolan Ryan, would have stood up there and just said, you want to fight? Let's fight.
Right. Valdez says, it wasn't on purpose. It might have looked like it, but it wasn't. Okay, explain why you chose that moment to throw your first four-seam fastball in 694 pitches.
Yeah. We all know what it was, except for some reason, Dirks, that was just a weird reaction to the whole thing, and then he wouldn't let it go. And it's like, what are you saying that I'm not saying? What do you know that I don't know? I told you,
Greater Life Church, they're ready. They got the papal polygraph.
Yeah,
I refuse to live in a world where a former player actually believes what he said on the air. You can't do it. And again, I have the utmost respect for former players, man. These are the 101. Baseball is the hardest thing on God's green earth to do. Round ball, round object. But give me a break. You know why he did what he did. And then saying, oh, well, the Sox complained. Dude, he had to get tossed.
I don't think the Sox had to say a word.
Good God. 248-539-9797. I want to get some calls on it. I'm annoyed with Framber. I know the play-by-play thing. I understand that that's probably a way lesser issue for many people. But what I don't want to do is sit here and take 20 phone calls of people who will take that as gospel. I'm going to head that off at the pass. That's ridiculous is what it was. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim. Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. It's at Circa, downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim, you can book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. Oh, the hits keep on coming. Gleyber Torres to the IL with an oblique, which is an absolute effing nightmare for hitters. Volatile timeline. He'll be eligible to be back on May 13th. If I had to place a bet on whether he would be, Magic 8 Ball says no.
Take the over.
It'll be retroactive to Sunday. Keep your eye on it. But this is, look, it's just turned into a little bit of a nightmare here.
This is almost turning into substation. Wow.
A little bit. And Gleyber's one of the only right-handed hitters with any chops in this lineup. He gone. And the oblique, you come back too soon, now you're talking about missing months. Dicey injury. So, David, what do the text communications have to say on everything we just said?
I get the old school drilling of a guy, but you need to keep the big picture in focus. You are the guy now with Skubal out. Plunk him the next time you play. Someone says, not only is Valdez putting a strain on his own bullpen for no reason, he's putting his own teammates in danger because I guarantee you Boston throws at and hits at least one of our batters, probably more.
Yeah, but again, I'm not interested in hypothetical revenge. It is simply about last night. You can't put your team in that position. The bullpen is taxed, and AJ has his back against the wall because of all these injuries. This isn't Patrick Waugh being left to die and give up like 12 goals and then demand a trade out of Montreal back in the day. This is about, I need you to take one for the team because there is no backup goalie. We cannot pull you. Like you're going to hurt us down the line. And what did Framber do? He put himself first again. Don't tell me there's no intent. Oh, that was the moment he just decided to go back to the future in 88.7 gigawatts and throw a four-seam fastball for the first time in 700 pitches? Stop.
And see, that's why I think he was really upset. I don't even think it had anything to do with the Red Sox. He didn't want to be out there anymore. It was like, Skip, come on. Get some movement in the bullpen.
Yeah, someone is asking that on the text here saying Valdez wanted to get tossed. He saw that no one was warming up after the 2 solo home runs, and he knew that his best chance of exiting the game was doing that.
Right, and again,
that's selfish.
Well, it is, and I'm sorry, but even if this was about Story at second base, 1 foot on the bag or 2 feet on the bag, Eric Hosmer talked about this a little bit. Former Kansas City Royal. Yeah. Listen, you don't like that you're getting your sign stolen or you're tipping pitches. You can do a lot of things about it, but waiting until the game is 10-3 and you gave up another couple of bombs. And then you just, no, it doesn't even compute. It doesn't.
It doesn't. And you know what? I'm going to give you full credit because you said something I really didn't think about, Mike.
What?
But just going back, and I know we're going to move past the Dirks thing, but like the Red Sox tried to get him out. Why?
It was batting practice.
I want you to pitch all 9 innings. This is a game you're going to help me make money because I'm going to point back to this game that, hey, I went up against the first place Tigers and I was 4 for 5 that day with 2 home runs.
This game to Valdez is what MSU football's become when you see the draft profiles of players.
Yes.
Every highlight's against State.
Yes. You were you got turned into the homecoming game.
Did Jeremiah Smith just score a touchdown with no pants on? Yes, he did.
You're right.
I mean, I'm with you.
Right. It's like I don't ever want him to leave the game. No. Why would I want him tossed out of the game?
Let's get some of the people in the mix, shall we? We'll get David. We'll get back to text momentarily. Okay. We'll go to Zach 97.1. Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good. I can't comment on the Tigers. It's just awful. But I want to go back to what you're saying about the Pistons and their A-plus performance. I got to push back on that. What would be your letter grade for Cade last night? Defensively, fantastic, but he shot close to 29% from 2. We talk about those, half-court shots going in or buzzer beaters going in and all this other stuff, but Cade shot 30%, 16 for 9. He made 6 shots. 4 of them were from 2, right? So I see that as, man, Cade played a B game, and we still beat these guys, and he's coming off a lung and carrying the team on his back for 7 games. And so I just wanted to push back on that A+. If
you wanted to push back on me giving the Pistons an A+, just so I understand what we're doing here.
Absolutely, because they can be better. We got to respect these guys. They can be better.
They can be better. So it's totally normal for Duncan Bird to go for 20.
Duncan and Bird go for 20.
Yeah, Duncan Robinson. He was Larry Bird last night. That's totally normal?
No. But what I'm saying is Cade is.
I understand that Cade was an A+ on an individual level, but when you comprehensively look at the entire night, +6 on the O glass, force 21 turnovers, shoot double the free throws, shoot 40% from three, comprehensively, Zach, that's an A+ game.
But if Cade is better, what is the letter grade?
All right, fine. A++. Zach, man, look, I got to be honest. I'm not being disrespectful. Zach, I'm tired. All right, I'm done. I'm not going to sit here and let you jackhammer my balls. I gave the team an A+. You want me to downgrade him to an A so we can have an A++ down the line? Zach, I don't know what we're doing, brother. How was your meal? Delicious. Well, how delicious? Could it have been more delicious? No, it was delicious. Zach, I don't know what we're doing.
What if we would have put more butter in the mashed potatoes?
Then it would have been deliciosity. I don't.
It would have been gooder.
I don't know what we're doing. Zach, fine, I'll downgrade them. They played B+. Now have your twin brother, Zach, call in and tell me a B+ is too low. Like, what are we doing? It was a great tone setter. I thought the team collectively played the best they can play. You're saying, well, there was room for Cade to be better. And if Cade were better, it would take away from someone else.
Here, let me help you, Zach. The reason why I'm not mad at Cade, and I still will say that, is because Cade played through the defense that they had set up for him to run him around, to tire him out. He did not have the fresh legs, and you saw that in his shooting. And they still overcompensated for all of that and led almost wire to wire. But hey, this is why you don't give out A+.
That's all.
You're learning, buddy. Never give out an A+.
I'll go to Jason, 97.1. That was wild. Jay, how you doing? Jay?
Good, guys.
There he is. Yes, sir.
Real quick, before I talk about the beating last night, this Gleyber Torres injury, you guys talked about this a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
This is why you don't sit on your butt and do nothing last year. You didn't bring up McGonigal. I want to say Cleveland brought up their stud minor league player, and he played in the series against the Tigers. You did nothing last year. These playoff appearances aren't guaranteed. And sitting on the sideline last year and letting the division go away, not really doing anything to make the team better to advance past what you did with Cleveland. Now, this just feels like karma to me, all these injuries. That's how I feel about that. Now, as far as the beating last night, I immediately had an issue with what Boston did when the first home run that got hit before the second one, the guy, threw the bat 25, 30 feet in the air, a bat flip. You're stealing signs. Why are you doing a bat flip? Just take your home run, run around the bases. I kind of wanted him to get plunked after that. I don't know how do you guys feel about that?
Look, I'm Jason. It's been a bit of a renaissance in baseball where we're letting players. I'll be polite, be expressive. You hit a ball 450 feet. I don't know. I guess to me it's the old rule in football: if you don't like the touchdown dance, keep them out of the end zone. I hear you is that you and I were probably raised on old school baseball, and that's, quote, bad form. But I'm just as used to pitchers telling batters to F themselves after they strike them out. If you're going to dot somebody, you dot the guy who took you 450.
Yeah, Jason, I'm more of you know what? If a pitcher has a great strikeout and you want to yell at the batter or make some type of gesture, fine, because in the moment, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you flip your bat, like I said, you hit the home run, that's your moment. You get 10 seconds. Do your thing. I know a lot of people are like, act like you've been there before, but I think it adds a little bit of entertainment to a game that's not really that entertaining.
But do you believe it was intentional, Jason? Can we at least meet in the middle on that? You can't sell me the Andy Dirks thing.
100%. I thought it was intentional. I thought Andy Dirks dropped the ball, though, because I kept saying, why isn't he talking about this guy throwing the bat basically into the crowd after the home run? Why are you complaining that he got tossed because Boston? He just sounded like an idiot complaining that he got tossed because Boston complained about that. Why don't you say, hey, Framber was frustrated because this guy, launched his bat. Then there was another home run, and then I find out later that they were probably stealing signs.
Jason, it's all of it, and it puts it into the category of this is what Framber does when things don't go his way. He can get a little off the rails. I mean, we've seen, and it's more than just when he dotted his catcher last year. So yeah, that's the point. Look, I don't want to debate the old school baseball rules. The bottom line is Framber was not in a position to exact that revenge last night. It hurt the team. And now Glaber's on the IL. Phenomenal. We'll get more of your calls next. 97.1.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You call 888-GET-GREEN and they'll come out, take a look at your lawn, and they'll come up with a solution for your lawn to get it looking its absolute best. So if all of a sudden you're staring at dandelions right now or crabgrass or just bad coloring, that's where Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service can step in and make you the best house on the block. They will treat your lawn. They will come up with something from their full menu of services, whether it's fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, so much more. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service will hook you up. And before you know it, your lawn is going to be the greenest lawn on the block. Look, you want to get rid of the weeds. It's very simple. 888-GET-GREEN. Call 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, purchase that full lawn program. Get free grub control as well. But you got to tell them Rico from 97.1 sent you. Call 888-GET-GREEN today.
Straight to the people. Framber the nonsense last night. And again, I'm yet to find anybody, whether it's people I know in the world of baseball, whether it's just people I talk to who love baseball. No one thinks that wasn't intentional. There's Andy Dirks, and then there's the rest of the free world. The question just becomes, look at the damage it's going to do. Buster Olney said it. He's facing a 7-game suspension. Then you factor in Gleyber Torres going to the IL with an oblique, which is a nightmare. The only thing worse would have truly have been probably a hamate bone injury. You get hit by a pitch in the hand, you blow out the hamate bone. Even when you recover, or a thumb, the power's not there. Look, the oblique is so tricky in that if you don't give it even extra time, you can retweak it, and you could be gone for months. So this is a time for this baseball team where they can't incur any more injuries. You've just lost arguably the most professional hitter you have from the right side. You've just lost a starter who's probably not making his next turn through the rotation. You don't have your pen organized the way you want. You have injuries everywhere. And by the way, you're on the verge of being swept by the Boston Red Sox, which is a nightmare considering they have primarily been one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in baseball. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to freak out, but I'm not happy either. So we're rapping about that. We did the first hour on the Pistons. If you want to call in, here's your headline. Thought it was a perfect tone setter. Thought the team played A+. Had a caller say, I can't say they played A+, whatever. 6 extra offensive rebounds, double the free throws. You forced 21 turnovers. I thought comprehensively, if the Pistons play that way, they can win the East. I just was a little concerned as playing that way, the game was still tied at 93. Mm-hmm. But overall, you can't ask for more in a game 1. We talked about it. Now we're rapping about the Tigers. 248-539-9797. To the people. Or do you got something? Go ahead.
I would say as bad as things are for the Tigers, all the news that just happened with Gleyber and with Fromber getting tossed out and losing 2 to the Red Sox, Mike.
Yes. What now?
They're still tied for first in this division.
Well, and again, that's the AL Comedy Central.
And
the point is, at the end of the year, you're going to be begging for these games back.
Yeah.
When you look in the aggregate, and let's say Boston ends up a 70-win baseball team, Rico, losing a home series to the Red Sox, unless this team does something that right now looks highly unlikely and blisters this division, wins it by 9 games, you are actively, when you lose games, or now they've lost a series like this at home. No, man, and it's not the first series like this.
No, you're right, but I just laugh when you look at the standings as of today. It's almost a 5-team tie for first place.
Yeah, because they're all bad right now. Yeah. All right, we'll go to Gordon, 97.1. Gordon, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. When we acquired Valdez, my sister called. She lives in Houston, huge Astros fan. She said, good luck. You've just acquired a head case.
He can be.
And she said that, and she said that there are some fans down there who just she didn't think he would be missed because of, he just ain't right.
Well, no, and again, look, he's one of the few pitchers in the game that'll give you 200 innings, Gordon. And he is a workhorse. And most times there's no issues. But when they signed him, I said it. When things don't go his way, he'll melt down. You're going to have 4 or 5 weird games. And you just hope it doesn't turn into him, trying to kill his own catcher. Yesterday, that was selfish behavior. It was ridiculous on his part. So, yeah, that's the bad side of it. I'm more concerned about the team overall. And look, Framber was a part of that because now if you're not available and Skubal's not available and Mize is, who are we even pitching?
Yeah, the wheels are coming off a little bit.
A little bit. And they got to just kind of batten down the hatches here and survive. Now, look, I'm not going to, I have a hard time doing, big game alerts on May 6th. But, tonight, kind of big. You can't get swept at home by the Red Sox.
Is tonight really a big, yeah.
I'm saying, like in the aggregate, Rico, if you're in September and you're in a battle with the Guardians, you don't think you'll want one of these 3 games back against the Sox?
No, you're right. It just sounds weird.
It sounds ridiculous.
We hit big game.
But then there's
at the
other
beginning of May.
But okay, Gordon, Gordon, is it a ridiculous comment to go kind of a big game tonight?
No, not really.
I go back to game 163. They all count.
Yes. No. You're right. It just sounds weird that on May 6th,
I know.
we've hit big game status
I know.
against the Red Sox.
I know. I don't feel comfortable saying it.
Not
I'm like
the
AJ.
Yankees.
Normally, when you say things like this, you feel like you're in the right. This doesn't feel good. I do not feel good saying that. But getting swept at home to the Red Sox? Come on.
No.
Come on now.
No. It's fair.
But stupid.
Yes.
I know. It's fair.
But in the end, you may be.
What?
What?
It's May 6th, just a game.
But David, they all count. Getting
Yes,
swept
they
at
do.
home by the Red Sox is unacceptable.
So if they lose, is tomorrow's show panic in?
No. All right, hold on. Jeremy Otto. Hold on. I want Jeremy Otto's take.
Panic in Tiger
Jeremy, get
Town.
it. Jeremy, get in here. Jeremy, outside of Jeremy's viewpoints on birth control, Jeremy's a very middle of the road person now. I have made a comment, and I believe you are a very even-keeled human and a very smart man.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Is it insane to say on Wednesday, May 6th, tonight's kind of a big game?
No, I think it is. I mean, I think you need to figure out how you're going to win games without all this starting pitching, right? I mean,
And you can't get swept by the Red Sox because at the end of the year, if you're in a battle with the Guardians, you're going to be begging for these games back.
no doubt. And, Jack Flaherty, I mean, it feels like almost a make or break game for him, right? Because,
He's
he can't.
He's walking the ballpark.
Right. So, I mean, if he comes out and has a decent outing today, I think that gives you a little bit more hope of what he can do.
It does. I just said if it's, this is a make or break game.
No, it's not make or break. I
Okay.
said it's a step before big game.
Okay.
It's big game, question mark. It's just,
if it's big game and you lose, then what?
then I'm pissed tomorrow
Are we
because then you-
firing AJ?
No. Jeremy,
Wow.
thank you.
Yeah.
I needed some support because right now we're at the Comedy Store and I'm taking
Mike,
strays.
I understand. It just sounds. It's like you said, like AJ said. You're not proud of this moment.
I don't feel good about it, but it doesn't change. That's how I feel. Damn
That's a lot of pressure tonight, boys.
Otto, I've had enough. You're taking over. Oh, by the way,
I'll
I'll
take you to 6 on my next update. Does that work?
I'm happy because guess what? I said I thought the Pistons played an A+ game, and
Yes.
even that got a caller mad at me.
Why?
Because they could have played better. Because Cade shot 29% from the field, and he could have played better.
This is what happens when a lot of your fan base started watching ball 10 minutes ago. Okay.
Well, but you know what? They
Some
do know.
athlete in this town had it right.
Oh, they don't know ball.
Big game.
But you know what? They do know that what the number 9 means.
Okay. You know what? Play it. He played well last night. I'm fine with it. No.
Kenny?
Nope, not allowing it.
Wow. Spring is here? Question mark?
6-6.
The
You
weather.
gotta want this.
Moran Buick GMC. Oh, God. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Right now, a 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month, 24 months. Or the 26 Buick Envista, $249 a month. Both leases, $999 down. If your current vehicle needs service, MoranExpress.com. You always get the best price, period. You also get that loaner. Visit them on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime. MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. Get back to the callers. We do have an interesting, we wanted to start with Pistons, and we'll get back to them in the 5 o'clock, hit the Tigers. We're going to bring Kenny into the mix in the 4 o'clock because something I kind of brought up weeks ago sounds like, feels like might be coming to fruition. And I want Kenny to grade out the level of optimism I should have for the Wings to be involved with it. We'll get there. David, text communications, please.
If you think Andy Dirk's commentary was bad, you should hear Tom's take from the morning show. Blame Hinch for Valdez being left out there to throw a fit.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have starting pitching. You have pitching chaos scheduled. You have multiple bullpen injuries. You couldn't utilize the pen. At a certain point, you're making $40 million a year. I know it's not your night. I need you to take one for the team.
So Tom is saying he shouldn't have been out there that long. I was wondering, why was he still out there? Yes, you're running out of arms.
Because that's why. That's it. This wasn't Patrick Waugh spite theater, stay out there and give up 12 goals.
But out of respect, you're paying this man a lot of money. This is one of those, you wouldn't have left Skubal out there that long to get rocked and shelled that way. I know it's hypothetical, but yeah,
fine.
I was wondering.
But it doesn't equate to what Framber did.
No.
He didn't like what mommy and daddy said, and he goes, wah, and he dots a guy in the spine.
Yeah, he acted like my 5-year-old.
But that's kind of what he's known
He's
for
a professional.
when things don't go his way.
Correct. They already got
so long as he's not the good son. The good son can do no wrong.
Okay. They already got swept on the road in Minnesota. Tonight, it's not a big game.
Huh? Wait, so losing all 6 versus 2 bad teams before it's Memorial Day?
That makes it not a big game, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Guys, all I'll tell you is this. I know it sounds stupid, but they do all count the same. And we lived through this back in 08 with Rhode Island with game 163. One game, one better performance against a bad opponent. You're not in the Baggy Dome against Minnesota. Shout out Brandon Inge's jersey and the ball grazing. Right. Guys, I'm not building it up like the Super Bowl. I'm just saying, have a little pride. You got to go out and beat the Sox tonight.
No, and I just gave you a hard time. It just sounded ridiculous in early May.
I know.
I understand what you're saying because, come late September, you're going to be begging for these 3 games back. And, heaven forbid, you're right there on the cusp of missing out on the entire playoffs with the wild card because you were 2 games out and you're like, and we just got swept by we got swept by the Red Sox at the beginning of May? Yeah, refer back to that. I get it. It just sounds weird.
Did we wake up in stupid town between that text and the call that said the Pistons weren't A+y enough? What's going on here?
Well, full disclosure, I did say to Kenny as I exited the studio during the commercial break, I'm not sure I'm going to make it to 6. I'm one step from slamming my head off a toilet. I don't know what's happening.
Well, full disclosure, pre-show meeting, Mike says, I'm going to say this team was an A+, and we're going to get some bleep to call in and say that,
yes,
you know what? That's not good enough. And what about this? And it should have been higher or A+ is wrong. And I was like, Mike, you're just being Mike right now. Okay. I get it. You had a nice little conversation with other people in this building and you were a little fired up. And then I'll be damned. All of a sudden, that phone call happens. David, I still think he put one of his friends up for that call.
Like hell.
That call was real. That wasn't real. That was AI. That wasn't real.
No,
I wish it was AI.
It was definitely real. And to answer your question, Kenny, I think that we are dealing with a lot of idiots in today's society. I think that they want to, I don't know really what they want. It's just, I think they're stupid.
No, I just, look, man, it's a longer form conversation that's not really relevant to this moment, and we've got people to get to. I've kind of hinted at it yesterday in where sports media has gone and what it's done to people's brains, and you file it under social media, and you just move forward. If you exist in an echo chamber, you're incapable of just talking. It has to be catered to you. It can't fly outside of the bumper. We've set up bumper bowling for sports fans. Well, sometimes gutter balls are real. It's life. But in media land or social media land, no, you have the bumpers. You have team-friendly media that'll tell you, no, it's not awesome. It's awesomer.
And even more problematic is you can set up your social media to cater to exactly the messaging you want to hear.
That's, hey, man. Hey, you've just nailed it. So let's move on. It's not worth it. We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing great. I want to just hit on the Pistons real quick, then we'll talk Tigers. But last night, I was very pleased with them. Played a great game, great on the boards. I thought they came out, early in the game. Cleveland, got off to that nice start for them. But I think, kind of what you said yesterday, we are just a physically better team than them. And we got Allen in foul trouble early. And look, the game should not have been tied. We played a really great game. It's an A-plus game. Could we play better than that? I don't know. But we can repeat that performance maybe in the rest of the series. And another thing, too, is I heard some Cavs fan, call up about the refs and how that's just bull crap. Because if you really think about it, the refs didn't make Cleveland turn it over 24 times.
Exactly.
They did. We live in such a world where we just do not take accountability. It's always someone else's fault. No, we were just physically better than the Cavs, and that's playoff James Harden for you. He'll get a lot of cute numbers, but he will turn it over. So with that being said, I feel a little bit better if we can play that way again, and Cleveland's weakness kind of has been turnovers. As far as the Tigers go, I cannot give up on this season because I watch a lot of baseball, and I know you guys were talking on Monday about how it's kind of a regional sport. And I think that kind of ties into some of the calls you're getting about panic. Just look at the division. This division is garbage. Nobody wants it. And on top of that, who in the American League right now, Mike, and I know the Yankees are off to a good start, but I don't trust the Yankees long term, especially judging the playoffs. Who in the American League do you look at and say, this team is unbeatable? No one can touch them. I
don't think there's a team in baseball that way. So, no, it's just right now, Joe, Tigers just have to look in the mirror. They can't be busy looking out the window. They just got to play. They got to start playing better ball, and they've got to hunker down. And look, I'm just telling you, don't worry about the rest of the AL. Right now, you got to stay afloat until you get reinforcements.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. And do you another quick question about the Pistons? Do you feel better after last night, a little bit? Do you feel like some of that physicality will still bother Cleveland and the turnovers, or do you think Cleveland?
I love the way they played last night. I know that wasn't good enough for one caller, but no, Joe, that is as good of a game one as you're going to see. It's a tone setter, and when I say that, it means Cleveland now has to respond to you and your physicality and the way you play and the James Harden issue where you can't have them ISO'd up top against Cade or Asor. It's on them now. So that's yes. Somehow, I don't know how that was spun into a negative by one caller. But then again, it's 2026. People have mashed potato for brains.
A++.
It's a plus. All right. Sorry, David. 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. Post-game yesterday, Cavaliers star Donovan Mitchell shared some frustrations on the lack of whistles and insinuated he might have to start flopping to get some calls. Pistons coach J.B. Bickerstaff shared the following. Ron Holland contributed off the bench last night for the first time in the postseason this year. He said the atmosphere welcomed him right in. The Tigers lineup is in as they wrap up their series against the Boston Red Sox this evening. Here's the lineup. Kevin McGonigal leads off and plays short, followed by Matt Vierling in center field. Colt Keith bats third at third. Riley Green begins the middle of the order in left field. Dylan Dingler will bat fifth and catch. Gary Carpenter hitting sixth in right field. Zach McKinstry bats seventh at second. Spencer Torkelson behind him at first base. And Jace Young rounds it out at DH here today. A.J. Hinch says he's expecting some sort of communication from the league about Framber Valdez after he hit Trevor Story. He was asked whether the Red Sox were relaying pitches. He said he didn't know, but it is fair if they were. Kentucky Derby winning horse Golden Tempo is skipping the Preakness and will focus on the Belmont. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's take a little bit of a break. Let's talk a little NFL. All right, so David, it's funny because I want to capitalize on something that you talked about earlier in the show. We were talking about some NFL quarterbacks. Let's take a look at what is deemed the 10 worst quarterback rooms as of right now in the NFL. And you guys tell me whether you agree or you disagree.
Arizona.
At number 10, the Indianapolis Colts. Quarterback room consists of Daniel Jones, for now, Anthony Richardson, and Riley Leonard.
I'm going to disagree. Daniel Jones, when healthy, was playing like one of the 12 best QBs in the sport. Now, if you want to say he's dead and they have no outs, cool. Make it QB room 32. But he, in that scheme, was playing really good football. It sounds crazy.
Okay. But just saying, coming back, okay. We don't know where the injury is toward the Achilles.
Anthony Richardson's working at Culver's.
Yeah, I still would put him better than that. I get the injury questions, but no, he's better. They're better than that.
All right. Okay, how about this? At number 9 is the Carolina Panthers. Consists of Bryce Young, Kenny Pickett, Will Grier, and Hines King.
Man, it depends on the week. There are moments where Bryce Young actually looks okay, and then there's the rest. I think this is probably a little bit rough, but if you factor in the backups, because Kenny Pickett's terrible, yeah, sure. Say it, David. Say it with your chest.
Okay, it's the entire room. So, yeah, I would say they're correct here. Kenny Pickett is awful, so if something happens to your quarterback, but again, that happens anywhere. You're in trouble, so whatever. If they want to say that, sure.
So this one's okay, but the first one with the Colts, you guys are saying Colts shouldn't be in there.
Just because Daniel Jones played a level of football that Bryce Young didn't. That's all.
But I think it's just coming off of the injury and not knowing if he'll be ready in time, and the quarterback room's just in question. But, okay, we move on. At number 8, we'll stay right here in the NFC North, the Minnesota Vikings. Quarterback room consists of Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, Carson Wentz, and his Pete Brosmer, or his real name is Max Brosmer.
All right. I'll start with this one because I think that they're generous with this ranking. I think they're one of the worst QB rooms in the NFL. We saw what J.J. is. We don't know what Kyler can be in this offense. We know what he's been in the NFL. And Carson Wentz, no. Max Brosman, no. I think this is one of the worst rooms in the NFL.
The other thing you'd have to factor in is there a new Call of Duty coming out? Because we know Kyler will fall apart if that is the case.
See, I thought he moved past that.
Look, man, he moved past it enough that Arizona moved him out. I don't know. Something is wrong here. I'm okay with it. Kyler has immense upside, but time is really running out, and the rest of that room is egregiously bad.
Okay. So just remember, at the end, you guys can tell me which one is just totally off and which one should actually be the number one. Let's move to number 7, the New Orleans Saints. Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler, Zach Wilson.
That's tough look. I mean, Shuck played well towards the end of the season, but he's a 26-year-old rookie, whatever it is. Rattler's terrible. Zach Wilson shouldn't even be in football.
Zach Wilson's hoping to get that ex-Jet quarterback bounce.
I think this one does have a little bit upside. Kellen Moore is a really good offensive mind. They have added some weapons. I'm fine with it saying it's bottom 10, but don't be surprised if Shuck outplays this ranking. The rest of the room? No, it's beyond help.
Yeah, the entire room as a whole, no, it's bad. Tyler Shuck did show some he showed some signs here, but I know what New Orleans is doing here. They're giving him a shot, but they're really trying to get really bad and get a quarterback for next year's draft. That's what they're really trying to do.
See, I don't know, because New Orleans went out and got a bunch maybe you're right. They got a bunch of receivers, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, your quarterback room is horrible, but David, you're right. Maybe they just want a ready-made team for when their guy gets there. All right, at number 6, the Miami Dolphins. Malik Willis, Quinn Ewers, Cam Miller.
Wow. I'm disappointed in Malik Willis. Not that I'm a friend of his. I'm disappointed. You waited for your shot. Other teams with better prospects of winning would have paid you. Maybe not as much as the Dolphins. For God's sakes, you just signed your death warrant.
I think for Malik Willis, though, he doesn't have to look over his shoulder, maybe.
Hard to do that when you're on your back.
Okay. You know what? Call 1-800-MIKE-WINS.
This is how bad this room is. Give me the college that Cam Miller went to.
Cam Miller?
Exactly. He went to North Dakota State. No one knows who he is, yet he's in their quarterback room. This is a bad room.
Malik Willis, Liberty.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go to number 5, the Atlanta Falcons. Michael Penix Jr., Tua Tagovailoa, and Trevor Siemian.
Oh, baby.
And Jack Strand.
That's a lot of left-handed garbage. Not ideal. Not ideal. We have injury concerns for 1 and 2.
Yes.
Both have issues that are non-related injuries, but to performance. One of the guys has completely lost his confidence. The other guy never had any. Oh, boy. Yeah. You win. Absolutely one of the 10 worst.
But wait. Go ahead.
There's more?
There's more.
By week 9, Trevor Siemian will be starting because one of these quarterbacks will be hurt for the year, and then the other one would just be hurt for a few weeks. So, bad room.
The other one's just bad. But wait, there's
Possibly.
more. At number 4, the Arizona Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Carson Beck, Keaton Slovis.
That's the worst in the sport. That's congratulations. This is Steve Harvey awarding the wrong person the pageant. This is as bad as it gets.
Forgot all about that. You're exactly right. This is awful.
Congratulations, Michigan State. We lost 31-0.
Yeah, this is
no
hope.
Nothing is going to outdo the bad of Arizona. This is the worst room in the league.
This next one is based upon right now. Remember that, okay?
Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh,
number 3.
Oh, baby.
Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, Drew Aller.
I would put them as the worst. Right now, that's what they have.
All right.
This is the worst.
Until they get old tree bark out of the jungle. This is the one. Aaron Rodgers gets here, you take him off the list. This right here. Also, too, shout out teams continuing to waste draft picks with 3rd and 4th round QBs. Will Howard, Drew Aller.
Everybody's hoping to find their Russell Wilson is what they're hoping.
Yeah, instead of, what the Steelers should have done?
Use
Wilson. Both picks on offensive linemen. Use both picks on defensive linemen. Build up your front so that your quarterback is more insulated.
So you guys still think Arizona's the worst?
Until old tree bark comes out of the jungle?
Okay.
I'll take Pittsburgh as worse, but then there's Arizona.
Then we go with number 2. We'll take a bite out of the Big Apple. The New York Jets. Geno Smith, Gabe Klubnik.
Oh, my God.
Brady Cook, Bailey Zappi.
Pew, pew. I mean, look at the Jets just collecting late round QBs. Are you kidding me? That's the problem. Geno throws one the opponent can catch, but he still is an NFL QB. Question mark?
And we just need one start, Geno.
I actually think the Jets QB room, because of Geno, is better than Arizona's, and without Rodgers, better than Pittsburgh's.
So Arizona should be a little bit, they should be 2 at
Yeah,
least.
I take Jacoby Brissett.
Okay. David?
Cade
man.
Klubnik. Buddy, I got news for you. Wake
Bailey
Forest ain't on
Zappi.
the schedule. Oh, man.
Bailey Zappi?
I haven't heard that name in a long time, since they beat the Lions as a Patriot.
Yes.
Back when we all thought Dan Campbell was about to get fired. That's how long ago it was. At number 1, the Cleveland Browns. Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and Taylor Green.
Oh, boy. All right, hold on. Now, hold on.
Deshaun tore his Achilles in 2023. Had a rehab.
Shoulders.
Yeah. Rehab process in 2024.
Also a potential pervert. I don't know, dude. This is tough. Are they really going to put Watson out there?
I think they will. Yes.
Then
You're paying them a lot of money.
A lot of money. Then it puts them over Steelers, non-Rodgers. That's how bad it is in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Oh, geez. All right. It's top 3.
Okay.
That's tough.
So
Gabriel stinks. Another guy they never should have drafted. Again, these mid-round quarterbacks. Stop doing it. What a waste.
They wasted 2 of them last year.
Taylor Green, Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, Taylor Green. You mean the reason Isaac Tesla wasn't productive in college? That guy? Mm-hmm. Taylor Green. Here's the Taylor Green experience. Ready? First guy's not open. Run. YOLO. That's Taylor Green.
So
no.
That's a Cleveland special right
Oh,
there.
baby.
Was it anyone that should have been one? Are we going to Arizona still, or is?
Well, the problem is Brissett is holding out, wants a new deal. Right now, the worst quarterback room in the league is Pittsburgh without Aaron Rodgers, with no sign of Aaron Rodgers showing up. 2 words, Drew Aller.
I think they got it right. The worst room is Cleveland. It will always be Cleveland.
How about the fact that those 2 are in the same division? What a blessing they square
That's
off
gonna
twice.
Be, oh, boy. That's going to be fun.
Baltimore is just like, oh, yeah. Even Cincinnati's like, hey, we're not Cleveland. Okay? We're not Cleveland. And Joe Burrow, he's good. All right. Just thought we'd have some fun with the 10 worst quarterback rooms in the NFL as of today. 97-1. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Guys, you know what it is. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, so they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet and hit the road in style with their great deals. Their inventory is massive, and the selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the May Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $249 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them I sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, Rico's got something, and then we're going to get Kenny in the mix because I'll continue to highlight the story. I know it's hope. I don't have expectation. But something I brought up a few weeks ago seems like it's headed down the train tracks. Kenny, give us a moment. Rico wants to delight us. Yes.
Michael, I do. And you know what? You've had a rough day today. So I want to talk about a sport that you absolutely love.
What's that?
News has come out that reigning Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo will not run in the Preakness Stakes.
I told you that Monday.
Yeah, you did predict that. But so is this a big deal or no big deal?
No big deal.
Why is that?
Well, not to me. It's not. I mean, the Triple Crown, first of all, the Triple Crown now, it's totally fugazi because they've bred stability out of horses. There should be more time. I've said for years now the Triple Crown should be the Derby in the first Saturday in May. The Preakness first Saturday in June, and the Belmont should be 4th of July weekend, the first Saturday in July. Equal spacing, made for the modern horse, and I also believe the only horses that should be allowed to be in these races are the 24 that line up. The 20 that are in the race, the 4 that are also eligible. There shouldn't be any dive bombers allowed to just dip into a race when you didn't run before. That's not the measure of the champion. That's ridiculous. Golden Tempo, it's just he doesn't need a shorter distance. He'll thrive with even more ground. So he ran a huge race.
They did.
You don't bring him back and run in 3 weeks. You go to the Belmont, you run the 1.5 miles, you might win the damn thing. I think it's what's right for the horse, and I think ultimately I don't go into it ever expecting a Triple Crown. No one this year felt like there was a Triple Crown horse either. Let's be very clear. Like, you have a better idea in certain years. Hey, we got a couple special things here. This year wasn't that. There were a bunch of 5, 6 to 1. You had a horse, for instance, Emerging Market ran twice in his life. No horse has won off 2 races since 1883. Yet that horse was damn near the morning line favorite. That tells you what kind of year it is. Okay. No, not a big deal.
Okay. So, yeah, Triple Crown, not a big deal in horse racing anymore?
No, not to me, because I've seen it a couple times in my lifetime. I think when there was the 40-year gap for American Pharaoh, and then we saw Justify do it a few years later. No, I've seen it.
Well, I mean, I didn't know if like an owner or a trainer is like, yeah, I want this.
Oh, it's a massive deal. But bottom line is,
now I can charge whatever I want.
Yeah, but the horse dictates it, and ultimately you got to do right by the animal, and you got to plan this out right. Otherwise, you won't get anything else out of him. Like Golden Tempo still has major races ahead of him that will include but are not limited to. Look, late summer, the Travers, you've got the Breeders' Cup, you have the Belmont Stakes. I mean, right there are 3 races, all worth 7 figures plus a piece, plus can add to your legacy that, yes, at the end of the year, if you win 1 or 2 of those, now all of a sudden somebody's offering you $25 million, $30 million for your horse. Versus you want to be, some greedy doorknob and you go run the Preakness and the horse runs like garbage or blows out, and now you're on the shelf for 9 months. No.
Great White's back in this race. Next race.
Yeah, don't care. Okay. Whoa, no bad news, please.
No, not bad news. Just an update here. We have MLB has suspended Valdez for 6 games, undisclosed fine, and then they've also suspended AJ Hinch for a game, so he will serve that suspension tonight.
What is Hinch suspended for?
Hinch for 1 game, or you said 4
1
games?
game.
Okay.
1 game and a fine. I don't know why.
He must have said something to the ump or something that was over the line. That's the only thing I can think of, because his postgame seemed pretty mild.
Right, or is it but did he leave the bench? Like managers can't come off the bench and it's like the NBA type of thing?
No.
Oh,
No,
that's weird.
that seems weird. But the 6 games, the max was 7. They hit him pretty good. So again, hope Framber's happy. You hurt your team. And to people who say missing a start isn't a big deal, cool. I'll remind you, in the not too, distant past, you were in a game 163. Don't tell me every game doesn't count. And for a team that's down a zillion pitchers, your $40 million man needs to be the stabilizing force every 5th day. And now he won't be. I mean, come on, man. All right, thank you, David. All right, Kenny, can we get to it, buddy? Kenny's got something for us out of Toronto. And Kenny is saying this person is credible. Not that it's gospel, but this isn't just, Boner McBonerson hockey update. This is credible. So, Kenny, take us through it. Who is this? Because he's got words on Austin Matthews.
This is a guy by the name of Sid Sixero. He does radio in Canada. A lot of hockey coverage that he does.
A lot of
hockey coverage.
Possibly the most hockey.
Maybe a little too much hockey coverage. But yeah, he has his own show called I think it's the Sid Sixero Show. He's bringing up a quote from NHL insider Chris Johnston, who's one of the most, I would put him in top 5 most plugged in hockey people in the league right now.
Okay.
And this is what he had to say. He's reading off of what Chris Johnston had to say on a podcast, but this is what he had to say about Austin Matthews.
Yes. I don't know puck, but I got this right. And by the way, news you can use. Today, teams have been informed. The new salary cap ceiling is $104 million, and the new max salary, I want to congratulate the NHL, Rico.
I heard
they're still not up to an average NBA starter, but damn it, they're getting there. The high salary max is $20.8 million. Kenny, I'm going to ask you right now.
Still better than a college quarterback.
How do the Red Wings not make the call and make a full court press, make a full push?
I think it's negligent if you don't at least kick tires. See what the asking price is going to be. If it's too much for your liking.
What's too much?
I don't know, Mike.
Well, start right here. Dylan Larkin, your choice of our goalie prospects, 3 first-round picks.
Yes.
So, but my point is, if that's not too much, what is?
This is a guy who scored 69 goals in a season. That's unfathomable for a team like this. If you don't think that removing Dylan Larkin or Lucas Raymond, who both are players that I actually really like, but if you take those out and replace it with that kind of production, the aggregate fixes itself. The salary cap's going up.
Yes.
There's no possible reason why you wouldn't want to be.
If I trade Raymond, I got bad news for you. Dylan's going to the second line. That's the other thing. And that makes you better two ways.
I was going to say that makes your second line better. That's great news.
Look, so I just know I said this. I got yelled at, but you could see this coming. He's never playing there again. It's over. And the fact that they hired that con artist, that GM who got booted from Arizona, Chayka or whatever his name is, dude, that was never going to win back one of the better Maple Leaf players in the last quarter of a century. So, yeah, it's over. Now, here's my problem.
So is this full retooling, rebuilding?
They don't have a choice. One of the core 4 already left last year, and Mitch Marner. Johnny Tavares is definitely close to the pajama stage of his career. And yeah, Matthews is out. He's your American captain in a Canadian city who hates this team now. Listen, this is my thing. I am tired of seeing the Red Wings sit on the sideline and every player goes to Vegas. Oh, Florida, they don't pay taxes. Look. Ultimately, you miss the playoffs again. If not now, when? It hasn't worked Steve's way. There's no kid in the system that is going to greatly improve your top 6. There is nothing you can do in free agency. It would have to be a trade. And considering Lucas Raymond and Dylan Larkin have co-authored the collapses over the last 3 to 4 years, one of them gots to go. And you have all these prospects that none of us are interested in and none of us are willing to wait for. Yeah. You have redundancy with 2 premium goaltending prospects. You have a captain you could trade. Oh, but Dylan Larkin has to approve it. Then trade Lucas Raymond. I don't care. Anyone but Mo Sider goes. I do it.
You bring him in and you keep Dylan. Dylan keeps the C?
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. None of those things matter to me. In fact, keep him. I'll make Dylan the best second-line center in hockey. Great.
And by the way, when Steve, the guy that we're talking about, was here, he played second-line minutes wearing that letter on his jersey. It is a thing possible.
My point to you is this. Can anyone credibly say you shouldn't do this? You shouldn't break the doors down and try to get this to happen? Because if you don't, bet your ass one of your competitors will. Like, give me a break. The guy's not going to the KHL in the offseason. I'd love to hear from somebody who says this isn't the time for the Wings. And before you go, oh my God, but what if it doesn't work? Nothing's worked. You have the longest playoff drought in the sport.
You win on that one.
You have become the Hartford Whalers.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, Mike, when the LCA was first built and opened, you didn't think that the Pistons would win a playoff game before the Wings.
Nailed it. He's right, The 9 means stop sign. 248-539-9797. So I wanted to do 1 or 2 segments on it. And even if it's ticket texters, somebody make a credible argument to not doing it. I need to hear it because I don't know their pathway out of this. I don't know how they get a lot better. And considering your pro player personnel scouting has been pretty lousy, and we talked about how badly they need to get better in the top 6.
And the cap went up.
Gee, golly gee. Hit him off with an extension, pay him $20 million a year. I don't care anymore. It ain't working this way. 248-539-9797. We'll take a few calls. We'll get to a blitz. We'll get back to the Pistons top of the hour, 97.1. Let's get into it. People have responded. To me, this has to be Steve's all-in moment. And you can call it desperation. You know what my answer is?
Don't care.
No, he should be desperate. Because at the end of this, it's reaching parody status. That's what Steve Yzerman in this town is becoming, parody. Longest playoff drought in the sport. You're headed to year 8 of the rebuild. Okay? If you're not desperate now, I don't know why any of it exists. Yeah, if Austin Matthews is available, you go. And if the Maple Leafs don't want to deal with you, if they hate your guts because you're original 6 and they used to be your rival, if somebody does something stupid, no slander.
Right.
But if you don't try, and this is my beef, it was, to me, cowardly not to get Quinn Hughes. Cowardly. And you're always going to find a reason not to do a deal. Well, we couldn't give up Evanson's size on the blue line.
And he
well,
wanted to
you're
be here.
home.
Yeah.
How's that size treating you?
And he wanted to be here.
And Hughes, every night on TV, is an electric factory. These players don't hit the market often. When they do, I suggest you get involved because it ain't working this way. No. Danny, or did I say something wrong?
No, you're good. It's because it's one thing if idiots like us say, oh, if his name wasn't Steve Yzerman, yada, 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 yada. There's national media openly mocking this rebuild. It's not just us. It's everybody.
Correct. Let's go.
I don't want to hear about, we're just being, negative Nancy's on the radio. That's not what this is.
No, I think Todd McClellan spoke for all of us, and I actually went from like to love with Todd McClellan.
I loved what he had to say.
I love Todd McClellan because he actually gave us honesty, and he was disgusted at his team, and he said it. The fans, I don't even know if they want a Stanley Cup anymore. They want a winner. They want relevance. We earned their opinion. I love what Todd McClellan said.
And that's what I love too, is he not only owned it, but he wore it. He was like, yes, they booed us. We deserve their boos.
Loved it. Want more of that. Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Dan, how you doing?
Hey, buddy, what's going on? I just like to say Detroit basketball, and that I would love to give Mason an A++ for his performance yesterday, the way he gets the city fired up, the way he gets the crowd fired up, and ask Mike what letter grade he would give Mason.
An F.
Don't. Dan, why?
I think it's played out. I don't like it. But it's not for me, Dan. If you like it, go ahead.
Loves Mason, bro. Just like we love our team. I know you guys, you're more highfalutin, horse racing, not so much basketball. But in this city, basketball is our heart and soul.
Yeah, no, Dan, actually it's not. And second of all, I was at Game 5 of the Finals 2 years ago to see the Celtics win the whole damn thing. I've liked basketball my whole life. I just don't like cliche, that's all.
You never sound like you like basketball, dude.
I don't like the current form of it. Dan, it's not a good league right now. The league has major problems. I've highlighted it.
The league is as exciting as it's ever been, brother.
Shut up, dude.
Guys, are you kidding?
You got to be joking me with this call.
I've followed football my whole life. I'm older than you. I'm at least I assume I am. I'm like 56. I follow basketball my whole life. I love it.
Okay.
But I know you mostly have followed horse racing your whole life. And
all right, I'm done. I can't do this. I just can't. Parking meter ran out. I try to be respectful until people make me be disrespectful. What is that? I don't even know what that call was. I'm moving on. I don't know what it. Guys, I'll just continue to say it. This is the byproduct of a team that's been largely irrelevant for 20 years, and most people started watching 10 minutes ago. I don't know what we're doing.
I would actually like to do a dissertation on that last phone call because that was hilarious. When you knew setting up with your thesis statement, boy, this is not going to end well. Hey, Mike, how did you grade Mason? Wow. Okay.
Ryan, look, Mason's not for me. I understand why the town likes him. I'm over it. Enough.
But then you're too highfalutin because you're horse racing, and he's just Detroit, and Detroit's all about basketball. It's it's really not.
Yeah, no, it's a terrible basketball team. I can't. You know what? Can I move on?
We can talk Lions every day.
Let's get to Wings callers, please.
Okay.
Please get to them.
David, I love you. Let's go to Brian.
6-6.
Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Good. What's up, Mike? I love being able to follow a call like that.
Yeah, because you know you're going to dominate. It can't get worse. You know you're better.
No, it can't. Hey, I love you, man. I'm agree with about 99% of what you say, but in this case, Matthews, that's a lot of wishful thinking. Matthews is not leaving Toronto, and the reason is, first of all, what captain on a struggling team wouldn't logically come out and say, hey, I just want to know what's the plan. Are we retooling? Are we rebuilding? I want to know the direction we're going. The other thing he's got going for him is with the Leafs just winning the lottery, now you can go to Austin and say, I mean, you got to remember, who did Austin Matthews play with this year? He's played on a line with McMahon and Domi and Michelli, but now you can come to him and say, hey,
Gavin
put you out
McKenna
on a line with Gavin McKenna, Matthew Nyes, and you. How about you center that and be our first line, Austin? What do you think about that? And then make the changes going forward that they need to make.
But let me give you the counterpoint.
The
The counterpoint is things have gotten toxic up there. And the relationship between fans and team, remember the Team USA controversy, and they just hired kind of a dope as GM. Brian, look, I'm not the one who said it. You know, this is one of Kenny's top 5 hockey people, and a guy connected in Toronto saying it. He ain't playing there no more.
And by the way, just to be clear, Austin Matthews, the captain of the team, knew the direction of the GM search, so he knew that he wasn't going to like the hire. So regardless if they win the lottery or not, he doesn't believe in the foundation and the direction. So there's still very valid reasoning to believe that he could want out.
Well, you also have to remember, too, that Chaika's not the only person calling the shots there. Now you've got Sundin in there to also kind of keep an eye and do the things that like Shanahan did and keep an eye on the hockey. It's going to be his final say. You know, Chaika's going to go through and crunches his statistics and say this, this, and this, but it's Sundin that's going to keep the eye on the hockey, and having somebody that is that well respected within the Leafs organization now having your back, that's going to be huge because he didn't have that.
No, look, you're right. Brian, I'm not telling you it's simple or a slam dunk. I think it's just something, hey, we've talked about the Tkachuk thing. I think Matthews, it's a developing story. It is time for the Red Wings to go all in on something because it's not working and they're not talented enough. And you just top 6 forwards, captains, they don't grow on trees. So, hey, man, I'm not going to sit here and slander them if they don't do it. It's just the idea of how many more summers do we have of dealing with nothingness? Seriously, it's time.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. We can get to more of the calls. I know we're going to get to a little blitz. We'll mix in the Pistons as well. 97.1. You know, I've often said nothing says 1-0 series lead for the Pistons like a little Boss Skaggs. All right, let's get some music. We've got a Blitz adventure to go on before returning to people.
Yes, that is NFL music. Some thoughts in my head I want to get to you about. This one here is regarding Aaron Rodgers, because there's some rumors going on regarding Aaron Rodgers. So Kendrick Bourne went on social media and sent this to Aaron Rodgers and says, "Come on, we waiting on you."
With Arizona?
Kendrick Bourne plays for Arizona.
Yeah, along with a pair of eyeballs. Mike, you're not on social media.
Correct.
Let me interpret that
Thank
for
you.
you.
Thank you.
It means that we're looking at you, and you know what we're talking about. Come on, you want to be a Cardinal.
One problem. The Steelers placed some far-flung, rarely used tag on Aaron Rodgers last week.
It did.
Where Rodgers can't sign with another team until training camp starts. Correct me if I'm wrong, David.
That is correct.
So what is your question here?
Well, because an hour later, then the head coach was on the Jim Rome show and, quote, "Honestly, right now, we're focused on the guys that we got in this room. We've got the unit that we have, Gardner, Jacob, and Slovis, and then we drafted Carson Beck in the 3rd round." One thing he's not saying is it isn't happening.
Well, the other problem, Jacoby Brissett is sitting out because he wants a new contract. Things are going great in Arizona.
So
to answer your question,
swimmingly, yeah.
no, I wouldn't sign Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Yes, I believe Jacoby Brissett is basically Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career. Okay? Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers, that was a collection of 4-yard passes. If I take Jacoby Brissett and I put him on the Steelers, he probably does the same, if not more. I just don't see the value in Aaron Rodgers at this stage. He goes to Pittsburgh or he goes to the beach.
I'm fine with him going to Arizona, by the way.
I was about to say, David, you know, you saw the movie Boomerang. You know what?
Yes.
Let's reverse this. Reverse it. I'm going to ask you the question as a Steeler fan. Are you worried?
No, I'm not worried at all. In fact, I would pack his bags. I would send him along to Arizona because we would get compensation, because basically what they did with the tag thing, and then we can reset, which is something we have never done.
I don't understand the fascination with your city and Aaron Rodgers, but you know what? That's a you thing. That's a black and gold thing. Black and yellow, I'm sorry.
Black and yellow. You are correct.
Sorry.
Let's get to another quarterback here, because I want to know, will he be on a roster this offseason? And that is Anthony Richardson. He requested a trade this offseason. Nothing has happened with him. He was not dealt in the draft. He did show up for voluntary camps this week.
Yeah.
But will he actually be on a roster this year?
Yeah, he'll be on the roster of Culver's. Hope he knows how to make a butter burger.
I think
out of your mind.
Very good burger. Maybe
I've
the
never
best
had
burger
it. I don't know. I see the commercial.
It's a great burger.
Welcome to Wisconsin. I mean, the commercials are everywhere.
It's great. They don't even pretend to be healthy.
Okay,
just
no, I've
come
never
and
had
get one
one.
of our burgers.
Well,
and
Anthony Richardson will be happy to serve you.
I'll say this: I think he'll be on a roster, maybe not as a starter, but I think he could be a very good backup, especially for a team that's really in the hunt. And you look at your second string quarterback and says, "Hey, you know, if Dak Prescott goes down." Jerry's just out there spending money like a drunken sailor. So I could easily see him in Dallas. Your playoff hopes won't leave you if your quarterback goes down for 5 or 6 weeks. He could step in there, and maybe in that 6 weeks, if he can go 4-2 and keep you afloat, yes, I think he'll be on a roster, David, but not as a starter. But then again, there's always Arizona and Miami.
Yeah, no. Miami's not trying to do anything, so I don't think they would do that. Let's move over to a different team, different position. A question that I just had in my mind here regarding the offseason that this individual has had. So JSN signed a massive deal. We all saw that. Well-deserved deal for Jackson Smith and Jigba. One player has not, though, and that is Puka Nacua. We've seen the interesting offseason that he has had, but on the field, he's also missed a ton of games in his career. Missed 6 games in 2024, dealt with more injuries last year, only missed 1 game, but was really struggling through that year with injuries. What do you do with him? Seeing the offseason he's done, do you sign him now or do you wait and see?
Franchise him.
Yeah.
It's also why their pick of Ty Simpson at 13 was dumber than rocks. You needed to draft Puka insurance. That's where a Mekhi Lemon goes. I'm not paying him. He's too unreliable. His body's going to break down because he plays like a psychopath. And that's before we get to the whole rehab, not rehab. Did he bite someone? Did he not?
Right.
I don't know.
See, it's more the off the field stuff because it's just too much smoke going on there. And at first, like when it started off with his brother, and you're like, well, you can't blame him for what his brother does. But then he goes out and does some dumb stuff. It's like, okay, is this just a family thing? And you're right. And now you're not really that available. Great receiver when he's on the field and can play.
Yeah.
If I'm the Rams, no. I'm going to ride this thing out. I'm going to wait to see if it was just a one-time thing.
No, the other thing?
And the other, you're
His
right.
life cycle is tied to Stafford. If Stafford walks away at the end of the year, you're triggering a rebuild anyways. Why would I tie up $200 million in a receiver?
And then you also, why did you not take a wide receiver? You could have got, I guess, the second best receiver. Actually, I think you could have got the best receiver. I'm not a Jordan Tyson fan.
That was some Neil Tyson Degrassi stuff right there. You'd have to. That was cosmic what they did at 13. Go ahead, David.
Let's move over to
the
New
coach
York.
didn't like it.
Move over to New York and let's talk about the Giants for a quick second. And no, not
The
just because
G-Man.
they're your team, Mike. I just was looking at their roster.
Yeah.
Looking at the defensive side, looking at things they've set up offensively, and then they signed DJ Reader. Have they set themselves up well? Is it too early maybe to say they can win the division?
No one's going to replace Dexter Lawrence 1v1, but the combination of Shelby Harris, who's been good in Cleveland, and he's old, but he's 330 pounds, and then you bring in DJ Reader to rotate with him. Dave, you're not going to have perfect at every position, but did they fortify the interior, get a couple of guys capable of stopping the run? Yes. I think the Giants' ultimate failing is they really are a safety and a corner short of me feeling like that defense is perfect. And I need to see Abdul Carter actually, he got better, but man, there's some pictures of him now at OTAs, and I'm like, son, did you touch a free weight? Like what? Good God.
He's got 5 months. He'll get there.
Okay.
David, I'm not a Giants fan.
You're high on them.
But I do think that the Giants could win the division. Something's wrong in Philadelphia. It just is. And Dallas is spending money. I said this earlier in this segment. Jerry Jones is going for it. He wants another Super Bowl before he passes away. That's just how it feels. He's in that type of thing, kind of like how Illich was here in Detroit.
I want that Bond boat. Can we get Jerry's Bond yacht? Remember when he did the draft during COVID,
Maybe
floating around in the ocean?
You'll buy Bezos' yacht.
It is for sale.
Yeah. But I like that. The Giants are young and they're scrappy, and they may be just stupid enough to go out there and get this thing done.
Ask me in August, and then I'll tell you. I need to see Malik Neighbors actually running. And look, it'll come down to Jackson Dart. If you go year 1 to year 2 and he takes a leap, Rico might be right. But I'm very cautious with my own team.
But there's one thing.
The Commanders are they're the biggest wild card. I don't know what they are.
Well, they don't have any receivers.
They got Debo.
Again, they don't have any receivers.
They got scared.
He didn't say doorknobs. He said wide receivers.
Yeah, you need more than one, though. Scary Terry's good, but you need more than one. Okay. So that is your
You can
NFL
have one in
blitz.
San Francisco if you want.
Well, answer his phone, maybe. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Major League Baseball has fined and suspended Tigers pitcher Framber Valdez 6 games for this. MLB has confirmed that it was intentional. Unless Valdez appeals his 6-game suspension, it'll start tonight. His manager, A.J. Hinch, also receives a 1-game suspension. He will serve tonight. The Tigers have placed infielder Gleyber Torres on the 15-day injured list with a left oblique strain. Jace Young has been recalled and will DH tonight while hitting 9th. And hear the series finale against the Red Sox right here in 97.1 tonight at 6:40 as Jack Flaherty makes a start. The NHL share new salary cap particulars for next season. The floor, $76.8 million, while the ceiling is now $104 million. The max salary for any player is $20.8 million. The Professional Women's Hockey League announced a Detroit expansion team this morning. They'll start play next season. The second consecutive Kentucky Derby winner is skipping the Preakness. Golden Tempo will now prepare for the Belmont. The Michigan High School Athletic Association announced they'll move to a seeding model for the football postseason this fall based off playoff points. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Hopefully your workday is done. We'll try to get you home. So look, we've got a topic that a lot of people are passionate about, but it's not what you would expect. We open the show with Pistons. I am going to mix that in. The Tigers, the Beaning, Framber, all of it. We covered it. Odyssey.com rewind for that. Before I get back to this Austin Matthews thing, from a Pistons standpoint, here's your headline. And it's just, to me, that was A+. That is the best way you could start a series. It was a tone setter. I thought the Pistons played the best they could play. 40% from deep. Win on the offensive glass, +6. Force north of 20 turnovers while you stay lower on that spectrum, +8 or 9, I forget. You had 31 points off turnovers, and you got legitimate scoring, not only from Tobias, Duncan Robinson with the best he could ever play, and you win the game. And now you got Donovan Mitchell calling out to the refs, trying to do some messaging. Hey, you put them on their heels. But the one thing I'll say is it was an A+. I asked a question about sustainability. If they could play this way every night, they can win the East. The question is, can they? How much of what they did is sustainable? The other end was we talked about when I used it to benefit you, you didn't say anything. But I use it today just to say, hey, before we go crazy calling for sweeps, as good as you played, why was that game tied at 93? It's the same thing I said when Orlando was playing out of their skull, wholly unsustainable, and you didn't play well, and yet you were tied with 3 minutes to go, and you blew the game. Mm-hmm. But last night, you closed them out. I want to see a little bit more because it was kind of scary. I admit it. At 93 all, I went, oh my God, they're going to collapse. And then they were able to close it out. Cade with a couple of beautiful pocket passes for dunks to Duren, and they got out and got the win. But that's available if you want it. To me, that's as good as you could start a series.
Yeah, you held your ground, you held serve, and you got a lot of help from the others. And Cade didn't have his best game, but a lot of other people did. Dennis Jenkins goes out there. You just look at the scoring and just whether it was defense with Asar, they just went out there and got the job done. And look, James Harden, 7 turnovers. Like at the end of the game, you knew he was just self-check. Just stay close to him. He'll fumble this thing out of bounds or just hand it over to you. You took advantage of it. I think he was 1 for 7 from 3. Wasn't his great game for him, but, as you said, Duncan Robinson with 19 points. I think 5 from 8 from the three-point line. Like, that's what you needed. The others stepped up, and we've said it constantly. You want to go far, it can't just be the Cade Cunningham show. Last night it wasn't, and that's why I'm like, yeah, you did what you're supposed to do. Win tomorrow night, and now the pressure's all on Cleveland. You're holding serve on home court. That's all I can ask you for because Cleveland's a different team. in Cleveland. So if it goes 7, great. We'll win all the games here in Detroit.
The other topic, we brought it up, played some audio for you. Toronto media, someone Kenny respects, the name escapes me, nor do I care, basically said what I told you a few weeks ago. Austin Matthews isn't going to play for the Leafs again. He's gone. And the new GM, who's a con man, has no chance of saving this thing. So I just brought it up quickly, and boy, people are passionate about it, and we'll talk to them about it. If not now, when? If you're a serious team, you go after him. And if you don't like it, if you think it's too expensive, you can think whatever you want. But you're going into year 8 of the Yzer plan. If not now, when? And if it's not Matthews, it should be Tkachuk. But if Austin Matthews is available, a guy who put up a damn near 70-goal season, a guy who's only 28 years old, a guy who has 2 years left on his deal, and by the way, the minute you sign him, the NHL has informed teams today the salary cap goes to 104. The peak salary is 20.7. Guess what? You pay Austin Matthews $20 million a year, period. Mm-hmm. And if you trade Raymond plus, cool, Dylan Larkin's on your second line where he belongs. And now you got better on your top 6, both lines. I'm done caring, because if the Wings don't care enough to change the narrative, I don't want to talk about them. I'm just going to ice them out. No pun intended. We're not doing a Summer of Yzerman shows. Yeah. But if Austin Matthews, if there's news out of Toronto that it is the prevailing thought he will never put on the Maple Leaf again, I want to know if you think it is Steve Yzerman's duty to try to make that happen, because I think it is. So those are your 2 topics. The Tigers we handled.
Yeah, I think you almost have to, Mike, because you fumbled the ball with the Quinn Hughes thing. He should be here, and you didn't make the effort. He wanted to be here. We beat that horse to death, but
yeah,
you can't let the same mistake, and I deem that as a mistake. You can't let it happen twice.
248-539-9797. So whether it's the Wings or whether it's the Pistons, the floor is yours. Kenny, anything to add?
No, I just think when you have reputable, not bleep holes like us in local radio, you have national people saying things like Austin Matthews does not want to be there. He knew the GM was coming in. He knew a new GM was coming in. He made these ridiculous demands. So clearly he is available for a trade. And by the way, Toronto's not going to want to deal with that sideshow for a very long time. I believe him when he says that I don't think he's going to play another game here. Yeah, it sounds about right. So I think you're negligent in your duty if you don't at least kick the tires and see what they're looking for.
Let's get to the people. Again, you want to rap about the Pistons? Here for it. I think they did everything you could ask last night. And now it just comes, okay, can you replicate it? Can you shoot 40% from deep? Can you force 20 turnovers again? What is Cleveland's response? This is the kind of dance of what a 7-game series against a real opponent looks like. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good, Aaron. What's up?
Hey, so, Mike, I'll say this, sir. You hit it right square on the head as if it was a round peg in a circle hole, bud. Steve Yzerman would be stupid not to try. I think Wayne Gretzky said something. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. We screwed up with Quinn Hughes. He wanted to be here. Austin wants out of Toronto. He's an American captain, played in the Olympics, the Four Nations, all those things. It would be reckless, and honestly, if he doesn't do it, he should just resign right away.
Well, and that's Aaron, listen, I'll put it to you like this. I want to make sure fairness is where we're operating in. If he doesn't do something that is in the realm of an Austin Matthews, in the realm of a Brady Tkachuk, in the realm of a legitimate guy who could wear the C this summer, then I don't know why he's here. Because it's getting to a point of parody.
Oh, yeah. No, it's like, we're going on 10 years, no playoffs. Luckily I've been alive and I've seen 2 Stanley Cups in my life. I would like my kids who are 3-2 to see at least some relevant.
Yeah. Well, you know what we'd like to see too? And Aaron, I'll say this, and some people may bristle and go, well, that's not really important. No, I do think it's really important. The Red Wings haven't had a true superstar since Pavel Datsyuk. Okay? You could say Mo Seider is, but no disrespect. Mo plays a very unsexy yet highly effective game. He's an eraser. All right, but he's not Quinn Hughes. Right. Like, you haven't had true premium goal scoring in a decade. I mean, think about it. We sit here and everyone touches their chandelier because Dylan Larkin got 30 goals. Austin Matthews has a 70-goal season. I mean, we don't have 100-point players. We don't have what people have become accustomed to, wearing the winged wheel. And I can't abide this anymore. So it's going to cut one of two ways. And I don't program the station. I'm not asking the other shows to do a damn thing. They do whatever they want. I am telling you, this will represent largely the last time we utter the words Red Wings, maybe forever, until or unless they do something, because I don't want to do a summer of these shows. It's pointless.
Right. It's their guy. I don't want this to turn into the Wings version of Max Crosby.
And that's where I'm at, because it's not even about a singular player. It's about them doing anything with impact. How possibly could you go through this summer and not look to greatly alter the picture here? There's something wrong here.
Yeah,
this team folds like a tailgating chair.
That's true as well.
Go to David. I was just going to go to Neil, and Neil hung up. Can I stick around? All right, let me go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, Jack. What's up?
So I wanted to talk about two things. First, the Austin Matthews trade, and then second, just the organization as a whole.
Sure.
First thing on the Austin Matthews trade, I think you have to 100% at least attempt to do this trade, or else I don't think we're a serious organization, because where else are we going to find a player of this caliber? And I don't think anybody on this team should be safe, including Mo Seider. The second point I wanted to get to was just the organization as a whole. I think the first 4 years or so, I was a believer in the Yzer plan, but year over year, it's just proven time and time again that it's just an unserious organization. I mean, there's nepotism. His brother is a pro scout. You can look on LinkedIn at the pro scouting department. They don't have any experience. No changes have been made. And then Draper's son just got called up to the Griffins. It's starting to feel like a good old boys reunion club to me.
Well, I mean, Jack, even if you separate some of that stuff, which you're right, just look at the results. Like, I don't think any of us would care who the names were if it were working. So I just want to make sure, let's stay on the main thing. If it doesn't work, I don't care if you've got an analytics darling. I don't care if you've hired allegedly the best people on the planet. It's not working. And that's the prevailing thing is, Jack, how long can you be obstinate and continue to swim upstream, quote, doing it your way? There has to be a paradigm shift this summer. I just don't see a way the Wings run it back and are greatly improved.
I 100% agree with that. Like, I think the front office should have changes. I mean, maybe they're not going to make them, but at least go and attempt and put everything out there for Matthews trade.
That's it.
Because, yeah, they're not going to find another player like that.
No, and if it's not him, you go to Ottawa for Tkachuk, who had a very strange farewell to end his season. Didn't hear a lot of adoration there, and that'll add some sandpaper to the top line. Raymond out, Tkachuk in. Now that'll greatly change things. He's a ball breaker. Like that's Jack. They need something, brother.
I 100% agree. And by the way, guys, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. I think you guys know hockey pretty well. I've played my whole life, and you guys are talking about great topics, and I love the hockey talk. So,
well, Jack, I appreciate it. You know what it is, Jack. Hockey guy is very protective and very they gatekeep it. So, again, it is what it is. But, Jack, I appreciate it. We do make a good faith effort here.
Kenny, puck.
Kenny, thank you, Paul Woods. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. That was against Ottawa, if I'm not mistaken. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse, absolutely fantastic. Tons of stock, tons of real estate. Full window program, too. And if you're a contractor and not shopping with Northville, you're losing money. You're not maximizing your profits. No one's going to beat them on service, selection, price, period. Stop on out, take home some samples, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Both Pistons and Wings in the mix. Tigers we handled earlier, and in complete fashion, if you want that, Odyssey.com rewind. And yeah, you can laugh. Kind of a big game tonight. Man, I don't need to be getting swept by the Twins and the Red Sox before Memorial Day. Come on. Pick it up a little bit, injuries or not. David, text communications, what do you got, my man?
Regarding the Wings, someone says, make that trade OMG. First time I've ever in complete lockstep with Mike on this.
Yeah, and again, I can't force the Maple Leafs. But if the reporting out of Toronto is he is never wearing a Maple Leaf jersey again, I don't know how a team in your position is not there at the front door. I mean, hey, get thrown off the porch, but you got to try. And it just ultimately, if you disagree with this, then tell me what plan you want. You have the longest playoff drought in the league. Your centennial season was an embarrassment. Okay? What else is there? I'm out of ideas, and I'm out of effing patience.
I think it's the patience that you and me and every Wings fan, it's like you've heard every excuse. You've waited and waited. Okay, maybe this summer. Okay, maybe this trade deadline. Okay, you keep getting so close to making the playoffs, and every March you collapse.
Because you don't have enough talent.
And that's
Call it what it is. You don't have talent. When are people going to learn? Oh, my God, it's a 30-goal season. This is a guy who's got a 70-goal season.
You're going to build a statue for him if he gets here.
Look, I think Red Wing fans deserve to have a higher caliber of player. That's what we all either grew up on or, once I got out here at age 17, like, dude, we haven't had a real big-time player since Pavel Datsyuk. Who are we kidding?
Mike, Wings fans, the expectation used to be Stanley Cup. Now it is, can you just make the playoffs, please?
I beg you. Go ahead, David.
Mike in Troy says Matthews or Tkachuk, and I'll be a happy guy.
Yeah, to me, that's the kind of summer it has to be. And please don't call and say, well, it's not easy to do it. That's what the money's for. What are you paying the man upstairs for? I'm sorry it's not easy. I apologize. That's what the money's for. And by the way, you're blessed to even be here. Because if your last name was Smitherman, you wouldn't be here.
And also, by the way, Matthews damn near single-handedly propelled his team to multiple playoff berths, a team who had no business being in the playoffs outside of him.
Yeah, you mean the opposite of your current captain?
Well, that's my point, is that he can show he can do that. I mean, you could say, oh, well, it's not going to translate to playoff success because he played in Toronto and they haven't won anything. Okay. At least we'll be there at this point. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what I said. We've lowered the standard. Can you get to the playoffs? This was Hockey Town. Now it's just Hockey Corner. I don't know.
Text here says, gentlemen, I'm all in on Matthews. I would trade Raymond, Danielson, Casper, 3 first-round picks, and their choice of goalie prospect for him. It's a no-brainer.
That's kind of where I'm at, but whatever. Yeah, we'll really miss Danielson and his 16-goal potential. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I'm real quick. I'm still kind of just thinking about that first caller, that guy asking your take on Mason and then questioning your basketball IQ.
Kevin, it's been a day, brother. Only in this town can I say the Pistons played an A+ game 1 and get pushback. It's remarkable.
I know how do you feel about junkie, Mason, Mike? You know your stuff, so that guy's a chump.
I know.
But, either way, I'm at the point where I like Matthews, but in my opinion, if you want to do a total paradigm shift, I'm going all in on Brady Tkachuk. And because the Senators were just swept out of the playoffs by the Hurricanes. And in my opinion, the franchise quarterback's probably the toughest player to find in the 4 major sports. In my opinion, I think the tough guy who is insanely talented in hockey.
Yeah, the power forward.
The next toughest kind of player to find. I think if you get a Brady Tkachuk in here, I'd be willing to give him either a Sider or an Edmondson, one of the two, and I'd be willing to throw in whatever else they'd want. Because honestly, we're at the point right now. I think if we get Matthews, I'd be happy with that. But it's kind of like maybe an evolved form of a Dylan Larkin. That's just how I see it. Maybe I'm not being fair, but I think if you get Brady Tkachuk in here, if there's players on the other team that are cross-checking or cheap cheap shotting other players.
That ain't happening with
That's not
Kachuk
gonna happen
here
anymore.
No,
Because you
I
have
think
that-
I think the conversation too, and I mean, Kevin, believe me, you're right in everything you're saying. It's more, I just don't have any faith that this organization has the chops to do anything. I don't even know what
No,
they're
they
doing.
like their guys. They just like the Brad Holmes. We like our guys, and we got Draper's son coming up too eventually. So
Oh, great.
that's very exciting.
Superb.
So,
That's wonderful. I can't wait for
Yeah.
Dallas Drake Jr. to join the club.
real quick, Mike.
Yeah.
Real quick, that call. I'm going to go back real quick to that call. He didn't mention anything about Hooper. I think Hooper had a big impact on the
He
game
did.
too.
Huge. Huge.
Kevin?
His dance moves really propelled him last night.
Well, it's his birthday, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was Hooper's birthday.
March, come on.
No, but
But
Kev,
yeah, late.
it's more. I just don't know what's left. Like I would be so embarrassed if I were with the Wings, seeing the redheaded stepchild that kind of like rents space in our building is on their way to the Eastern Conference Finals potentially, is on their way to making the NBA Finals if it breaks really right. And we're sitting here. The 9 means stop sign for you ever making the playoffs again. Like that's the difference though. Like if I owned a team, oh my God, I'd go nuclear.
Right. And the Pistons hit rock bottom. They had a losing streak that you've never seen before.
They made the playoffs, died again, rose up like the Undertaker. Now they're the 1 seed in the East, all while you never got out of bed. If I own, oh my God. I would just mentally there'd be a mushroom cloud in my brain. I wouldn't be able. I would demand seismic changes.
You would think the Pistons have all the first in that building that was built for the Wings.
You
would think jealousy, anger, something, envy. Guys, what are we doing? As you said, this team was left for dead on the road. They were giving away tickets, and now they're the best team in the East, and we still haven't made the playoffs.
You remember that sitcom with Kirk Cameron and the goofball neighbor Boner would show up at the house? The Pistons were Boner. They're renting a room. Now Boner has the hot wife. Boner is a successful human, and Kirk Cameron is right. Kirk Cameron's homeless. I mean, that's an ultimate affront. You remember neighbor Boner?
No, I remember the show. I forgot the name, but
I don't know. Whatever. I'm just saying, that's where I gotta believe there has to be urgency. Because what the Pistons are doing has been born from the ashes. And they're in your building. And we're sitting here begging for the team to feel the way we feel. I mean, think about Yzerman at the end of the season. That press conference was such a nothing burger, we didn't even use the audio. That's how dead all this is.
We gleaned more from Todd McClellan speaking than we did from him.
Yeah, and I loved what McClellan said.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, that's what Yzerman needs to say.
Right.
Now, I respect what McClellan said, but let's be real. The big man's got to say it.
Do you think at all is it possible that he was saying that to draw the ire of higher ups, not even necessarily Yzerman, but just to say, hey, everybody, we need some better groceries?
Kenny, I don't know, brother, because we heard the team captain do it, and then he got thrown into a wood chipper. Now McClellan said it. I don't know.
McClellan's more tenured. It's a boys' club in the NHL.
And he has history here. It's fair. Kenny, I don't know, man. I want to say.
I'm trying. I'm grasping at straws here.
I want to say yes, but I'm just hope casting. I don't know. I quit.
Always remember, the 9 means stop sign.
Just.
When all else fails and you start feeling sad,
just that.
Just remember.
Do you realize the Pistons are going to make an NBA final before the Wings make the playoffs? Like, does that resonate with you? 3 years ago, we had David recruiting kids at the church to go to the game with sell the team t-shirts on. Okay? Parishioners from Greater Life. Okay. And 3 years later, they may go to the finals. The Wings haven't even made the effing playoffs.
And if you really want to think about it, Mike, every other sports team in this city has made the playoffs.
Correct.
And made a nice run.
Correct.
The Lions almost 30 minutes away from a Super Bowl.
Correct.
Tigers. back-to-back second round, like epic game.
Michigan, multiple national championships.
Right.
I'm just, expanding the aperture
Hold
here.
on, though, Rico. Mike's right. People were calling authorities on our church for taking and punishing the kids going to a Pistons game.
David,
We were going to have the Sell the Team choir, and it was going to be greater all the kids at the church in Sell the Team T-shirts.
How can we get them up there? Because if adults went in there, they were just going to take, nope, give me the sign.
You can't say nothing to a kid.
No. But then, we went through.
And look at this. All the while, we're still sitting here waiting to just make the playoffs.
Went through Quintricia.
Okay. 6'6". You. All right. Take him to church.
All right. You know what? Made a huge mistake this last weekend. Not going to do that again. I'm just going to start watching movies in the basement, just like I watch games in my basement. Built by Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com right now and let their award-winning staff design the basement that's best built for you. They'll listen to what you have to say, and they will come up with a design. Before you know it, football season will roll around, and you'll be in your brand new basement. Look, I had an unfinished basement. They did their job, and right now, I love it. They could do the same thing for you. You've been thinking about doing this maybe for weeks, months, even years. Don't worry about it. Get started now. In that paralysis, matrixbasements.com. That award-winning design staff will hook you up, and before you know it, you'll be in your finished basement, and everybody's going to be over there every week this NFL season. Get started now. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
All right, let's take care of some business. Again, with the Pistons, Tone Setter, A+. I thought they played as well as they can play, and your job is just hold serve. You've earned the right to not have to win on the road. And now it'll be all about how Cleveland adjusts. And I will just caution you on one thing. It ain't right, but it's real. We saw Phil Jackson do it for years. We see the star players politicking. Donovan Mitchell postgame. It's an appeal to the refs. Be ready to be annoyed in game 2, because I'll be surprised if you shoot 20 more free throws than them. And again, I don't have a problem with the free throws you shot. I thought you were more aggressive. I thought you were more physical. But overall, just understand. I'm just warning you. This is how the league goes. This is why the league has been on a downward, especially the last couple years. It's just, man, there's so much with this league and the quality of play. But none of this matters if you just want to win. Look, you've got the formula in this very weird year in the East. If you play the way you played last night, you got a shot to go to the NBA Finals. And history will not remember good East or bad East. And it'll be invaluable experience for this team to go on a deep, meaningful run. And your championship window probably would start next year after you make a big trade. But whatever. Okay, Rico, you all right? Yeah. Sorry, we were back, and I'm like, well, we're just going to get rolling.
Yeah, timing was strong.
David's piano music could only go for so long. All right, let's go to the business. We're going to go to Grant, 97.1. Grant, how you doing, buddy?
Good, you?
Good, Grant. What's up?
Well, I'm a Leafs fan, so I wanted to give maybe you an outside perspective
Love
of
it.
your situation with Matthews.
Please.
First of all, on never wearing the jersey again, I don't know. There's lots of things going on with the new GM. My personal opinion was that he was never going to sign there again. So being a Leafs fan, I'd rather get rid of him now and get something for him as opposed to going into some kind of Mitch Marner abyss of ridiculousness again. So that'd be number one. Number two is if you look at Matthews, I mean, he's not going to be a 70-goal scorer anymore, but he's for sure going to be a 40, and he's probably arguably one of the best defensive centers in the league. You got to be a little bit careful with the injuries because his wrist just isn't as the same as it was before. But again, you don't get 1-1s. They don't come up very often.
No.
And anything you give up on the wings, can you replace them?
Yes.
Somehow. Trades, free agency. That's my point, right? You can't find 1-1s. They don't exist. They're unicorns, right? So now, if I had my pick, I think Matthews is a better regular season player than Tkachuk, but I think Tkachuk is a better playoff person. And you guys probably don't see that because you don't watch Leaf games. But if you watch the Olympics, who showed up more, Matthews or Tkachuk?
Look, I understand the Matthews thing, but we went through this too. Is like, Grant, remember when the Marner thing was happening a year ago? And then you bring it up and you're like, well, Marner's a point a game in the playoffs, but the team didn't get through. The problem when you're comping the individual player in a team game like this, it gets way too granular. Look, I'm fine with Tkachuk. And from a style standpoint, you want to tell me the Wings need more sandpaper on that first line? Fine. All I'm communicating, Grant, from the Wings' perspective, this has been a joke. This team lacks talent, and whether it's Tkachuk or Matthews, different players with different price points, the thing you said to start your call is all I care about. 1-1s do not hit the market. And I'm tired of all these guys ending up in Florida and Vegas and Tampa Bay and all. When are the Red Wings going to reclaim being the Red Wings? Which is probably a question you're asking as a Maple Leaf fan, since you just hired a con artist as your GM.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but
you got the number one pick.
Gavin McKenna.
I mean, yeah, they should trade that way and just get a whole bunch of junk or stuff. And same with Matthews. The Leafs roster situation is so backwards. They have so many no trade clauses. The roster is a complete dumpster fire. They just need to start over.
And that's where
pieces they can build around.
And that's where you're nailing it. Is Matthews isn't going to be a part of that. I think it's clear as day. So either the Wings want to get serious and go to the deep end of the pool, or they don't. And I think the Quinn Hughes thing is going to haunt them. I mean, that was a player, parents live here, wanted to be here, made very strange comments, basically alluding to that. Basically like Bill Guerin had the balls to come and get me. I wish somebody else did. And then has been electric for Minnesota.
I was going to say, do you know how much it burns me watching him play in all these games, playing elite level playoff hockey? It makes my blood boil under my skin.
It should.
Kenny, have you gone beyond the hate watching to the hate cheering, where you almost want him to do better?
I really don't care if he does well or not, but it's spite watching. When I see him, I'm like, oh, there he is on the ice again. Whoa, look at him to make a great play.
Well, that looks fun.
Yeah. When they call him Quinnesota.
He's going to go very fast.
He does.
He does go very fast.
That guy's out there like a figure skater half the time, keeping the puck in the zone with these pirouettes. And I mean, look, guys like that don't hit the market. You had an opportunity to get him. Oh, but he'll end up in New Jersey next. No, not this was where. Forget it.
Multiple times this series, I do a double take on. Did he just pull that off? What?
Yeah. I know. All right. Thanks a lot for that. Hey, we got Ben Sherrod. All right. May is here. Weather's starting to break a little bit. At least we're not going to get any snow. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Lisa 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8, $249 a month. Or the 26 Equinox starting at $235 a month. Both leases, 24 months, only $999 down. And if your current vehicle needs attention, you go to Moran Chevrolet for that certified service, and you get the free loaner. Guys, it's simple. You always get the best price, period. Stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get that best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.